Chapter 269 Group Battle. Chapter 269 Group Battle. The people of the Eastern Baron College looked to Qinyu. Lu Nantian had lost, so now they wanted to win back their reputation with the college? Zhu Qing's eyes flashed coldly. She wanted to see what surprises they'd prepared other than Lu Nantian. The Dongqing College called everyone from the Eastern Baron territory here, so we hope you all will not be disappointed. Bai Lishu said while looking at Qinyu. He seemed confrontational. People of the various forces were a bit excited. What would happen tomorrow? Furthermore, Qinyu had said that this was a battle of the Eastern Baron territory. Any one of the forces could participate. Many people wanted to try and compare themselves to the top talents. Soon after, people began leaving. Outside the Dongqing College, the massive crowd was still waiting. When they saw the people from the top forces come out, they grew lively. People started asking for the result of the battle they'd witnessed. However, the top forces went straight into the air and left. They didn't seem to be in the mood. Even the college left directly. This shocked many people. Did Gu Donglu of the cottage really lose? Senior Mu, how was the battle? Someone asked a senior of a big force in Saga City. Clearly, they knew each other. Both sides were hurt, but Lu Nantian fell down, an elder replied. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked over. Both sides had been hurt, but Lu Nantian had fallen. The result was clear. Gu Donglu of the cottage had won. I didn't think that Lu Nantian, someone known as a once-in-a-century talent, would lose. Seems like the Donghua clan brags too much, someone muttered. No. The elder shook his head. Lu Nantian lives up to that title. Everyone's eyes glinted. They saw the respect that flashed through the elder's eyes. Xiao Mu said, "Not many in the Eastern Baron territory can perceive the abilities of a sage. With Lu Nantian's present abilities, he is comparable to those true big figures. He was just unlucky to face the third disciple of the cottage." With that, he sighed and walked away. He sympathized for Lu Nantian, but also lamented Gu Donglio's power. As soon as he finished, everyone gaped. Lu Nantian had perceived the abilities of a sage and was comparable to those big figures? They suddenly wished immensely to witness that battle that they had missed. The news quickly spread, rushing towards Saga City. The city was shaken. Storms erupted in countless hearts. They all regretted that they couldn't have witnessed it. This battle that was like the one between the Sword Saint and Futian, Sword Clan's clan leader, had happened so close to them. It had been right in the Dongqing College. However, hearing that there would be more battles tomorrow, everyone felt better. Finally, they could witness something. They couldn't miss it. The Dongqing College invited all forces of the Eastern Baron territory for a challenge. It must be another great event. The cottage didn't care about the discussions of the outer world. Their third senior brother was hurt, so they didn't feel any joy at the victory. This battle was enough to make Gu Donglu a saint, but to them, his health was most important. Luo Fan helped Gu Donglu leave that night, returning to the cottage. Shui Yi and the others remained in Saga City. This matter wasn't over. Gu Donglu had defeated Lu Nantian. The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty naturally were upset. Other than them, some others were upset too. For example, Shiro and Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple. They had witnessed the entire battle too. Gu Donglu was so powerful, and the more powerful he was, the more uncomfortable Luo Junlin was. This meant it was more difficult to kill Yi Futian. They were clear that if Gu Donglu had lost, it would be entirely different. But Gu Donglu had won. Thus, anybody, even the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan together, had to think carefully before doing something to the cottage, let alone him. Luo Junlin felt depressed. He realized that if this kept developing, it would get more and more difficult to kill Yi Futian. After all, Yi Futian was growing too. With his talent and a place like the cottage, he would sooner or later turn into someone like Gu Donglu. At that time, even the Royal Xian Temple wouldn't be able to touch Yi Futian. The next morning, People crowded outside the Dongqing College. There was a battle platform outside the Dongqing College and a vast space around it. Only those from the top forces could be there. The other spectators could only watch from afar. Otherwise, they couldn't fit at all. It was unclear how many people were in the city now. Even the air around this place was filled with a sea of people. People from the top forces arrived gradually and took up a portion. The college is here. Everyone looked over. They saw Zhu Qing, Zhong Su, and Bai Lishu leading the students. Today, the Dongqing College's target was the college, so everyone obviously paid most attention to them. The cottage hasn't appeared. Many noticed that the cottage disciples weren't there. I heard that someone saw Luo Fan and Gu Donglu leave the inn yesterday. They must have gone back to the cottage to recover, someone commented. Even so, the other disciples should be here. However, they heard that Yin Zhen of the Yin family had challenged Yi Futian yesterday and was rejected. Yi Futian said Yin Zhen wasn't good enough. Were they afraid of being targeted by the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan? As the top forces arrived, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan alliance walked out of the Dongqing College to the center front of the platform. They were in charge today. Countless eyes looked to them. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mingrua, standing together, attracted many eyes. They were too attractive and had just wedded yesterday. They naturally attracted much attention. Qing Mingrua was still as beautiful as before. The pure and elegant girl was now someone's wife. She seemed more like a woman, but was still mesmerizing. One of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory, the young princess of the Qin dynasty, was the first to marry. Hua Qingqing was engaged to Lu Nantian too. Only Chu Yaoyao was left. It was rumored that Qin Li of the Qin dynasty was pursuing her. Qin Yu walked forward and said to the crowd, "Yesterday was the opening of the Dongqing College. Using this chance, we invite all top forces for a friendly match. There are no rules today. Anyone who wishes to come up can challenge at will. Anything is fine as long as the other accepts. If anyone who performs well wishes to enter the Dongqing College, be my guest." Finishing, he gazed into the crowd. There wasn't much action. Clearly, they were all waiting. Today was mainly for the Dongqing College and Eastern Barren College. The others were mostly here for the show. Of course, if they get interested, they might go try. Seeing no responses, Qin Yu said, "Today, the Dongqing College is the host. Then, I guess we'll go first while saving the best for last." With that, Qin Yu retreated. Some people behind him walked out at the same time. Seeing 2 of them, the spectators were intrigued. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mingrua had walked out at the same time. They had wedded yesterday. Would they start the first battle today? Then everyone realized that other than them, there were 4 more people. The 6 of them stepped onto the platform. Is this a group battle? Everyone was interested. Would the first battle be a group one? Other than Qian Shanmu and Qing Mingrua, the 4 weren't very familiar. However, the 6 had stepped forward as disciples of the Dongqing College. "The 6 of us are all in the lower arcana plane," Qian Shanmu said. "We would like to challenge Xiao Wuji, Yu Qingshan, Su Muge, Jiang Tang, Tangi, and Han Feng from the Eastern Barren College." As soon as he spoke, the crowd went wild. The 6 that Qian Shanmu had named were all familiar to them. Of the young generation of the college, Xiao Wuji and Yu Qingshan were definitely well known. The other 4 were a little less skilled, but they were still geniuses of the college. Last year, the weakest of them were already at the top of the Dharma plane. Now, they should probably all be in the lower arcana plane. The Dongqing College wished to make up for their loss with this first battle. However, could Qian Shanmu win with this lineup? The eyes of the college all flashed. He was so ambitious. Did he want to take all the accomplished disciples in the lower arcana plane in one fell swoop? Xiao Wuji walked forward. He hadn't proved himself with a battle since being invited by Tangi in the ancient barren world last year. Though his reputation there had already spread through the forces, He'd also displayed extraordinary talent in the college. However, he hadn't displayed his true skills before everyone like the first disciple and Gudong Lu of the cottage had. Today, Qian Shanmu gave him this chance. Yu Qingshan also walked forward. Before Xiao Wuji's arrival, he'd already been renowned amongst the college disciples. He was one of those monstrous people. With him, Xiao Wuji, Sumuge, and the others. How could Qian Shanmu's group dare to challenge them? The 6 from the college stepped forward together. Without speaking, they went to the battle platform. Qian Shanmu didn't take advantage of them. They weren't any lower in plane or reputation. This way, there was no reason to avoid the challenge. They could only welcome it. The 12 stepped onto the platform. Countless eyes fell on them. Qian Shanmu's group of 6 instantly went into position. Husband and wife, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingrua, stood on either side. The other 4 stood behind them. Clearly, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingrua were prepared to use rhythmic sorcery to aid the battle. It was highly possible they had already prepared for this battle. Amongst the Qin dynasty crowd, Qin Li looked at this and his lips curled into a smirk. He couldn't blame Lu Nanqian's loss yesterday. Not even his father could. However, everyone would truly see the Dongqing College's glory today. The era of the Eastern Baron College was over. Chapter 270. A Prepared Battle. Chapter 270. A Prepared Battle. Xiao Wuji's group of 6 spread out as well. Yu Qingshan warned them, be careful. Though the 6 people were all top talents of the Eastern Baron College, the Qin dynasty was also well prepared with 6 people chosen just for them. Yesterday, Lu Nantian was defeated. This time was another chance for the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan to gain back their reputation. They would not accept another failure. Therefore, this would be a fierce battle. The Eastern Baron College and people here all knew what they would face. However, the 6 people selected to be adversaries were all famous geniuses of the college. Thus, there was no possibility of a refusal, even though the other side must be well prepared. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingrua sat cross-legged in a line. What appeared before Qin Mingrua was a guqin. Instead of a flute, Qian Shanmu had a zither. People were surprised by their instruments. Since ancient times, the guqin and zither played together had alluded to conjugal intimacy. This time, this couple was going to fight with guqin and zither. The guqin and zither sounded at the same time. The guqin sounded gentle, like a flowing spring, while the zither was majestic, like the roar of a crane or dragon. In an instant, the sound turned into an invisible aura, directly falling down on the 4 figures in front. Their auras instantly strengthened. Power in the world resonated with the music. Some terrible forces grew in their bodies and seemed ready to erupt at any time. Dragons appeared, hovering and soaring behind the 4 people. The golden dragons were extremely scary, for they seemed to be becoming real. More frightening was that the 4 people's temperaments appeared to be fused together by the music, forming a stronger airflow. Xiao Wuji's group had already acted. The power of ice shot out, going to freeze the 4 people. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. The earth quaked fiercely as if a real dragon was born. The sonorous roar shattered the spell. Many of the spectators were caught off guard. They felt like their eardrums had been shattered. The weaker groaned, for their mentality was almost crushed by the roar. Xiao Wuji's group was obviously confronted with even stronger power. Their bodies trembled. Clearly, they didn't anticipate the roar could contain such terrible power. Even worse, the dragons punched while roaring. The punch broke through the air, and the dragons above the 4 cultivators combined into one. A horrible golden dragon appeared, ferocious and enormous, soaring to the sky and rushing toward Tang Yi and another disciple of the Eastern Baron College. The 2 had just suffered that roar. When the ferocious golden dragon crushed toward them, the 2's faces changed. There was no time for them to escape. They could only release their dharma to resist with all their might. At this moment, a terrible rhythm penetrated their brains. Then the large dragon arrived. Bang! There was the terrible sound of a collision. The two people were thrown into the sky. They spat out blood in the air and fell down below the platform. They were defeated by just a blow. It's a joint attack. People all stared at the four on the platform. It was not just a joint attack. Their attack, assisted by the instruments of Qin Mingrua and Qian Shanmu, could erupt in an instant and shatter the world. It's the Imperial Dragon spell. What the top forces saw was not Tang Ye's defeat, but the abilities of the four. The four had transformed their spiritual qi into dragons. This was not difficult for many strong cultivators, but it was special because the strength was coupled with the support from Qin dynasty. They knew that this was definitely the Imperial Dragon spell of the Qin dynasty. The Imperial Dragon spell was passed down the generations in the Qin dynasty, known as Imperial spell. Reaching the extreme, the Imperial cultivator could ride dragons. Even at the elementary level, the cultivator could have a body with dragon strength and shape. The four strong cultivators all practiced the spell. What did it mean? Were they all the descendants of the Qin dynasty royalty? Or did the Qin dynasty pass the spell to the disciples of the Dongqing College? If so, it was even more terrifying. The Qin dynasty had taken a very shocking step. Boom! For figures stepped out, moving like thunder, surrounded by indistinct dragons. They went straight toward Su Muge and Jiang Teng with amazing speed. Their strategy was very clear: defeat the weak first. Xiao Wuji and Yu Qingshan were the strongest, who couldn't be defeated at the first. They would deal with the strongest, too, only after defeating the others. The four people were very strong, as if they had no opponents. Su Muge's face changed slightly. It might be very difficult for him to contend with the four strong cultivators, especially when the four were assisted by two rhythmic sorcerers. Boom! Right at that moment, a figure descended from the sky like a god. A terrible force followed, crushing down. A mountain appeared and fell toward the four. The four raised their hands, and dragons soared toward the mountain. However, Xiao Wuji stood before them, stopping them. A powerful gravity spell subjected the four to extremely strong pressure, while dragon vines appeared, rolling over toward the four. But at the time of the spell's release, a terrible sound wave came and the dragon-shaped vines were cut off and shattered. Simultaneously, that melody turned into light, bathing the four people as resistance to the oppression of gravity. Even the spell of wind came upon their bodies. Bang! The four stepped forward simultaneously, shaking the platform. Xiao Wuji said, "Go take care of the two behind them. I will stop the four." Yu Qingshan, Su Muge, and Jiang Ting nodded and acted. Yu Qingshan moved straight toward Qian Shanmu, while Su Muge and Jiang Teng went to Qin Mingrua. They had obvious targets. Qian Shanmu just ignored them. He played the 25-string zither with an incredible speed, constantly releasing majestic melodies. Su Muge and Jiang Teng, moving toward Qin Mingrua, felt their brain get penetrated by countless arrows. Their face turned pale. Soon, the Guqin spell played by Qin Mingrua also came, transformed into dragons and crushing toward the two. Su Muge and Jiang Teng were thrown away. How? People's hearts trembled. In this intense battle, for people from the Eastern Baron College had been defeated. It was clear that the 6 from Dongqing College acted as one, while the 6 from the college were too scattered. 2 were wounded at the beginning. Then Su Muge and Jiang Teng, who couldn't be matches of Qian Shanmu at all, were also defeated. The 2 strongest cultivators in Dongqing College were Lu Nantian and Qian Shanmu. The latter was known as number 1 in rhythmic sorcery. Su Muge just couldn't take even one shot from him. Xiao Wuji was strong. However, he was faced with 4 strong cultivators who were good at joint attack and the Imperial Dragon spell. In this battle, the Eastern Baron College would definitely be the loser. In Xiao Wuji's battlefield, the 4 strong cultivators were attacking fiercely. Every punch they threw out would bring enormous dragon figures out. However, Xiao Wuji's pace was assisted with the wind spell, which helped him escape from the attack. The Dharma behind him kept absorbing spiritual qi. It was an illusory figure, which was very similar to Gu Donglio's. 7 sacred wheels rotated crazily with dazzling lights. The 7 wheels represented all 7 attributes. Seeing the 4 coming, Xiao Wuji's illusory figure shone with horrible illusory light. A spiritual attack rushed toward the 4. However, the 4's minds were united as one. Qin Mengrua's Guqin spell had also arrived. The spiritual attack could do nothing to them. Behind Xiao Wuji, the 7 sacred wheels burst out with bright light, releasing spells of 7 attributes in an instant and crushing toward the 4 strong cultivators. Xiao Wuji is really strong. People kept looking at the battlefield. If the 4 were not good at joint attack and were instead separated, they would have been defeated by Xiao Wuji immediately. Facing the horrible spell attacks, the 4 stood together, and the dragon figures on their body soared into the sky and crisscrossed as a dragon-shaped curtain to block the attacks. Then they retreated. They stopped fighting with Xiao Wuji and went to Qian Shanmu. At this moment, Qian Shanmu was fighting with Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan was trapped by his rhythmic attack. "Watch out," Xiao Wuji warned. Yu Qingshan tried to retreat, but Qian Shanmu's rhythmic attacks became more violent. Everything was locked, seeming to immobilize him. At this time, the 4 went toward Yu Qingshan and attacked. Yu Qingshan wanted to resist, but Qian Shanmu didn't allow it. Notes kept exploding in his brain. His mentality was going to break down. Bang! With a loud noise, Yu Qingshan was shot down. His body fell down to the platform. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Wuji came too late. He attacked the 4 cultivators with a spell and finally separated them. 2 of the 4 were wounded, but then notes kept descending on him. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingrua were free, since only Xiao Wuji was left now. Xiao Wuji's eyes became very cold. He stepped forward with a violent aura, ready to fight alone. "Junior Xiao, it's enough," Bailishu shouted. Xiao Wuji stopped in hesitation. He reluctantly turned around and stepped down from the platform with Yu Qingshan. "Su Muge and Tang, you were very indignant. They lost the battle too, miserably. This is a well-prepared strategy. Is this fun?" Zhu Qin glanced at the Dongqing College. Qin Yu laughed and said, "This battle is just for mutual learning. The result doesn't matter. Moreover, the 4 disciples of Dongqing College are all geniuses from top family forces and chose the Dongqing College to cultivate in. They are talented in martial arts, so we taught them the Imperial Dragon spell. Today was like a test for them. People all looked at Qin Yu. The result didn't matter? Naturally, whatever the winner said was right, since the loser was the humiliated one. But people were more surprised by Qin Yu's last sentence. People realized that the significance of this battle was not just to defeat the Eastern Baron College, but to tell the world what the Dongqing College could bring to its disciples. Chapter 271, Evil Fourth Senior Brother. Chapter 271, Evil Fourth Senior Brother. The people of the Eastern Baron territory were not very shocked. The Eastern Baron College had lost pretty badly. But upon closer thought, wouldn't the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan prepare well before creating the college and calling everyone to Chaoga City? They naturally wouldn't underestimate the college or cottage. Similarly, they were also at the same level as the college. This victory was a well-planned result. It was just that Gu Donglio's powerful performance yesterday destroyed their preparations. They must have been absolutely confident in Lu Nantian. If Lu Nantian had won, the Dongqing College would completely steal the Eastern Baron College's spotlight. The college understood this too. Zhu Qing, Zhongsu, and Bailishu were all clear. The 2 forces partnered up to create the Dongqing College just to replace them. They could see from this arrangement. It was definite. To be honest, they could have left after yesterday. However, the Dongqing College had sent out the challenge. If they had left, it would be the same as avoiding the battle. Qin Yu gazed at everyone and continued speaking. All strong cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory have gathered here. Today, anyone who wishes to try can do so. As mentioned before, the Dongqing College will enroll students during the next 3 months. This is the examination stage. In addition, one battle platform doesn't seem to be enough. Thus, I would like to divide the platform into 4: martial arts, sorcery, rhythmic sorcery, and free fighting. Mixed battles are allowed. This way, we can see the talents more clearly, and having multiple people challenging simultaneously will be more efficient. Everyone admired Qin Yu's plan. He was using the other forces to hype up the Dongqing College and also using the stage to find students. It was a great tactic. As soon as he finished, people went up. A matrix lit up on the platform, dividing it into 4 battle platforms. In the Eastern Barren College group below, Xiao Wuji said, "I will challenge again." The earlier defeat was a group 1. He was not satisfied. If you wish to challenge, your opponent can only be Qian Shanmu. Are you confident? Bai Lishu asked. Xiao Wuji stared at the man on the other side. He was confident in his own abilities, but he didn't know if he could beat Qian Shanmu. He'd already experienced the rhythmic sorcery, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. Qin Yu purposely made a separate platform for rhythmic sorcery, Bai Lishu said. Why? Who can beat Qian Shanmu and the Donghua clan in that aspect? I heard that Hua Qingqing's musical sorcery isn't any weaker than Qian Shanmu's. The Donghua clan leader's wife used to have the title of #1 musical sorcerer in the Eastern Barren Territory, Zhu Qing said from the side. Her students will definitely be skilled, though it was the era of the younger generation. As a strong cultivator from the older generation, she naturally knew who the clan leader's wife was. Once the most beautiful in the Eastern Barren Territory, she had both looks and talent. Back then, her fame wasn't any less than the 3 beauties of today. Hua Qingqing apparently had inherited 90% of her skills. Su Yan, you should go, Zhu Qing said. Behind her, a pretty girl nodded. Yes, master. With that, she walked towards the free fighting platform. Bai Lishu glanced at Su Yan. She was in mid-Arcana Plane and was one of Zhu Qing's favorites. She wasn't well known, but was very powerful. Su Yan didn't say who she wanted to challenge. She just announced her name and plane. Then the Qin dynasty sent someone from the same plane to fight her. In this battle, Su Yan easily crushed the opponent. Everyone understood that the college was still the college. Even though the Dongqing College could shake the Eastern Barren College's status, it couldn't completely crush them. It was impossible. In the end, they would probably just tie. But even so, the Dongqing College still won. If they could be even to the Eastern Barren College and pass down techniques like Imperial Dragon Spell, it would show their stance. The Dongqing College would become a powerful force in the future. Their disciples would also continuously join the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the college was the most attractive place for geniuses. There was no competition. This was probably why the 2 forces joined together to create the Dongqing College. Next, the other forces gradually opened up and went up to the platform to fight. The atmosphere intensified. Disciples from even those top forces wanted to go up and witness the abilities of the best. The fights between the 2 colleges were most interesting. They both had losses and wins and were very exciting. The Dongqing College had geniuses good at every type of skill. The Qin dynasty was better at martial arts, while the Donghua clan was better at spells. Though many geniuses studied both, they still leaned towards one. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Huaji were the best examples. However, the one platform where the Dongqing College never lost was for rhythmic sorcery. Many geniuses, even Gu Biue from the Witch clan, went to try and were defeated. The battles were getting more and more exciting. The atmosphere grew hot as well. However, Some people noticed that the cottage still hadn't arrived. Right now they were at the inn. Fourth senior brother, why aren't we going today? Yi Futian asked Shui. Today is the glorious day for the Dongqing College. Why should we go? Shui asked. To push them down, Yi Futian said. The Dongqing College already lost a critical battle yesterday. Do you think they'll give the cottage a chance today? Shui, Yi said indifferently. They'll definitely try to threaten us with rules. For example, you're in the Dharma plane. If they make a battle of the Arcana plane, you won't be able to participate, even if you can win some rounds. So what? How many disciples does the cottage have? How many rounds can we win? The Dongqing College prepared for a whole year for today. They will definitely do well. A little depressed, Yi Futian muttered. Yes, but I still don't like it. Last year, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had defeated Yu Sheng at the Qin palace. The nobles' one hit had injured Yu Sheng gravely. Now they were targeting the college and cottage again, challenging third senior brother. Though the cottage had won, Yi Futian was still annoyed. That's right. Shui Yi chuckled. Junior, what can you do if you go up? Yi Futian blinked. What do you mean? Regular victories in this competition are meaningless. You win one round and they can win one too. We're the only ones left in the cottage. Either we don't fight or we completely squash them, understand? Shui Yi chuckled. And when they're all proud, stomp them down. Wow, you're so old and wise. Yi Futian stared at his fourth senior brother. He was still too inexperienced. Shui Yi glared at Yi Futian. He was so handsome, he wasn't old. Can you do it? Shui Yi asked. Yi Futian's brows smoothed and he smiled brightly. I'll try. Rest well today. Shui Yi patted Yi Futian's shoulders. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and then said, Senior brother, are all scholars so simple-minded? Fuck off, Shui Yi muttered after a pause. Evil. I'm going to turn bad because of you. Yi Futian left while laughing and said, Yu Sheng, get ready. Shui Yi watched Yi Futian's back. This guy didn't need to learn to be bad. They were all the same. Yi Futian had the second senior sister wrapped around his finger. The others couldn't do that. Just as Shui Yi had predicted, today indeed was the Dongqing College's day. Their disciples were able to display extraordinary talent on either of the 4 battle platforms, especially for rhythmic sorcery. Hua Qingqing had gone once and defeated a powerful person from the witch clan. This told everyone that not one of the top 3 beauties used only their looks. They were all extremely powerful. On this day, talents from all over stepped onto the battle platforms in hopes of joining the Dongqing College. It could be predicted that in the coming days, there might be a wave of people coming to register here. This was now an alternate choice to the Eastern Baron College. Many people debated over the cottage's absence. Everyone already knew that the 3rd and 5th disciple had left. 4th disciple Shui, you probably wouldn't do anything. That left Yi Shaoshi and Yi Futian. Not many knew Yi Shaoshi. Just as everyone thought, Yi Futian's plane was too low. He didn't have much use. This was probably why they weren't here. The college had complaints about this. They'd been beaten today, but the cottage wouldn't show up. This pissed off a lot of them. However, the cottage didn't care about these guesses and talk. They didn't care about anyone's thoughts or complaints. They acted how they wanted. The college was unable to disturb them either. This was why they had a strange relationship. Even the important figures of the college couldn't influence the cottage's decisions. The next morning, a crowd had already gathered outside the Dongqing College. They'd all come to take up a spot with a better view of the battles. Of course, some also wanted to get the Dongqing College's recognition so they could join. Yesterday's battles had become topics of discussion too. They wondered what kind of great fights would take place today, other than the 2 colleges. Would the amazing fighters amongst them fight too? Chapter 272, Modest or Proud. Chapter 272, Modest or proud, the spring sun brought some warmth as it shone over Saga City. More and more people grouped in the center of the city. There were more strong cultivators here than yesterday. The top forces hadn't left yet. Even if they didn't participate, they could see the levels of the others. They could compare themselves and see what level they were at. The battles continued. People gradually moved onto the battle platforms, challenging those from the other forces. Many from Saga City targeted the Eastern Baron College. These people naturally wanted to join the Dongqing College. They were from Saga families. It would be great if they could join the Dongqing College and be under the Qin dynasty. But even if they were geniuses, it was difficult to defeat the college. Most battles ended in failures. Someone in the college crowd suddenly exclaimed in shock. Many people looked over and saw that the cottage had arrived. They were standing to the side, quietly. Seeing them, a lot from the college frowned, feeling upset. Tang Yi asked directly, "Were you in an entire day yesterday?" Yesterday, the Dongqing College had challenged the college. It was extremely important, but the cottage had vanished. The consequence was that they were completely repressed by the Dongqing College. The first loss especially had humiliated him. Tang Yi had been forced down with one hit. How he felt went without speaking. Shui Yi looked forward, ignoring him. Yi Shaoshi looked at Tang Yi and smiled. "Yeah. You." Tang Yi was frustrated with Yi Shaoshi's indifference, but couldn't say anything. He had no right to order the cottage around. Not even the elders could influence the cottage. No matter how upset he was, he couldn't do anything. Those bastards. The cottage has arrived. Many eyes looked over at Yi Futian and the others. 2 days ago, Gu Dongliu's epic battle had raised the cottage's status once again. Paired with the fact that they didn't show up yesterday, today's appearance attracted much attention. Young Master Yi is here. From the distance, Gu Biue smiled at Yi Futian. Her eyes were mesmerizing. As soon as she spoke, everyone saw Yi Futian and the cottage group. Beside her, Gu Ziqiu glanced at his junior sister. He couldn't do anything. This was just how she was. Yi Futian chuckled. "Do you want to serve me?" Gu Ziqiu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, staring daggers at him. Did he not care about that warning from before? Yi Futian felt Gu Ziqiu's eyes but ignored him. People of the other forces were intrigued. Qin Li had purposely spread news of Gu Ziqiu teaching Yi Futian a lesson, and many knew about it. But was Yi Futian teasing the witch again? Did he not learn his lesson? Or maybe he had his cottage brothers with him, so he was more confident. Gu Ziqiu couldn't do anything to him. "No, but I wish to see you display your radiance like in the ancient barren world." The witch's smile was very mesmerizing. Yi Futian had been extremely brilliant that day at the Mirror Mountain. Everyone present had been impressed with the phrase, "You are not qualified to understand my world." Those who know me understand my arrogance was still shocking to think back on. But even though Yi Futian had made a commotion at the Qin dynasty, his reputation was still mostly due to being part of the cottage. He smiled and looked away. The girls of the Moon Clan looked at Yi Futian. The woman who had helped send Hua Jiu's message smiled. This guy wasn't very obedient. He was publicly flirting with the witch. She would have to talk to Hua Jiu. Chu Yaoyao also looked at Yi Futian. She was curious about the man Hua Jiu loved. Yi Futian, Yin Zhen of the Yin family, said coldly. He gazed at Yi Futian coolly. "I challenged you 2 days ago. Today I challenge you again. Will you take it?" He wanted to see if Yi Futian would avoid the challenge on an occasion like this. But Yi Futian seemed to not hear him. He gazed at the Dongqing College and smiled. He walked to a battle platform where the battle had just ended. It was the platform for free fighting. What is he doing? Everyone stared at him. Was he finally going to fight? A moment later, Yi Futian stood onto the platform. Countless eyes focused on him. He walked up as soon as he arrived. The cottage truly wasn't playing around. Disciples of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan all looked at him, wondering who he would challenge. With his plane, who could he challenge? I heard that yesterday the Dongqing College set up a challenge to test the cultivation results of their disciples. Today, I would also like to do that. Yi Futian chuckled. 1 year ago, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and I came from a small country. Our planes are still low, but we wish to test our cultivation from this year at an event like this. Some people had a strange look. They were all clear what had happened 1 year ago. The name of Kengi had become known throughout the ancient barren world. The various top forces had gone to the Kengi kingdom as well. Thinking back, their group had only come to cultivate at the eastern barren territory for 1 year. They'd just attracted attention because they joined the cottage. Hearing this, Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen understood. They walked to the battle platform too. We've cultivated here for 1 year and are probably at the same level as the new disciples of the Dongqing College. We are only at the Dharma plane as well. It's unfortunate. I would like to witness the brilliance of the Dongqing College disciples today. Please take care of me. Yi Futian was very polite as he spoke. Everyone was shocked. Since when was the cottage so humble? He was too humble. They were quite uncomfortable. Yi Futian was clearly from the cottage and extremely talented. But the way he said it, he was just a rookie who had only cultivated for 1 year. It made sense too. Many from the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were annoyed. Did Yi Futian really want them to send rookies of the Dharma plane to fight against him? It was suicide. Disciples of the cottage aren't judged by their planes, Qin Li said calmly, staring at Yi Futian. I have entered the cottage, but have yet to prove myself. I don't have a glorious record and feel embarrassed. Today, I am nervous to challenge the geniuses of the Dongqing College too, Yi Futian said, smiling. Everyone gaped at him. Was this possible? However, it was Qin Li who had said that Yi Futian hadn't proved himself yet. But when Yi Futian repeated those words so modestly, it felt kind of weird. Even Shui Yi and Yi Shaoshi were dumbfounded. They'd underestimated how shameless their junior was. The senior sister from the Moon clan smirked. Jiu's boy was so evil, but his eyes were so clear and honest. He was very convincing. In reality, even without a track record to prove himself, Yi Futian's hurried fight at the Qin dynasty was still unreachable for someone on the same plane. Yu Sheng was the same. His combat ability was wild. Yi Wuchen was from the 7th peak of the Futian sword clan. Many had learned that Yi Wuchen had killed Li Daoyun from the Arcana plane. Did Yi Futian really want these 3 to fight with new disciples of the Dharma plane? It is even more of a sham for the cottage and Futian sword clan to be overly modest, Qin Li said coldly. Will the Dongqing College accept the challenge? After Qin Li spoke, Yi Futian's tone abruptly sharpened. Or are you only able to fight back with plan techniques? Qin Li stared at him, livid. At this time, Qin Yu said calmly, the Dongqing College does not have anyone in the Dharma plane at the same level as you. There is no need to fight this battle. We admit defeat. Everyone was shocked at this. The Dongqing College had been so successful yesterday, but was forced to surrender at the start of today. It was quite difficult. But everyone knew that if they really fought, the result would be the same. Losing like that was giving in to Yi Futian's group. Surrendering without a fight prevented Yi Futian from showing off. Of course, if you wish to challenge personally, we can try, Qin Yu continued. Yi Futian's plane shouldn't be too high. He probably wasn't even in the high-level Dharma plane. Since Yi Futian was from the cottage, losing to him wouldn't be too embarrassing, right? That's boring. Yi Futian shook his head and said, if I fight someone from another plane, can I use a ritual implement? If you challenge an arcana plane, then of course. Qin Yu nodded. A noble ritual implement was powerful, but also depended on one's abilities as a foundation. He couldn't improve by too much. Noble intent was the same. Of course, The talents of the top forces all had noble intent. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and shrugged. He glanced at Yi Wuchen and Yu Shang. It had ended without even starting. Of course, Yi Futian didn't want to end just like this. After Yi Wuchen and Yu Shang left, he walked towards another battle platform. There, a Donghua clan disciple who was skilled in rhythmic sorcery had just won. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, many people looked over. Was he going to challenge this arcana plane rhythmic sorcerer? The man studied Yi Futian and smiled. You want to challenge me? Yi Futian shook his head. Everyone froze, confused. Then Yi Futian's gaze moved past the crowd to the Dongqing College. His eyes fell on Qian Shanmu. Following his gaze, everyone's eyes hardened. What did Yi Futian want? I don't know rhythmic sorcery, but I would still like to witness the brilliance of the best rhythmic sorcerer of our generation, Yi Futian said slowly. Yi Futian of the cottage would like to learn from you. Chapter 273. Thunderous Moves. Chapter 273. Thunderous moves. This one utterance shocked everyone. Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage, was going to challenge Qian Shanmu. Back when the Qin dynasty crowned the crown prince, a Guqin recital ensued at the Qin imperial palace. Yi Futian made a move then in the 4th level Dharma plane. It had only been a year. Even if he cultivated really quickly, how powerful could he have actually gotten? He very well may only be in the 6th level Dharma plane. If he had cultivated quickly enough, maybe he could be in the 7th level. Qian Shanmu was already in the Arcana plane. Of course, the people would not question the abilities of a disciple of the cottage. Even if he had never truly proven himself before, he was still extremely powerful. But who was his opponent right now? It was Qian Shanmu, also known as the #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation. Even opponents in the same plane would need to be wary in battle with a person like this. Forget about those in lower planes. Regardless of the distance between their planes, were ritual implements really going to make up for it? Yi Futian was too rash. In everyone's opinion, he should not have chosen Qian Shanmu as his opponent. This idiot. Among the group from the college, Tang Yi and others were dumbstruck. When they recovered, they cursed under their breath. When Yi Futian's trio stepped onto the battle platform and made Qin Yu admit defeat, the student disciples of the college felt great. But in the blink of an eye, the idiot challenged Qian Shanmu. Who did he think he was? This wasn't the top of Mirror Mountain. There were no statues or relics he could borrow power from. This was a battle platform. Gu Biue had a glint in her eye. The light smile on her face was captivating. This guy really won't give up until every word out of his mouth is enough to put people in shock. Even the people of the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were stupefied. Qin Li then let out a strange smile. This Yi Futian guy could have picked anyone, and he chose to challenge Qian Shanmu? The disciples of the cottage were indeed so arrogant, it was ridiculous. In the crowd, Qian Shanmu's eyes fell on Yi Futian. Yi Futian claimed not to know about music. These were the words he had once said to Yi Futian. Now, these words were coming out of Yi Futian's mouth. Was he prepared to have an exchange with him using music? Just then, everyone watched Yi Futian take off the bag on his back and pull out a guqin. He had obviously come prepared. At this sight, everyone grew more interested. Does he know what he's doing? Su Muge frowned. Yi Futian was going to challenge Qian Shanmu using music? Music was Qian Shanmu's specialty. In the first battle, Qian Shanmu had used music as a supplement. Su Muge was completely unable to withstand his musical sorcery. Of all things, Yi Futian wanted to challenge Qian Shanmu with the thing he was best at. Did he have a death wish? Can you shut up? Yu Sheng said coldly, hearing the voice coming from the group beside him. His battle doesn't only affect him. Su Muge looked at Yu Sheng with cold eyes. Who didn't know of the cottage's status? What would the world think if Yi Futian got defeated? Was he sending himself right up to his opponent for humiliation? Should we let you go then? Yi Xiaosher's eyes swept toward Su Muge. How noisy! If little brother chose to challenge him, he must have his reason. The fourth brother had already said, if a disciple of the cottage decided to battle, it must be a battle that would shock the world. If Yi Futian was able to win Qian Shanmu, that would be a given. On the musical battle platform, the figure standing opposite Yi Futian sneered as he glanced at Yi Futian. There were hints of mockery and disdain. Challenge Qian Shanmu? What a joke! Turning around, he stepped off the platform. The people of the Donghua clan let out looks of amusement. They had been extremely upset when Lu Nantian had lost to Gudonglu. Now that Yi Futian of the cottage had asked for a challenge, it was the perfect time for cruel payback. Qian Shanmu walked onto the platform and stood opposite Yi Futian. Below the platform, arrogance was exuded from the eyes of his wife, Qin Mingruo. Her husband's skills and knowledge of music wasn't something Yi Futian could challenge. However, she did know that he was also good at music. Back at the Qin palace, Yi Futian had played the world for Gu Ming and caused him to fall to his knees, completely controlled by the music. That was Yi Futian's response to Qian Shanmu's insult about him not understanding music. Did he want to prove his musical abilities once more today? If so, then he was going to pay the price. Donghua clan, Qian Shanmu. Please, enlighten me, Qian Shanmu said, maintaining proper etiquette. He then sat down with crossed legs. Yi Futian did the same facing him, one on the guqin, one on the zither. However, there was not going to be any harmonization between the two instruments this time. It was going to be a battle. The sounds of both instruments rang out at the same time. The guqin sounded crisp while the zither was deep. These were two obviously different styles of music being played on the platform. The piece Qian Shanmu played sounded majestic and powerful. A formless energy formed in the space around. The sounds of the zither harmonized with the earth around, causing a flow of strong energy. Although there had yet to be a release of great power, it still gave people a feeling that once the music reached an explosive point, everything would be destroyed. There wasn't going to be any mystery about this battle. As the #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation, it was obvious that Qian Shanmu would be able to crush Yi Futian. Compared to the powerful energy associated with Qian Shanmu's piece, Yi Futian's music sounded ordinary and boring. There wasn't anything new. It was melodious and serene. His music sounded so ridiculously simple. This had many people confused. Was Yi Futian really going against Qian Shanmu with this piece? There were so many possibilities with music, but it was also something that required a lot of care. First of all, there needed to be a basic foundation of the piece. From there, all sorts of destructive spells could be released. With just one listen, Qian Shanmu's piece was able to exude power, while Yi Futian's sound was a joke. Could a piece like this take even one blow from Qian Shanmu? In the direction of the group, from the Donghua clan, a girl stared at Yi Futian. Her beautiful, pure eyes had hints of curiosity. She was Hua Qingqing. Her mother was well versed in music, so she had grown up surrounded by it. Thus, she was naturally sensitive to anything having to do with music. She could feel something unordinary from Yi Futian's music. Simple, pure and clean. It was a sound without any impurities, like the heart of a child. But would a musical piece like this actually be able to withstand the destructive spells Qian Shanmu was about to release? Her eyes hinted her curiosity. As the sound of his music changed, a powerful energy circled around Qian Shanmu. Suddenly, the 5 fingers on his right hand jumped around of the strings of the zither. It was loud like thunder. The ground shook and a terrifying spiritual storm morphed into tens of thousands of sharp swords, all charged for Yi Futian. In a split second, everyone could feel the murderous intent in his music. It was then that the people had the mistaken illusion that this might be the end of Yi Futian. What made everyone freeze in surprise was Yi Futian did not use musical sorcery to block off this attack. He was still playing the guqin quietly. It was almost as if everyone saw the swords all pierce into his mind. Would Yi Futian fall at just one attack? He seemed to have shivered lightly, but the music never stopped. He continued to play, and the attack seemed to already have dissipated into nothing. This had many people sighing in relief. Although they had a feeling that Yi Futian would definitely lose, they would be disappointed if a disciple of the cottage were to be defeated so easily. Naturally, Qian Shanmu knew how Yi Futian had managed that. He used noble will as a complement to his music. This formed a layer of protective spiritual energy. In Yi Futian's mind, he could almost feel the will transform into a dragon, which circled around to protect his will. Qian Shanmu was still playing his attacks nonstop. A crazy rainstorm seemed to have appeared around Yi Futian. Endless spiritual swords pierced ferociously into Yi Futian's mind. However, his music and will were still there in the form of a dragon. From time to time, the dragon would roar, destroying any incoming destructive spiritual energy. The power of his spiritual defenses is quite strong. His noble will is working together with a noble ritual implement. Looks like Qian Shanmu won't be able to get rid of Yi Futian so quickly, everyone thought. But that was not the extent of Qian Shanmu's attacks. Besides the endless spiritual attacks, a frightening storm of spiritual qi appeared around him. The earth hummed in unison with the sounds of his instrument. A suffocating energy spread on the battle platform. It felt like something that could wipe out the earth. Energy built like this would definitely be incredibly powerful once it exploded. The rumbling of thunder exploded in the air. A horrifying flash of lightning struck down at Yi Futian. It was an easy task for Qian Shanmu to send out spells with his music. Yi Futian was still playing on his guqin with his head down. It was almost as if he didn't see a thing. When the lightning struck down, it was actually absorbed into the sound of music in the surroundings. The music transformed into spiritual qi that flowed in a circle around his body. However, an endless amount of spiritual qi gathered crazily in the air above his head. It formed faintly into a scary pattern. This pattern was able to absorb the spiritual qi of the world around him. It gave off a show-stealing 7-colored light, a blinding light. With the flow of spiritual qi, the pattern took shape. The never-ending sounds of music motivated the flow of spiritual qi. As everyone looked on in surprise, a spiritual qi matrix formed over Yi Futian's head. Everyone's heart raced. They watched a matrix form out of nowhere above Yi Futian. The pattern spun, and the spiritual qi went wild, causing a matrix storm. A black hole appeared, absorbing all energy, while giving off a destructive energy. What terrifying musical sorcery! This was no longer simply sorcery released by music. The music had formed a matrix. Its destructive energy was able to make people feel like it could destroy anything and everything. Although it hadn't been that long since Qian Shanmu stepped into the Arcana plane, with his gifts and his powerful noble will, just how powerful would a matrix him formed in midair be? Would Yi Futian be able to withstand his attack? The previous attacks were nothing. Qian Shanmu was only just getting started for real. If Yi Futian kept up with the challenge, he would definitely end up dead. Many people stared at Qian Shanmu. It seemed like even though Qian Shanmu kept up a calm face, he had a wild beast hidden inside. He must not have been happy about Lu Nanshan's loss to Gudonglu. Now that he was making his move, he was bound to push Yi Futian into a dead end. Qian Shanmu was going to end him with thunder and lightning. Countless pairs of eyes then landed on Yi Futian. How is this guy going to withstand that kind of power? If he admitted defeat now, maybe he could be spared by Qian Shanmu's attack. Chapter 274, Battle of Music. Chapter 274, battle of music presently, Yi Futian remained seated quietly. He was handsome with an extraordinary aura. His long fingers danced over the chords of the guqin. The frightful scene in the sky had no effect on his performance. Right now he was serious and focused. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of his very eyes, he wouldn't blink an eye. Unaffected, he would continue to play. At this moment, the people seemed to have been brought into a mystical, artistic conception. Secretly, they began to sympathize Yi Futian, as if they were worried he would be swallowed by the torrent, ceasing to exist. Above Yi Futian's head, the strange sight grew increasingly terrifying. The matrix that continuously swallowed spiritual qi was like a ruthless beast, killing everything in sight. Finally, Qian Shanmu's fingers plucked the cords of the zither. A force of frightening spiritual energy wrapped around the storm over Yi Futian's head. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the world to fall into darkness. It was like the birth of a demon. Thunder and lightning decorated the skies as the strong winds howled. Everything then came down on Yi Futian. Many people got nervous and stared closely at the scene ahead. It was too terrifying. Was that really something a cultivator in the Dharma plane could withstand? Not even prodigies in the lower arcana plane could likely withstand such an attack. As the destructive storm approached, the royal Xian temple's Luo Junlin watched with cold eyes. His hands were clenched into tight fists. He wished Yi Futian would be destroyed and killed by this storm, only that would take care of the danger in the Nanda nation. Otherwise, Yi Futian would come knocking to settle the score sooner or later. Over by those from the college, Tang Yi, Su Muge, and others watched without feeling any sympathy. If Yi Futian really died like this, it would be because he was stupid. Just when the storm reached the skies above Yi Futian, the sound waves radiating around him suddenly sounded sharply. A formless storm of spiritual energy brewed. As soon as any spells came for him, it would be destroyed. Then it would be turned in spiritual qi and pulled in to revolve around Yi Futian. Just like that, the people witnessed a shocking sight. Spells with destructive powers strong enough to end life of Earth would be destroyed by the spiritual storm every time they got too close. As Yi Futian played, he had unknowingly created a defensive shield of spiritual energy around himself. It was able to destroy any attack spells. Sorcery was motivated by spiritual energy. Even spells from a matrix were the results of the release of spiritual energy. Powerful cultivators specializing in attacks with spiritual energy could also use it to destroy spells. The sound of the guqin became rapid. The matrix above Yi Futian released attacks at him wildly, but his fingers began to fly across the chords even faster. His moves were fluid and fast like a running river, creating a beautiful piece of music. No matter how fast the storm was blowing or how strong the tides, nothing was not going to move. No force was powerful enough to shake him. At this moment, above that handsome figure, there was even a hint of the power of a noble. Such strong defense techniques. Everyone looked ahead. Although he was borrowing power from the noble ritual implement, it was obvious that Yi Futian must have been very educated in music. When he said he didn't understand music, it was simply to mock Qian Shanmu. Qian Shanmu was also slightly shaken up now. Yi Futian played the guqin. There was nothing special about it, yet he was still able to set up a defense. As a musical sorcerer, Yi Futian knew all about the techniques of musical attacks. Direct spiritual attacks were the most lethal. Su Muge had fallen to this kind of attack, but Yi Futian's defense was with spiritual energy. It was as if he had a dragon protecting his mind from spiritual attacks. There was no way to invade. The second type of attack was using music to initiate attack spells. Similarly, Yi Futian had set up a defense. He gathered spiritual energy and formed a storm that destroyed any spells that got close. Nothing could get close to him. Not only did Yi Futian know music, he was well versed in the way of music. This was something that Qian Shanmu could not deny at this point. Of course, it was one thing to know. Yi Futian was able to block his musical attacks. This was part of Yi Futian's abilities. Even with the help of ritual implements, it was difficult for his musical attainments. Not even spells from a matrix could break through Yi Futian's defense. This made Qian Shanmu understand. It was practically impossible to defeat Yi Futian using music to initiate spells. Then there was only one way to do it. It was also the way to test truly how knowledgeable a person was about music. That was to use music to create an artistic conception. Then came the interference of will, taking control of it or going for the kill. Back at the Qin Palace, this was what Yi Futian did to Gu Ming. It made Gu Ming surrender and fall under the control of this music. Gu Ming was not able to withstand the artistic conception and actually kneeled down on the ground. There were no doubts about Qian Shanmu's knowledge of music. The movement of his fingers changed as he played the chords of the zither. Unknowingly, the sound changed slowly. As Qian Shanmu played, there was something holy about him. He glowed brightly and even showed up in a mystical image in many people's minds. Many rays of light shined from him. Then many illusory images appeared in the scene in their minds. All of Qian Shanmu. Holy sound. Not many people present knew about this musical piece. However, it was obvious that Hua Qingqing was one of those who knew. This was an attack piece that had an extremely strong artistic conception. Qian Shanmu had actually played this piece in a battle of music with Yi Futian. The same image appeared in Hua Qingqing's mind. Qian Shanmu shined brightly like a saint. The words he said were like those of a saint. His palm waved, and like the will of a saint, whistling swords and wild divine beasts appeared suddenly and charged at Yi Futian. At this moment, the artistic conception Yi Futian felt was the strongest because this piece was targeted at him. It was as if he saw Qian Shanmu turn into a saint. The light encapsulated him. The saint's words turned into sharp swords, racing towards him. The saints will turn into dragons, phoenixes, and qilins. Right now, he seemed so small he could collapse at any moment. At this moment, many people had a misconception that Yi Futian seemed like a weak scholar. How could he go against a saint? One word could sentence him, and one thought could take his life. But the weak student was still playing quietly. In the crazy wind and rain, he was still playing his very own music. With the sound of his music, the swords disappeared and the demon beasts destroyed. No matter how fierce the attack was, Yi Futian was unmoved. From his body and from his music, the people could see the strength in his character. Gradually, the sounds elevated but were still stable. Little by little, it elevated and destroyed all the attacks meant for him. At the same time, he was able to maintain protection of his mind. His will remained untouched. As Yi Futian's music pierced through the air, people could feel it. It seemed like the weak student had grown. In the midst of the crazy rainstorm, he had matured. Scholars had the knowledge and ambitions to rule the world. Noble will radiated from him. Yi Futian had an outstanding aura that seemed to be changing without him knowing. But he was as resolute as ever. He had an incredible spirit that dripped from him. The weak student seemed to have grown after the storms. He was finally at the center stage, challenging a character that was high above everyone else. Some really powerful people were not affected by the music. Their thoughts flowed freely. From Yi Futian's music, they could hear a story of experiencing the obstacles of life and growth. His music seemed to be a journey to maturity. It was a truly strange feeling, but it also felt very natural. The music was still elevated and getting more exciting. The notes had climbed a height that could break through into the heavens. In the minds of the crowd, they could see a young man stepping into the noble plan, and then the growth of an emperor, overcoming all the obstacles without fear and taking control of the world. At this moment, the instrument-playing youth no longer seemed like a weak scholar. His back straightened, and his body was like that of a dragon. There seemed to be the roaring of dragons in the music. The emperors broke out and took control. Yi Futian's spiritual energy kept destroying all the attacks. The ever-climbing notes were like an emperor's trusty mount carrying him up. In the illusory scene, Qian Shanmu and Yi Futian were having a standoff, like a saint and an emperor. What was music? Real music went along with an artistic conception and could bring them into the world of music. Qian Shanmu said Yi Futian did not know music. In respects of musical attacks and technique variation, Yi Futian was indeed lacking compared to him. However, in this past year, he had a deeper comprehension of music. In terms of artistic conception, Yi Futian was confident enough not to lose. A chaotic nation and the world combined for a peace. With his innate willpower, how was he going to lose? He immersed the imperial tactics into his music, making the artistic conception stronger. The people would just think that it was the conception brought on by the music. They wouldn't think that it was a special method. In the illusory scene, two large figures appeared. They looked as if they were ready to have the world beneath their feet. The will on the two figures grew stronger, but the saint's figure was like that from the beginning. And the emperor's figure seemed to be continuously growing until it was able to break into the skies and control the world. The vast surroundings were frozen. At this moment, everyone could feel the artistic conception hidden in the music. They felt like they were experiencing the standoff. Yi Futian had actually gone up against Qian Shanmu using pure music. That figure now stood straight. With the continuously climbing sounds of the instrument, his emperor intent grew even stronger. Finally, accompanying a vibration, the saint's figure collapsed. Qian Shanmu felt a pressing force of will crushing down. Duang! The zither let out a sharp noise, and everyone's gaze remained frozen on it. The cord had snapped. Qian Shanmu's hands froze. Following a low moan, he spat blood, staining the zither red. The ancient barren world's #1 musical sorcerer of the younger generation had lost to Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage, in a battle of pure music. At this moment, Qian Shanmu remembered the words he once said to Yi Futian. You don't know music. If he didn't understand music, who did? Chapter 275, Weak and Fragile. Chapter 275. Weak and fragile Yi Futian was still playing the guqin. The elevated notes dropped back down, and the emperor's will disappeared. Finally, with one last note, the music stopped. He lifted his head slowly and looked to Qian Shanmu. Yi Futian's clothes were white as snow, unstained by all filth. His eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky, and his handsome face seemed brighter now than ever. My time on earth has yet to end, yet my heart is in the skies. In times of storm and rain, I will turn into an emperor. As the music ended, the vast space fell into an extreme silence. Countless pairs of eyes froze on the two figures on the battle platform. Qian Shanmu stared dumbfoundedly at the broken string on the zither, as if he still couldn't believe he had actually lost. The Donghua clan couldn't believe it either. They couldn't accept this. Qin Mengrua was pale. Her man had lost to Yi Futian in music. Hua Qingqing's clear eyes stared at the handsome figure in white. From beginning to end, he never once used music to initiate an attack spell. What he did do was to use music to express an artistic conception, the unyielding growth of a young man into an emperor who controlled the world. The conception created by his music kept getting stronger until it completely crushed Qian Shanmu. Perhaps his musical attainments couldn't compare to Qian Shanmu, but the world he experienced through music was more expansive than that of Qian Shanmu. Even the people from the college were shocked at these results, especially those who had verbally insulted Yi Futian before. Tangya and Su Muge felt the gazes of their fellow schoolmates and felt a rush of heat to their faces. Yu Sheng, however, thought that this kind of result was a given. He was the only one who so blindly trusted Yi Futian. His eyes stared coldly at Tanya and said, "Was it not embarrassing enough back at the top of Mirror Mountain?" Tang Ye's gaze froze on Yu Sheng. His expression didn't look too good. "How can someone like you understand his world? You better keep your mouth shut in matters regarding him in the future," Yu Sheng said coldly. His wild eyes looked threatening. Tang Yi clenched his jaw. Yu Sheng was actually threatening him? But Yu Sheng actually didn't give a damn about his opinions. He looked away as soon as he finished saying what he had to say, and completely ignored Tang Ye's existence. A whisper came from the large crowd. Qian Shanmu actually lost. Nobody knew who said that, but the entire crowd immediately erupted into conversation. Qian Shanmu, the so-called #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, had lost in a musical battle. Could he still be considered #1? The powerful cultivators of various top powers all turned their attention to Yi Futian. Although his level of cultivation was on the lower side, it would increase sooner or later. Another Gu Donglu was going to be born from the cottage. 2 genius cultivators of the Donghua clan, Lu Nantian, defeated by Gu Donglu and Qian Shanmu, lost to the hands of Yi Futian. In their rivalry with the cottage, the Donghua clan had been thoroughly defeated. Yi Futian placed his guqin back into his bag. His movements were unrushed, and he didn't make any attempts to insult Qian Shanmu on his loss. Winning him in a musical battle was already the best insult. There was no need for spoken words. "What was that piece you played?" Qian Shanmu lifted his head to ask Yi Futian. Qian Shanmu had played Holy Sound, the music of saints. It was an extremely difficult piece to play. It was even harder than normal to fully reveal its artistic conception, but he had done it. Despite all this, he had lost. Yi Futian returned a look at him before he said, "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I don't know what it was." After saying what he had to say, Yi Futian turned away and was ready to leave. Qian Shanmu's expression was frozen. It was obvious that he was at a loss. Yi Futian had actually said he defeated the music of saints simply with something he came up with on the top of his head. "You won, but you don't have to be so fake." Qian Shanmu had to admit that Yi Futian was very knowledgeable when it came to music. But for him to say that he won with a piece he casually came up with, wasn't Yi Futian just trying to humiliate him? Yi Futian stopped in his tracks with a smile. What is music? Although it can be used to battle, that music is born from spiritual attacks. True music has to do with the tones themselves, pure and in harmony with the artistic conception. You said that I don't understand music, and you're right, I don't. But do you truly understand it? He then continued on his way. Qian Shanmu was stunned. Do you truly understand it? At this moment, Qian Shanmu questioned himself. In deep thought, he lowered his head to look at the broken cord. He seemed to have taken a real hit. Just then, a beautiful figure walked up beside him. She could see that Qian Shanmu was struggling and questioning himself. This was her man. She didn't want to see him like this. He's just trying to get to you and put you down, Qin Mingrua said to Qian Shanmu. You're better than everyone when it comes to music. If he didn't have a ritual implement for defense, you would have won early on. He wouldn't have been able to withstand your musical attacks. Qian Shanmu looked up at his wife. Qin Mingrua was just as beautiful as always. She was gracious and beautiful, and her eyes were filled with her belief and trust in him. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, and slowly, Qian Shanmu began to recover a bit his confidence. As a prided member of the Donghua clan, it was obvious that he had something others didn't. Whether that something was willpower or outlook, he was incomparable. It was just that this battle took a huge blow on him. He had lost to Yi Futian, a mere Dharma plane cultivator, in his specialty, music. On top of that, he presented the Donghua clan and Yi Futian the cottage. Just when everyone thought Qian Shanmu would be able to destroy Yi Futian, he lost. This was not something he could easily get over. Wait. A voice rang out just then. Yi Futian stopped once again and turned back to look over in the direction of those from the Dongqing College. The person who had spoken was Qin Li. Qian Shanmu's defeat had also greatly affected the Dongqing College. If they let Yi Futian leave victorious, they wouldn't be able to cover their losses no matter who they challenged next. If you're going to keep insisting that you don't understand music, then what are you good at? Qin Li asked. To win against Qian Shanmu in a musical battle and still claim not to understand music. How fake. If so, then Qin Li wanted to know what Yi Futian was actually good at. What are you trying to do? Chuckled Yi Futian. Martial arts. Are you good at that? Asked Qin Li. I'm okay, answered Yi Futian. Qin Meng. Qin Li called out, and a person appeared by his side immediately. This person was not as built as Yu Shang, but standing there, people had a feeling that he was really strong. His bright and piercing eyes were trained on Yi Futian like a fearsome demon beast, filled with wild energy. Qin Meng stepped on to the martial arts platform. He was a royal descendant of the Qin dynasty. Within his body were 5 dragon meridians. His gifts in martial arts were shocking. He was in the top-level Dharma plane. Qin Meng, Dharma plane, focusing in martial arts. Challenging you to a battle of martial arts. Do you accept? Qin Li asked, observing Yi Futian. Everyone was surprised. It was only natural that many of the top powers knew of the younger generation prodigies from the Qin dynasty. This Qin Meng was royal blood, had 5 dragon meridians within, and was extremely gifted in martial arts. Plus, he was in the Dharma plane. So, there wouldn't be any reason for Yi Futian to use ritual implements, right? Although it was obvious that Yi Futian's level of cultivation was still lower than that of Qin Meng, he was still a disciple of the cottage. He was the center of attention. Shouldn't it be normal for him to battle someone at a higher level? Qin Li used this point to his advantage and wanted to defeat Yi Futian through Qin Meng. It would also prove some things on his part. Are you sure you want to challenge me in martial arts? Yi Futian swept a quick glance at Qin Li. He saw the frivolous look in Yi Futian's eyes. Of course. Yi Futian smiled at him and returned to his friends from the cottage. He handed the bag with his guqin to Yu Shang. Then he turned back around and headed for the martial arts battle platform. Countless pairs of eyes followed Yi Futian as he moved. He was able to defeat Qian Shanmu in music. This meant that Yi Futian was a mandate sorcerer of the spirit element. But Qin Li chose to challenge him in martial arts. Qin Li claimed that Yi Futian had never proven himself. So, how was he going to fare when it came to martial arts? Stepping onto the platform, Yi Futian looked at Qin Meng. Are you ready? He sounded nonchalant, frivolous. Qin Meng stared at him and answered coldly, yes. As soon as he said that, a wild energy was released from him. Very faintly, the images of dragons appeared. That's right, dragons. Not 1, but 5. In the blink of an eye, Qin Meng's aura became terrifying. The imperial dragon's spell was in motion. 5 dragons revolved around him, roaring. He was already in the top-level Dharma plane. Now, he had opened the 5 dragon meridians. His combat skills were through the roof. Just then, a rod formed from spiritual qi appeared in Yi Futian's hand. He held it calmly, and the air around him became different. His aura was growing stronger and more powerful. Boom! The battle platform shook with a single step from Qin Meng. The dragons protected him, and their roars came and went. The 5 dragons continued to circle. At that moment, Qin Meng lifted into the air. He looked as if he could dominate the world when a dragon dharma seemed to have appeared behind him. It looked like a totem. Yi Futian moved. His body charged forward and flew up in the air. He danced and soared in the sky. His aura was still growing stronger as he headed straight for Qin Meng. Since this was a battle of martial arts, they needed to go at this head-to-head. Roar! The air vibrated at the loud roar of a dragon. Qin Meng came down at Yi Futian with his dragons. This made Yi Futian look weak and fragile. but instead, the energy around him was just getting stronger. Finally, the images of the dragons descended and headed right for Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian stopped moving, and the long rod in his hand swung down on these images. The 9 heavenly attacks. First attack, Genesis. In a split second, an enormous image of a rod appeared, and everyone watched as Yi Futian disappeared into the circle created by the images of the dragons. A loud noise followed. The dragon's image split from the middle, and Yi Futian's rod landed directly on Qin Meng. In the next moment, Qin Meng's body flew in the direction of the group from the Dongqing College. With a loud crash, his body fell on the ground in front of Qin Li. Weak and fragile, Yi Futian descended, his figure blown by the wind. The long rod had already disappeared from his grasp. He took one look at Qin Li and smiled. "Is this all you guys got? Geniuses of the Qin dynasty?" Chapter 276, An Even Wilder Strike. Chapter 276, An Even Wilder Strike. Yi Futian's somewhat frivolous voice caused the entire place to turn completely silent once again. Qin Meng was at the peak of the Dharma plane. He had opened up 5 dragon meridians, and his battle abilities were extraordinary. However, he was defeated by just one strike and was unable to fight back at all. He was blown directly backward and landed in front of Qin Li. How ironic was that? In particular, Qin Li had deliberately targeted Yi Futian a few times before and said a lot to belittle him. How about now? First, Yi Futian used a ritual implement and defeated Qian Shanmu with music. Then, he overpowered Qin Meng in just one hit. Did cottage disciples need to prove themselves? The crowd suddenly thought of the first and third disciples of the cottage. In the past, they similarly did not prove anything about themselves, but when they did, it was a disaster for their opponents. The Sword Saint used the Futian sword clan to become famous. Gu Donglu first eliminated a top-tier force, and then became famous by defeating Lu Nantian. The exact same thing seemed to be happening at the moment. Yi Futian stepped on Qian Shanmu and the genius of the Qin dynasty. Once again, he showed everyone how bright cottage disciples were. Qian Li did not speak. What else could he say? The reality of the situation was more impactful than any words. He was the one who started the challenge, and what was the outcome? At this instant, the people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan stared very coldly at Yi Futian, especially Qin Li and Qin Mingrua. "You are indeed a cottage disciple," Qin Yu said suddenly. "During this martial arts exchange in the Dongqing College, we are able to see the power of the 8th disciple of the cottage." Qin Meng did not lose for nothing. However, you belittled the Qin dynasty after merely one victory from yourself. Indeed, this is the usual style of the cottage, too arrogant. Yi Futian smiled and looked at Qin Yu. Just now, his son Qin Li criticized Yi Futian and mocked him openly, saying that he had not proven himself. Now he defeated the people from the Qin dynasty, but Qin Yu wanted to deny him again. How hypocritical was that? Apart from being hypocritical, he was still reluctant to admit their defeat. This was unacceptable. Yi Futian smiled. "Prince Qin, you are flattering me. Perhaps my words just now were somewhat inappropriate. The Qin dynasty is a top force in the Eastern Barren Territory, and now you have even established the Dongqing College. Obviously, you have many powerful cultivators. Indeed, one battle alone cannot say anything. Maybe I have not proven myself previously, and therefore the Qin dynasty did not really send any powerful cultivators on the stage yet. Since this is the case, I am willing to see for myself the real geniuses of the Qin dynasty." Then Yi Futian folded his hands and said, "I am Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage. My martial arts is in the 7th level Dharma plane, and I will challenge anyone in the Dharma plane. Anyone. Air." Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone felt somewhat stunned. Now it was really awkward for the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu said that Yi Futian had belittled the Qin dynasty because of just one battle, and Yi Futian decided to continue the challenge. Qin Yu said that cottage disciples were all too arrogant. Immediately, Yi Futian became much more humble and praised the Qin dynasty. Furthermore, he announced his martial arts level directly, 7th level Dharma plane. It was surely acceptable for him to challenge anyone in the Dharma plane. Even though he was a cottage disciple, the Qin dynasty was similarly a top force. He had already allowed them to send someone 2 levels above him. However, in reality, everyone knew that Qin Mang was already one of the strongest Dharma plane cultivators in the Qin dynasty. Otherwise, Qin Li would not have asked him to fight in the first place. Since Qin Mang was instantly defeated, anyone in the Dharma plane would definitely lose to him as well. There would be no suspense at all. Yi Futian spared no face for Qin Yu. Many people looked at Qin Yu. They could almost imagine Qin Yu's mood at the moment. He probably wanted to kill Yi Futian at this instant. Mr. Yi is really too crafty. In the direction where the witch clan was, the witch Gubiue giggled softly. Qin Yu was unable to find a way out of the embarrassing situation. Beside her, the warlock Gujiqiu also stared at Yi Futian. It seemed that he had underestimated Yi Futian previously. With the talent that Yi Futian had displayed today, he would undoubtedly be another top genius should he enter the Arcana plane. By then, even without a ritual implement, he would probably still be able to contest with Qian Shanmu. It was not just Gubiue who had such a thought. The lady from the Moon Clan who had met with Yi Futian also felt that the person whom Jiyu liked was really too crafty. However, it was still pleasurable to look at him. He had a handsome look and a frivolous smile which all seemed to make him amazingly charming. Furthermore, when he was playing music, he looked as pure as a newborn baby and also as domineering as an emperor. What kind of person was he exactly? We don't need that. Since we have already seen the power of the 8th disciple of the cottage, we don't need another battle. Qin Yu's tone was somewhat stiff as he rejected Yi Futian's challenge. To fight further would bring disgrace to themselves. Therefore, they might as well give up. They would also be criticized by others. But if they chose to continue, they would not know how long the battle would last, given Yi Futian's shamelessness. That's unfortunate. I have not had enough fun. Yi Futian smiled and looked at Qin Yu. Then he turned around and walked down the battle platform. Just as he left the platform, he said, "You Sheng, go and see how strong the geniuses from the Dongqing College are." The 4th brother had already said that either the cottage disciples would not fight, or they would destroy the Dongqing College completely. Didn't they want a contest? Let's have one then. All right. Yu Sheng nodded and walked onto the battle platform. Everyone looked at this scene, puzzled. What was the cottage trying to do? Yu Sheng was very burly. His appearance alone already looked very violent, and his body seemed to be filled with an endless amount of power. This was the person who took the demonic tripod from the Yin family. During that time, even the Arhot only raised the tripod 4 feet. On the other hand, Yu Sheng took the tripod away, resulting in a conflict, causing a huge loss to the Yin family. Yu Sheng, woodcutter of the cottage, 7th level Dharma plane. I will challenge any Dharma plane cultivator from the Dongqing College, and any class of cultivator as well, Yu Sheng said calmly. His voice was very monotonous, but it gave the rest the feeling that he was overlooking everyone as if he was making little of all the people from the Dongqing College. Similar to Yi Futian, he was in the 7-level Dharma plane and would accept the challenge from any Dharma plane cultivator. Furthermore, he was not a cottage disciple, but only a woodcutter. The battle platform that Yu Sheng had walked onto was one which allowed all types of cultivators to fight on. He did not restrict the class of cultivators that he would fight against, which meant that anyone with any type of abilities could challenge him. Looking at Yu Sheng, who was standing on the platform, everyone could clearly feel the meaning of this word. Supercilious. Whether it was Yi Futian or Yu Sheng, these people from the cottage did not even bother about the Dongqing College at all. Just like what Qin Yu had said, cottage disciples were very arrogant. Although Yu Sheng claimed that he was a woodcutter from the cottage, nobody would really treat him as one. He managed to display 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall in the ancient barren world, and also took away the demonic tripod from the Yin family. Qin Yuan. Qin Yu shouted the name of a person. Immediately, a figure with an outstanding temperament walked forward and stepped onto the battle platform. Qin Yuan. The eyes of many sparkled. Qin Yuan was similarly a grandson of the king of Qin, but not Qin Yu's son. Instead, he was a son of another prince and was a direct descendant of the Qin dynasty. Qin Yuan cultivated both martial arts and sorcery, and was a mandate sorcerer. He had opened up 6 dragon meridians. Qin Yuan was certainly stronger than Qin Mang. It was said that among the many grandsons of the king of Qin, Qin Yuan's talents were second only to Qin Li. When Qin Yuan stepped onto the battle platform, a faint dragon totem appeared behind him. His dharma erupted, and a divine dragon appeared and coiled up around him. Many golden dragons whizzed over directly and struck towards Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng looked coldly and emotionlessly at the scene before him. On his body, dark golden demonic light started to flow. Buzz! His demon-like wings appeared as he stepped forward. When the dragons reached before him, the wings behind him struck forward and turned into very sharp blades. All the invincible-looking feathers on the wings extended outwards and destroyed the incoming illusory dragons directly. Everyone looked at Yu Sheng, who was walking forward. He was simply disregarding Qin Yuan's existence, as he did not bother about Qin Yuan or his attacks at all. Yu Sheng's pace was not fast, but he took very large steps each time. With every step that he took, he gave everyone a violent feeling and an invisible pressure, especially for Qin Yuan. He seemed to be looking at an invincible demon which was walking towards him slowly. An even wilder aura spread from Qin Yuan's hands as he punched out into the air. Immediately, the power of martial arts and sorcery merged into one. A terrifying golden dragon charged towards the incoming Yu Sheng like a real dragon. Bang! Suddenly, Yu Sheng stomped fiercely on the ground, and even the battle platform trembled because of it. At the next moment, everyone saw a figure charging violently forward. His devil-like wings changed their shape continuously and turned into the sharpest demonic blades in the world, striking forward. In this instant, Yu Sheng was himself a devil. He allowed the dragon to approach him, and his body went through the dragon directly. The incoming illusory dragon was destroyed. It passed through Yu Sheng's body and was then crushed into pieces. However, Yu Sheng did not stop at all. He appeared in front of Qin Yuan and reached out his hand, grabbing towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's face instantly turned pale. He attacks could not even slow his opponent down. Knowing that he would surely lose, he backed away, wanting to escape. However, he clearly could not run away. Yu Sheng turned into a demonic shadow, and in just a flash, Qin Yuan felt his arm being grabbed by an overpowering force. He was unable to break free at all. Roar! An illusory dragon bloomed out from him and dashed towards Yu Sheng, who was holding his arm. Yu Sheng did not even seem to have noticed the dragon and lifted his arm directly. Immediately, he raised Qin Yuan into the air together with the illusory dragon. Then he smashed them down onto the ground. Bang! An extremely loud sound erupted. Everyone's heart also trembled fiercely because of the noise. The illusory dragon vanished. On the battle platform, Qin Yuan lied on the ground, motionless. How dare you! The faces of those from the Qin dynasty turned totally black. They could feel that even if the hit did not kill Qin Yuan, he would still be severely injured. Just like Yi Futian, Yu Sheng defeated his opponent in just one strike. However, Yu Sheng's attack felt even wilder and more violent. "Sorry, I didn't imagine him to be so weak," Yu Sheng said calmly. Then he turned around and left. Chapter 277. Murderous Intent. Chapter 277. murderous intent, looking at the burly figure who was walking down the battle platform step by step. Everyone could feel their hearts twitching. Yu Sheng was way too violent. He was actually almost a demon himself. He smashed Qin Yuan onto the ground in just one hit, causing him to lie there motionlessly. Is he really that weak? Qin Yuan was a direct descendant of the Qin dynasty, a grandson of the king. Therefore, he was undoubtedly gifted. However, looking at the scene right now, he was indeed very weak. The people from the Qin dynasty stared at Yu Sheng's back firmly. Their faces looked as black as it could possibly get. After the 3 battles, the prestige of the Dongqing College was extinguished totally, as their members were defeated so easily. Every single battle had managed to shock everyone. At the moment, on the battle platform, Qin Yuan's body twitched as he wanted to get up. Someone from the Qin dynasty then walked up and carried him away. That smash must have broken many of his bones. Such a power was just invincible. Even Hua Shan from the college, who similarly had a very violent power, felt astonished as he watched Yu Sheng walk back. With such power, Yu Sheng was someone whom he could only look up to. Is this guy even a normal person? He was thinking that if Yu Sheng had entered the Arcana plane, could he alone defeat the joint attack from the 4 Dongqing College cultivators on the previous day? Woodcutter of the cottage. Even though Yu Sheng claimed that he was a woodcutter, his talents were certainly no weaker than Xiao Wuji. Many people sighed with emotion. The cottage was still the cottage. Anyone from it was as strong as, if not stronger than, the best geniuses of all the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. After the 3 battle, the momentum of the Qin dynasty collapsed totally. Apart from anger, they also felt helpless. They could not do what Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had done. Such battles could not be copied. How could they possibly ask Qian Shanmu or Qin Li to challenge ordinary disciples from the college? Hence, the people from the Dongqing College actually became quiet. Nobody continued the challenge anymore. Suddenly, someone walked onto the battle platform. He was Qi Ao, an exceptionally talented genius from the Futian Sword Clan First Summit. Seeing his appearance, a strange expression appeared on the faces of many. It seemed that apart from the 2 major colleges, the other forces also did not want to miss the contest this time. Finally, the geniuses from these forces started to go onto the stage. Qi Ao stated that he would challenge the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. These 2 forces had always been mutually antagonistic. Under such a circumstance, it was thus not surprising that the Futian Sword Clan would want to challenge the Sword Saint Mountain. Very soon, the glint and flash of cold steel filled the battle platform. A sharp aura permeated the entire place, and the battle looked extremely dangerous. In the end, Qi Ao defeated a genius from the Sword Saint Mountain and emerged victorious. Then, the Dongqing College actually changed its target to the Sword Saint Mountain as well, as if it was teaming up with the Futian Sword Clan to suppress the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Together, they defeated many people from the Sword Saint Mountain. Everyone in the world knew that the Sword Saint established the Sword Saint Mountain after leaving the Book Mountain. Although he had founded his own force, he was still the eldest disciple of the cottage. Previously, when the conflict broke out outside the tripod tower of the Yin family, the Sword Saint Mountain also declared openly that it would support the cottage. Therefore, it was not unusual for the Dongqing College to target the Sword Saint Mountain. However, the fact that they did so with the Futian Sword Clan caused many to have additional thoughts. Did the Dongqing College create this false appearance deliberately? Or had the Dongqing College teamed up with the Futian Sword Clan as well? In the latter case, this new combined force would really be very powerful. The match continued. After the battles of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, the Dongqing College still participated actively in the contest, but their main target had changed to the Sword Saint Mountain. Disciples from the 2 major colleges still took a part in the fight, and they each had both wins and losses. Before anyone realized it, it was already evening. The cottage disciples had already left. They planned to leave on the next day. In today's battle, the cottage had already proven certain things. The Donchin College was jointly established by two top forces, and it could obviously not be stopped. However, they were only bringing disgrace to themselves when they wanted to become famous by defeating the cottage. The contest on the second day finally ended. Even though all the major forces did participate in the event, it was more like a competition between the two colleges in reality. The people from various forces left one after another and returned to the inns where they were staying at. After today's battles, the cottage disciple Yi Futian became famous. However, to some people, this was definitely not a piece of good news. For example, Luo Junlin. Yi Futian finally displayed his outstanding talents and defeated Qian Shanmu. A person like him would surely rise, and this could not be stopped at all. Luo Junlin knew clearly that once Yi Futian became a noble, it would be the end for the Nandan nation. A person whom he thought he could easily kill in the past had already become a serious threat at the moment. Luo Junlin was in the courtyard of a particular inn, and there seemed to be something bothering him. Hishiro kept him company. Suddenly, a figure walked towards them. Seeing the incoming person, Hishiro and Luo Junlin both stood up and greeted Senior Xia. The person was Xia Luo, a disciple of the Royal Xian Temple. He was extremely gifted and a direct disciple of the First Lord. Among the many disciples, he was quite reputed. Moreover, he was a very nice person, and all the other disciples respected him a lot. The two of you are always together. When are you getting married? Xia Luo asked, smiling. Hishiro blushed slightly and said, Senior, not any time soon. Is it because Junior Luo does not want to be responsible? Xia Luo said jokingly. Luo Junlin shook his head. Senior Xia, I do want to marry her. Is there something bothering you? Xia Luo looked at Luo Junlin. Is it because of Yi Futian? The whole Royal Xian Temple knew what happened a year ago. The resentment between Luo Junlin and Yi Futian was not a secret. Luo Junlin did not say anything, but he did seem to have admitted it. Yi Futian is indeed an absolute genius. He relied on the noble ritual implement today, but with the talent that he displayed, he may still be able to beat Qian Shanmu with music if they are at the same level. Furthermore, his martial arts abilities. Xia Luo sighed. These are only what we have seen. On the battle platform today, Yi Futian did not show us everything that he has, for example, his full element talent, his life spirit, and dharma. Xia Luo's words caused Luo Junlin and Hishiro to frown firmly as they felt an immense pressure envelop them. I came here to remind Junlin, you must cultivate hard. Otherwise, in the future, should Yi Futian really deal with your family, the Royal Xian Temple cannot participate, or else the cottage can take part as well, Xia Luo continued. Junlin, you are very talented, and there is still a chance that you may win Yi Futian. Count this as a challenge for yourself. Today, Yi Futian was so arrogant. In addition, there has been so much accumulated resentment between him and the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. I'm sure these two forces will not let him off easily, Hishiro said. Of course, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan want Yi Futian dead. However, it is not that simple. The relationship between the different forces in the Eastern Barren Territory is very complicated. The college, the cottage, and the Sword Saint Mountain would definitely form a superpower if they team up. Even though they want to kill Yi Futian, they will not dare to do so easily. Moreover, Yi Futian will only become stronger as time passes. As for assassination, if it really happens, the people from the cottage are also not fools, and they will definitely know the culprit. Xia Luo said emotionlessly. Therefore, the only way is for you to cultivate harder and try to always be ahead of Yi Futian, although this is very difficult. Senior, thank you for the reminder, Luo Junlin nodded. Don't have too much pressure as well. Rest early. Xia Luo smiled and nodded, after which he left the place. After Xia Luo left, Hishiro's eyes sparkled, and she said softly, Junlin, with Yi Futian's talents, it will be increasingly difficult to kill him in the future. Shiro, what do you want to do? Luo Junlin stared at Hishiro. Hishiro smiled gently. She clung tightly onto Luo Junlin and kissed his lips. Smiling, she said, the senior is right. If someone really assassinates Yi Futian, with the current resentment between him and the two forces, they will naturally be suspected. Luo Junlin's eyes sparkled as he stared at Hishiro. Holding her cheeks with his hands, he shook his head and said, "Don't risk that for me. Even if I die, I don't want anything to happen to you." "Fool, why would anything happen to me?" Hishiro's look was extremely gentle. This was the man that she loved, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Why was Gu Donglu from the cottage so domineering? It was so that the people in the world would not dare to touch anyone from the cottage. Assassinating cottage disciple was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. Both Luo Junlin and Hishiro knew well that if the truth was found out, even the Royal Xian Temple would not be able to protect them. Their only ending would be death. However, many times a woman would do something at all costs and even risk her life, for example, for her loved one. Of course, Hishiro would not carry out the assassination herself. That would be playing with fire. However, as luck would have it, she knew a suitable person. Perhaps she already had such a thought long ago. When she first met with that person, she had thought of assassination. Therefore, she had been hiding him all the time and had not really used him yet. Now, she finally had the chance to use him. Furthermore, with his loyalty, she believed that nobody would suspect her. Yi Futian, of course, did not know that Hishiro intended to kill him. At the moment, he was cultivating in the inn. On the next day, they would leave the place because it would be meaningless to continue staying. In today's battle, it was already sufficient for him to defeat Qian Shanmu. Although he could have done more, it was ultimately a bad thing for him to display his outstanding talents. After all, his level was too low. Even the third brother had such a worry. Because of this, the cottage had been maintaining its domineering attitude all along. Futian. Yi Futian heard a familiar voice. Lu Feiyang, Lu Chenyu, and Yi Wuchen came to his place. "Hello," Yi Futian said, smiling. He had already told them that he would leave the next day. It was uncertain when they would next meet. "Hi, but I have some bad news for you," Lu Feiyang said. "What is it?" Yi Futian asked. "It's about Hua Jiyu." Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, and he questioned further, "What happened to her?" "Not long ago, I heard someone saying that at first Hua Jiyu wanted to come to Chaoga this time. However, she ended up in a conflict with the Virgin of the Moon clan and did not come in the end," Lu Feiyang said. Yi Futian frowned. He had been puzzled as to why Jiyu did not come to Chaoga, even though she knew that he would be here. It turned out that there was actually really a reason. In addition, when she asked her senior to pass the message to Yi Futian, she deliberately did not mention the exact reason. Maybe it was because she did not want him to worry too much. Chapter 278, Sacrificial Lamb. Chapter 278. Sacrificial Lamb. Notwithstanding the deliberate deceit, Yi Futian could feel that the senior of Jiyu meant no harm. Hence, Jiyu's situation should not be too worrying after all. Perhaps there had been some conflicts between her and Chu Yaoyao only. Thinking about this, Yi Futian seemed to start pondering about something. Then he said, "How about we ask the ladies from the Moon clan out and have a chat?" With a faint smile on his face, Lu Feiyang looked at Yi Futian and said, "We're fine with it, as long as you are not worried that Ji will be unhappy after knowing it." "Huh." Yi Futian glanced at Lu Feiyang with a disgusted look. Was he even the like of man who was afraid of his girlfriend? Obviously not. "Let's go. We'll talk on the way," Yi Futian said, holding his head high. It seemed that he had to prove his status in the relationship. Lu Chenyu glanced at Yi Futian in repugnance. "Nice acting. We all know you too well." "Oh, yeah. Chenyu, Qian Shanmu, and Qin Mingrua have already married each other. When will you two do the same?" Yi Futian turned his head around and looked at Lu Qinyu. Her contemptuous stare froze as she looked at Yi Futian, stunned. His thinking is way too nonlinear. It's none of your business, Lu Qinyu said, widening her eyes at Yi Futian. Ah. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Lu Qinyu also seemed to realize that she had spoken something misleading. Then Yi Futian stared at her, smiling, and said in a gentle tone, I see. You two can discuss this. Just remember to inform me about it by then. As he spoke, the group walked out of the inn. The night sky today was somewhat dark, as no stars could be seen. However, Chaoga City was extremely lively at the moment, and the streets were all lit with lights. Just when Yi Futian left the inn, at a corner of the street, a lazy-looking figure stood up slowly and walked forward. Before this, he was still trying to figure out how to get close to Yi Futian. In the worst-case scenario, he could only find a reason to enter the inn. However, he knew that in that case he would definitely die after going in. Nevertheless, God seemed to be helping him as well, and Yi Futian walked out from the inn himself. The group walked and chatted. Since Yi Futian was with Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu, he naturally seemed to be at ease. However, along the way, Yi Futian suddenly stopped. What is it? Lu Feiyang asked. I sense a murderous aura. Let's pretend to go back. Yi Futian kept his voice low. Then he said, I almost forgot to bring something important. Let's go back to the inn and come out again. The looks of Lu Feiyang and the rest all changed slightly. Then they cooperated with Yi Futian and said, All right, let's go back first to take that. They did not look around unnecessarily. Since Yi Futian had sensed a murderous aura, it was very likely that someone wanted to attack them. At this time, they would certainly not be so foolish to deliberately alert or find the opposite party. Yi Futian's decision was undoubtedly the most correct one. He wanted to go back to the inn without alarming the opposite party. The seniors from the college and the cottage were in the inn. There, it would be impossible for the opposite party to do anything. In the darkness, the figure frowned. Had he been discovered already? Hu Tong was not a professional assassin. However, he owed the daughter of the fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple his life until the very moment. Since it was an order from Ms. He, even though he knew that he would probably die, he still came without any hesitation. He knew that today he needed to kill an extremely important person. Although the person's level was not high, indeed much lower than himself, nobody in the Eastern Barren territory dared to kill the person easily. Since Ms. He had asked him to do so, he had no other choice. Can't let him return to the inn, Hu Tong thought to himself, after which he walked out of the darkness. Perhaps he had not been discovered yet, and perhaps Yi Futian would really come out again. The further Yi Futian was from the inn, the more likely he would survive. However, he could not take the risk. This was an opportunity which he could not miss. Yi Futian and his group sped up, and Hu Tong similarly increased his speed. He charged towards Yi Futian and his group from the side. A powerful gravity spell enveloped the space, pressuring Yi Futian and his team. Almost at the same instant, a figure jumped into the air. Hu Tong drew his sword, and the dazzling, silvery glint of the sword illuminated his face. He did not cover his face. To the top forces from the Eastern Barren territory, he was merely an insignificant person. Nobody would recognize him. He came here to assassinate. If he did cover his face, he would be showing everyone else that he was an assassin. However, unexpectedly, he was still discovered. Although he was not professional, who exactly was so sensitive? Prison. He cast an earth elemental spell. Immediately, the mighty earth elemental spiritual qi around Yi Wuqian raged and then turned into a prison, directly sealing the space which he was in. An extremely bright, silvery blade of light struck down, but did not cut the prison open. Hu Tong's level was the upper arcana plane. An endless amount of earth elemental spiritual qi raged in the vast space and turned into an enormous space prison, blocking the path in front of Yi Futian and sealing the space entirely. He charged towards Yi Futian directly. At this moment, everyone realized that he was going for Yi Futian. Hu Tong's speed was extremely fast. At the same time, his hands danced and many spells flew out. Earth dragons whizzed towards everyone one after another, while a powerful gravity spell pressured the space, causing everyone's actions to slow down. Hu Tong knew clearly that he did not have much time. The place they were at was very near to the inn Yi Futian was staying at, as they had just come out for a short while. He had to kill Yi Futian quickly. Countless vines swept out. This wood elemental spell bloomed wildly in the air. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu glanced at each other and immediately knew the intention of the other. The two cooperated, and in just a flash, the space was filled with vines. In the next instant, flames started to burn and ignited the vines directly. Right away, the entire space was filled with fire and became very blurry. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu knew that they could not stop the assassin directly. Therefore, they could only use such a method to slow him down. "Run, quick!" Lu Feiyang roared. Yu Sheng had already approached the spell prison in front. Following an angry roar, he turned into a demon, and a terrifying illusory devil appeared behind him. The giant demonic tripod appeared in Yu Sheng's hands, and he smacked it forward. Accompanied by a loud bang, a hole appeared in the prison. "Go!" Yu Sheng shouted. Yi Futian knew that it was not the time to be polite. He was the target of the assassin. Thus, if he was to run, the opposite party would not have the time to deal with the rest. On the other hand, if he chose to stay, the others would instead be in greater danger. The wings of the rock appeared, and a wind elemental spell enveloped his body. Even though he was under the gravity spell, his speed was still very fast as he charged towards the hole in the prison. However, suddenly, an appalling sandstorm engulfed the entire space and blew towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian released his Dharma, a monstrous ape with a pair of brilliant wings. With the 5-element rod in its hand, its body span and struck forward fiercely, splitting the storm apart. Then he continued to move. However, the endless, frightening sandstorm swept across his body directly and stuck onto him. Then Yi Futian realized that he was bound to the void. At the next moment, many brown spears emerged from the storm and pierced towards his body. Suddenly, Yu Sheng's burly body blocked in front of Yi Futian again. He had turned into a real, majestic devil and raised the demonic tripod above his head. The violent power slammed into the demonic tripod wildly, forcing Yu Sheng downwards. Hu Tong bypassed him directly and charged towards Yi Futian. He did not have much time left. Seeing the incoming Hu Tong with his spear, Yi Futian activated the imperial tactics in his body. Instantly, a shocking emperor will burst out from his body. His power seemed to have become stronger, and even the blood in his body felt like it was burning. The sun and the moon Dharma appeared. They turned into the power of yin and yang and struck towards Hu Tong. Hu Tong could only feel a terrifying while charging into his mind, as if he was facing an all-powerful emperor. He was astounded by this. Who exactly was the person whom he was trying to kill? Bang! Yi Futian broke free from the binding, but Hu Tong's attack had already arrived. An extreme power erupted from Yi Futian's body. Following a loud roar, the divine ape came to the world, and the howls of dragon filled the heavens. The rock extended its wings, and divine phenomena appeared in the sky. The monstrous divine ape struck out with the 5-element rod in its hand, colliding with Hu Tong's spear. With a loud bang, the incoming spear was crushed, and Yi Futian's 5-element rod hit onto Hu Tong's body. However, Hu Tong's palm continued forward, and a horrifying palm print engulfed Yi Futian, eventually slapping onto his body. Accompanied by 2 loud bangs, Yi Futian was blown backward, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Hu Tong similarly spat much blood and only felt, to his astonishment, that even his organs were rolling about. Did a Dharma plane cultivator actually just injure him? This was really incredible. Just as he was thinking, Yusheng fell from the sky and smashed towards at him with a demonic tripod, as if he was a demon himself. Yi Wuqian similarly struck at him with a sharp sword. Around them, more and more people started to move closer. Hu Tong's face became as white as a sheet. He knew that he had failed. He no longer had any chance to kill Yi Futian. The strike just now was his best opportunity. Bang! Hu Tong slapped out his palms, and 2 huge palm prints flew out, charging violently towards the incoming figures. A strong force caused him to be blown backward, and with this, he turned around, wanting to escape. However, suddenly, many ancient pages flew towards him from the distance. The ancient pages penetrated across space and arrived from afar. Then they turned into spells and struck towards Hu Tong. Hu Tong's face turned pale. After blocking the spells, he turned around. Immediately, he saw a figure walking towards him in the air and staring at him with an extremely cold look. Shui Yi had arrived. "Who sent you here?" Shui Yi usually liked to joke around, but at the moment his eyes were only filled with a cold, murderous look, as if he was from the netherworld. There was actually a person who tried to assassinate a cottage disciple. This was sufficient to make him feel cold throughout his body. He did not know who the person in front was. Since he dared to assassinate a cottage disciple, he was definitely sent here by someone. Hu Tong glanced at Shui Yi. He obviously knew what would happen to him. A dreary smile flashed across his eyes. Then he raised his palm and, under the astonished stares of everyone, slapped towards his own head. With a loud bang, blood sprayed into the air. Even the injured Yi Futian was shocked when he saw the scene. Hu Tong was actually so cruel to himself. This person who tried to assassinate him did not plan to go back alive in the first place. Chapter 279. Storm is Brewing? Chapter 279. Storm is brewing. Shui Yi looked at the falling corpse whose face was already badly mutilated. His expression was extremely gloomy. He actually chose this kind of method to keep the secret. Many people had already gathered around them, and all realized that the person who was assaulted was actually Yi Futian. Someone wanted to assassinate a cottage disciple. This caused many people to feel somewhat frightened. They all understood that the matter was really serious. That time at the Qin Imperial Palace, some people oppressed Yi Futian and Yusheng and injured Yusheng. Because of this, a noble from the Donghua clan was permanently disabled. On the other hand, the nature of the event at the moment was clearly much more serious. This was an attempted assassination. In the first place, the person wanted Yi Futian dead. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, the severity of the matter would not change. If this was instructed by another top force, there would definitely be a great bloodshed. Many people could not help thinking about the event that happened earlier in the day. Yi Futian defeated Qian Shanmu and then knocked out Qin Mang from the Qin dynasty in just one blow, causing the Dongqing College to lose much face. Could it be that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan planned this assassination? These two forces were obviously highly suspicious. However, in such a situation, if someone wanted to kill Yi Futian, the cottage would surely suspect the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan first. Therefore, why would these two forces take such a risk? Could it be that they wanted to start a war? Or perhaps another force was trying to create a storm secretly and cause a war between the cottage and the two forces. How would the cottage and the college handle this? Many people flashed towards Yi Futian. Yi Shaoshi and the people from the college were here as well. Seeing the scene, their faces all turned cold. Yi Shaoshi approached Yi Futian and asked, "Are you injured?" "No big deal." Yi Futian shook his head. He could still stand up. It was indeed a narrow squeak, just now. Fortunately, he had come out with a few others. Otherwise, if he was alone, he might really die in the assault from an upper arcana plane cultivator. Who exactly wanted to kill him? The atmosphere was extremely tense. The mountain elders from the college, Zhu Qing and Zhong Su, had arrived as well. Walking in front of Shui Yi, Zhu Qing asked, What happened? The little brother encountered an assassination attempt, Shui said in a gloomy voice. After he finished speaking, he neared Yi Futian. At the moment, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were all gathered around him, and an extremely cold, murderous aura was being emitted from them. Any clue? Shui asked. Yi Futian shook his head. It's a sorcerer who is skilled in earth elemental abilities. He cultivates martial arts as well, and is in the upper arcana plane. Shortly after we left the inn, I felt some murderous intent hiding in the darkness. He had been waiting outside. Who do you suspect the most? Shui asked. Yi Futian pondered for a while, after which he shook his head. Without further clues, nobody would know who planned the assassination. The Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the Yin family all had reasons to kill him. Maybe it was even planned by someone who wanted to deliberately incite conflicts. It was even possible that the royal Xian temple did this, as Luo Junlin and he were implacable enemies. With Luo Junlin's level, he would probably not be able to send an assassin like this, unless a noble gave the order. However, the nobles from the royal Xian temple had no reasons to do so. Nevertheless, Luo Junlin's girlfriend had an extraordinary status. Therefore, this possibility could not be ruled out completely. It was thus very difficult to find out who gave the order of assassination just by guessing. Let's go back to the inn first, Zhu Qing said. Shui, you nodded, and then they brought the corpse of the sacrificial lamb back to the inn. An invisible pressure spread across Chaoga City. Soon, all the forces received the news that Yi Futian encountered an assassination. At once, everyone had a feeling that although the Eastern Barren Territory had been in peace for many years, a huge storm was brewing at the moment. A cottage disciple encountered an assassination attempt. It was still unclear who did this, but there was certainly someone from a top force behind the curtain. Ordinary forces would not dare to do this. Furthermore, ordinary forces also did not have any reasons to do so. Apart from people from the top forces, Yi Futian did not seem to have offended anyone else. The only exception was the Yin family, which was also a subsidiary of the Qin dynasty. After receiving the news, the warlock Gu Zhiqiu and the witch Gu Biue from the witch clan both felt puzzled. Were the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan really so crazy? The people from the Futian sword clan all appeared to be looking on. They actually wished that the assassination was really planned by the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan, so that they could watch a nice show. Many members of the Moon clan were very surprised that Yi Futian actually encountered an assassination attempt. If Hua Ji knew about this, she would surely be very worried. On the other hand, Chu Yaoyao was somewhat puzzled. Was it really done by the Qin dynasty? When the news reached the Royal Xian Temple, its members also watched the event in anticipation. Obviously, they did not give the order. At the moment, many disciples of the Royal Xian Temple were gathered together, discussing the event. Hishiro tried her best to control her emotions. Then, she returned to her residence alone, and her face turned pale. Did it fail? The assassination attempt actually failed. Furthermore, in such a short time, the event had already caused a great disturbance. It was obvious that Chaoga City would certainly not be peaceful in the next period of time. Would she be suspected? She believed it would not. Although Hu Tong was loyal to her, he had been hiding in darkness all along. Nobody would notice such a person, as Chaoga City was filled with arcana plane cultivators. Moreover, she had given the order secretly. Most importantly, Hu Tong was already dead. A dead person would clearly keep the secret. In addition, Hu Tong was not a citizen of Chaoga City in the first place. Nobody would know him. The only loophole was actually in the Royal Xian Temple, because Xia Luo might be able to guess something. However, even if he really suspected her, he would never betray the Royal Xian Temple, for he should know the severity of the issue. Thinking about this, Hishiro's look slowly turned firm again. Dead men tell no tales. She just had to act normally. Following Hu Tong's death, this secret would be buried underground forever. Just let the cottage and the Qin dynasty fight against each other. This night, many people in Saga City could not sleep. Many disciples of the college departed from the inn in search of evidence. The people from all the top forces realized that they were being watched closely. This was very rude, but nobody said anything. The attempted assassination of a cottage disciple was surely planned by a top force. Therefore, although the various forces were unhappy that their actions were being closely watched, they could not say anything. Nobody would offend the college at this time for such a reason. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were very quiet, so quiet that it was actually tense. They knew well that the cottage would probably suspect them first for the attempted assassination of Yi Futian. Under such a circumstance, a war would easily break out if they were not careful. Saga City spent the night in this tense atmosphere. On the next day, the whole city was filled with discussions about Yi Futian's encounter. In the Dongqing College, many people were gathered around the battle platforms. The contest would be held as usual today. The Dongqing College would be admitting disciples for 3 months continuously. Even if some of the top forces were not present, the battle would still continue. However, the atmosphere at the moment was clearly somewhat different. On the last 2 days, the place was filled with enthusiasm. However, now an invisible pressure seemed to be engulfing the Dongqing College. The people from various top forces arrived gradually. Qin Yu walked onto the battle platform and was about to announce the start of the contest. However, suddenly a group of cultivators flew over from afar. Immediately, countless people stared in that direction. These people were from the college. The group was led by the 2 mountain elders, Zong, Su, and Zhu Qing. With a cold face, they flew to the battle platform directly. Qin Yu similarly stared at the sky. Then he saw Zong Su and Zhu Qing land on the battle platform directly. Zhu Qing asked Qin Yu, "Does the Qin dynasty not plan to provide an explanation?" Qin Yu frowned and said to Zhu Qing, "The Qin dynasty is also very surprised by what happened last night. If you need, we will try our best to cooperate." "That's all." Zhu Qing's face was cold. "Mountain elder Zhu Qing, what do you want then?" Qin Yu frowned. "This is Saga City, owned by the Qin dynasty. The college came because of your invitation," Zhu Qing said coldly. "Do you think that the Qin dynasty is so foolish, and we will do such a thing in our own territory?" Qin Yu said, "Nothing is impossible." Zhu Qing turned around and looked at everyone else. "I'm sure that all of you know what happened last night. Next, I hope that all the people from the top forces in Saga City will stay to help us in the investigation until the culprit is found out. I mean every single person." Zhu Qing's expression was very stern. The entire place turned silent. The college was really overbearing. They were not allowing anyone from the top forces to leave Saga City. "Isn't this too much?" Someone from the Futian sword clan said suddenly. "Why did they have to stay back and cooperate? After we find out the culprit, the college will go to your places to thank you and apologize. I hope that everyone can understand us," Zhu Qing continued. Many people sighed in their hearts. Since Zhu Qing had said so, it was indeed understandable. After the culprit had been found, they would apologize personally. This meant that they would not stop until they found the culprit. The Sword Saint Mountain will fully cooperate with the college. At the moment, the people from the Sword Saint Mountain made their position. Many people cursed in their minds. The Sword Saint Mountain was related to the cottage in the first place. So, of course, they would cooperate. The Lu Kingdom will also cooperate. "I do not wish this kind of thing to happen to anyone," someone from the Lu Kingdom said as well. If assassinations were to happen frequently, the Eastern Barren Territory would be in a mess. In the future, if everyone could do this, all the talented juniors from various forces would be assassinated. This issue must, therefore, be handled seriously. Everyone could imagine the determination of the college. This storm would probably not end any time soon. "Thank you for your understanding," Zhu Qing said. Then she turned and looked at Qin Yu. "If we cannot find the culprit for too long, the college will take it that the Qin dynasty did this. After speaking, they ascended into the air directly and left. Qin Yu stared at the back of Zhu Qing, who was already in the sky, and his face seemed very annoyed. If they could not find the real culprit, they would assume that the Qin dynasty did this. Many people were shocked. Since the assassination happened in Saga City, which was the Qin dynasty's territory, the college would put the blame on the Qin dynasty if they could not find the culprit. This was the college's attitude. Among the crowd, where the people from the Royal Xian Temple were at, Luo Junlin clenched his fists. His heart was filled with some fear. He clearly knew who the culprit was. Although the order was given secretly, the determination of the college still caused him to feel frightened. Chapter 280. Second Sister Down the Mountain. Chapter 280. Second Sister Down the Mountain. The contest in the Dongqing College continued as usual. However, nobody was in the mood anymore, and the atmosphere in the last 2 days had totally vanished. Furthermore, the college and the cottage no longer participated. It was as if the momentum of the contest held by the Dongqing College was completely destroyed because of the attempted assassination of Yi Futian. Many people could not help thinking about the events that happened recently. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were allied through marriage, and the Dongqing College officially opened. Lu Nantian challenged Gu Donglu. Many grand events were held in Saga City. For a while, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan looked very glorious. However, Gu Donglu defeated Lu Nantian, while Yi Futian defeated Qian Shanmu. During the contest, the college and the cottage attracted the attention of Saga City again. At the moment, everyone in Saga City was guessing who exactly planned Yi Futian's assassination. Could the truth be found out? If not, the college would assume that the Qin dynasty did this. In that case, would these two top forces start a war? The atmosphere in Saga City remained tense. It was said that the disciples of the top forces were not just being watched closely. Moreover, the college even started to investigate the people whom they had contact with. Immediately, Saga City was filled with panic. Many top forces were very unhappy about this, and some even made criticisms openly. However, the college did not bother about these. Their only aim at the moment was to find the culprit. Of course, while the people from the top forces were unhappy about it, they did not allow any of their disciples to leave. How could they not take into account the college's attitude? They did not plan the assassination in the first place. If they really left, the college would certainly suspect them. The people from various forces could clearly see the determination of the college. As for Hishiro, she did not dare to leave even more. She was clearly not so foolish as to actively make the college notice her. Another day passed. According to someone, the people from the college had been going down the mountain one after another, and many had already arrived at Saga City. In the inn where the cottage disciples were at, a pretty figure walked over quietly. She seemed as light as a fairy and was wearing a white shirt and a long dress. Her black hair fell gently behind her back like a waterfall. When she walked, her steps were very light, as if she did not have any weight. Sister. When Shui Yi saw the charming figure coming towards them, he was stunned for a while. The person who had come was the second disciple of the cottage, Zhuge Hui. She turned her eyes and looked at Shui Yi. Seeing her smiley expression, Shui Yi lowered his head slightly. After we go back to the cottage, you will copy books for a year and will not be able to leave the mountain. Zhuge Hui's voice was very light and gentle. Shui Yi gave a bitter smile and nodded miserably. Of course, he knew why the sister was angry. After the third brother went back to the cottage, he was the eldest person from the cottage here. The little brother experienced such a thing and was almost killed. As a senior, he was of course responsible. Sister. Second sister. Yi Shaoshi and Yi Futian also walked over and were both surprised by the arrival of the second sister. Yi Shaoshi was particularly shocked. Since he entered the cottage, the second sister had never left the mountain. This was the first time. Little brother, how's your injury? Zhuge Hui walked forward and looked at Yi Futian. Sister, it's no big deal. Moreover, even if I am injured, I will recover when I see you, Yi Futian said, smiling. This incident has nothing to do with the fourth brother. Sister, don't blame him. You little one. Zhuge Hui said he was with you, and yet such a thing happened to you. It's already a light punishment to forbid him from leaving the mountain for a year. Now, do you have any idea as to what happened? No. Yi Futian shook his head. I have caused you to worry. Xiaoshi, tell me what has happened these few days, Zhuge Hui said, looking at Yi Xiaoshi. Then she walked to the side and sat down. The other few disciples of the cottage all stayed beside her obediently. The commanding nature of the second sister was very obvious. In the cottage, she could decide on everything. At the moment, it was the first time that she really went down the mountain. Yi Xiaoshi told her about the things that had happened, including the response from the college. After he finished speaking, the mountain elders Zhu Qing and Bai Li Shu from the college also came to the place. They had just found out that the second disciple of the cottage had come. The first and the third disciples of the cottage had both become famous after a battle. However, there was still a female disciple whose seniority was between them. Nobody knew her well. Even the people from the college, which was also on the Book Mountain, did not know who exactly the second disciple of the cottage was. They only knew that there was such a person, and her name was Zhuge Hui. There were no legends about her in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, because of Yi Futian's attempted assassination this time, the second disciple of the cottage went down the mountain instead of Gu Donglu. Nobody dared to look down on her. The cottage had long proven to the people in the world that they had to treat every single cottage disciple seriously. Therefore, when the second disciple, who was ranked even higher than Gu Donglu, went down the mountain, nobody dared to overlook her. Zhu Qing and Bai Li Shu came and stared at Zhuge Hui. The second disciple of the cottage was not only a female, but also so beautiful. Zhuge Hui glanced at Zhu Qing and Bai Li Shu, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Second sister, this is Mountain Elder Zhu Qing, Shui Yi said. This is my second sister, Shui Yi said to Zhu Qing as well. His words caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. Is this the first time the mountain elder of the college and the sister meet? He actually introduced them to each other. He would believe that the people from the college had never stepped into the cottage. However, had the second sister never gone down the mountain before? Otherwise, with the second sister's look and status, she would definitely have attracted much attention. He looked at Yi Xiaoshi, feeling somewhat puzzled. Yi Xiaoshi seemed to have understood his doubt and said softly, Since I entered the cottage, this is the first time I have seen the second sister go down the mountain. Hearing Yi Xiaoshi's words, Yi Futian felt somewhat warm. The second sister had actually never left the cottage before. This time, she did so for the first time, all for him. Mountain Elder, do you think we can find the culprit with what you have done? Zhuge Hui asked, smiling. She was very direct and did not disguise her meaning at all. Zhu Qing was not angry either. Although she was more senior, in reality, when she watched the battle between Gu Donglu and Lu Nantian, she already knew that Gu Donglu was stronger than her. Cottage disciples could not really be treated like ordinary juniors. Furthermore, the cottage disciple before her was even more senior than Gu Donglu. Very unlikely, Zhu Qing replied directly. If the assassin was still alive, everything would be much simpler. However, the person who tried to assassinate Yi Futian was already dead, and he even crushed his own head and was highly mutilated. He was so cruel to himself precisely because he did not want to leave any clues to them. In addition, Chaoga City was not their territory. Although they had made all the top forces stay, they were still being held back. Clearly, they could not investigate all the top forces one by one. In that case, they would offend the entire Eastern Barren Territory. Mountain Elder, with such a mild approach, of course, it is very unlikely, Zhuge Hui said, smiling. Zhu Qing's eyes sparkled. Was her approach too mild? making all the people from the top forces worried, and stay back was already everything that the college could do. Was this considered as too mild as well? However, you did one thing correctly. If we cannot find the culprit, we will take it that the Qin dynasty did it, Zhuge Hui continued. Since it happened in Chaoga City and we were invited by the Qin dynasty to come here, they have to be responsible. But you were so gentle to the Qin dynasty. Do you expect them to cooperate? Zhu Qing's eyes flashed and she asked, "What do you think we should do then?" My little brother encountered an assassination in Chaoga City, and yet the contest in the Dongqing College is still being held. Are they joking? The second sister said, smiling. Zhu Qing's eyes glittered. Then she felt an incredible spiritual will being released from Zhuge Hui and fill the entire place. Sister. The eyes of everyone present sparkled as they gazed at the second sister. At the moment, she was enveloped by in a beam of dazzling light and shocked everyone with her appalling spiritual will. Many beams of spiritual will turned into illusory figures and charged out of her body. Immediately, the sky was filled with many figures which all looked like Zhuge Hui. Zhu Qing and Bai Lishu gazed at Zhuge Hui. They could feel more clearly how strong her spiritual will was. "Brothers, wait for a while," Zhuge Hui said, smiling, after which she closed her eyes. In the next instant, the many illusory figures in the sky charged out and flew away into the distance. Yi Futian was very shocked. The second sister was sitting quietly there with her eyes closed, but a sacred light was being emitted from her body as if she was a goddess who had come to the mortal world. Outside the Dongqing College, the contest was still being held. Although many people, especially those from the top forces, were not in the mood, it was still a grand event for Chaoga City and many people who wanted to join the Dongqing College. Suddenly, a whizzing sound was heard from the sky. A strong spiritual might fell. At the next moment, everyone saw a group of people flying over. They ignored the ongoing contest and appeared in the sky above everyone directly. All the people lifted their heads and saw many charming figures appear in the sky. Moreover, they were the same person. She was like a goddess who had come to the mortal world and was extremely beautiful. Nobody knew her. The people from the Qin dynasty frowned. It was somewhat rude for her to appear directly in the sky in such a situation. The people from various top forces were also curious. Who was this person? Suddenly, the figures turned into many brilliant streamers and shot downwards like meteors. "Qin, you seem to have realized something." He gave a cold humph and said, "How dare you?" Just as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. Apart from him, many cultivators from the Dongqing College also stepped forward simultaneously. However, they were still too slow. At the moment, the 4 battle platforms were all occupied. The people on the platforms raised their heads and looked at the incoming streamers in astonishment. The charming figures were falling down like meteors. Bang, bang, bang. Many loud noises erupted as the people on the battle platforms were blown backward directly. Then the platforms were crushed to pieces. Many nobles arrived at the place and looked coldly at the destroyed platforms. Bang! Following another loud noise, Qinyu turned around only to see the gates of the Dongqing College being destroyed directly. In this instant, the faces of everyone from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan turned extremely cold. They stared at the figure in the sky. At the moment, there was only one person there standing proudly like a fairy. All the people from the top forces were astounded. "Who is this lady? Who are you?" Qinyu asked in a very cold tone. "The contest of the Dongqing College ends here. Within 7 days, if you cannot find the culprit behind my little brother's attempted assassination, the cottage will take over Chaoga City. By then, the Dongqing College will of course no longer need to exist." After she finished speaking, she dissipated in the air. At this instant, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. Chapter 281, Hishiro. Chapter 281. Hishiro, in the vast space outside the Dongqing College, the crowd was instantly stirred up. Those arrogant words made them feel like even their heads were going to explode. If Yi Futian's assassination could not be investigated clearly within 7 days, the cottage would take over Chaoga City and the Dongqing College would no longer need to exist. Is she mad? Cottage and little brother. Many people were extremely shocked. The identity of the fairy-like lady was already blatantly obvious. The eldest disciple of the cottage was the Sword Saint. The third disciple, Gu Donglu, fourth disciple Shuiyi, and fifth disciple Luofan had already gone down the mountain one after another. The identity of the person who had just appeared was clear. The second disciple of the cottage had come down from the Book Mountain. The eldest disciple of the cottage went down the mountain to challenge the Futian sword clan, while the third disciple went down the mountain to eliminate a top-tier force. Now the second disciple had come down as well. With just a few sentences, she made everyone remember her. The cottage was still the cottage and nothing had changed. Furthermore, this time, not only was she overbearing, but she was also beautiful. Of course, everyone knew what Zhugehui meant. Yi Futian encountered the incident in Chaoga City, so clearly the Qin dynasty had to be responsible. This was the Qin dynasty's territory, and the cottage was invited here to participate in the grand events held by the Qin dynasty. Her little brother was almost assassinated, and the Qin dynasty was still holding the contest here. Did they even bother about the incident? Did they bother about the cottage? At the moment, the assassin was already dead. If there was even someone who could find the culprit, it had to be the Qin dynasty. If they could not, the cottage would take over Chaoga City to continue the investigation. Such a domineering attitude meant that if the culprit behind Yi Futian's assassination was not found, the cottage would turn Chaoga City upside down. The words from the second disciple represented the will and determination of the cottage. Nobody could assassinate a cottage disciple. The culprit behind the incident this time must be caught at all costs. Otherwise, it might happen again in the future. The charming figure had already vanished, but everyone was still gazing at the sky. They knew that it was not her real body, but rather made from spiritual will. This was certainly a very astonishing method. Before she even arrived, her will already reached the Qin dynasty and said those words. The cottage was thus both hated and respected by everyone. However, in the depth of their hearts, everyone hoped that they could cultivate in such a place. "Why don't I have a senior like this?" Lu Feiyong said, sounding depressed. "Qinyu, do you think I should ask Yi Futian if the cottage is still admitting disciples?" Lu Qinyu rolled her eyes at Lu Feiyong and said with total contempt, "You? Forget about it. What kind of place was the cottage? Till now, there were only 8 disciples. Hey, what's that look?" Lu Feiyong said, noticing the contemptuous look from his sister. "Is she even my real sister?" Among the crowd from the Moon Clan, Chu Yaoyao seemed very lost. By looking at appearance alone, she, as the Virgin of the Moon Clan, was naturally as good as the lady that had just appeared. However, the lady was the second disciple of the cottage. Her arrival was sufficient to make everyone else pale into insignificance. Chu Yaoyao could imagine that if she, the Virgin of the Moon Clan, was beside the second disciple of the cottage, her aura would be destroyed instantly. An intense desire filled the eyes of Chu Yaoyao. Every lady would hope that her power would match her appearance. Only then could she be called unparalleled. She was Yi Futian Sr., and she came for Yi Futian. In the direction where the people from the Royal Xian Temple were at, Hishiro's body trembled slightly and her face turned pale. She lowered her head gently, not wanting the others to notice her state of mind. She had always been very confident about the plan. Whether it succeeded or failed, she believed that nobody would suspect her. That was because everything was carried out secretly. Nobody here knew Hu Tong's real identity. To the various top forces, he was only an insignificant figure. However, at the moment, Hishiro was somewhat shaken. She knew well that as long as something was done, there would surely be traces left behind, and there would be loopholes. The crucial thing was whether they had the abilities and determination to find out. The arrival of the second disciple of the cottage made her see this determination. She suddenly realized that she was not as confident as she once thought. At the moment, she was somewhat scared. Was there really something that could remain hidden forever? After their astonishment, everyone looked at the group from the Dongqing College and stared at Qin. The second disciple of the cottage was so overbearing. What would the Qin dynasty do? Zhuge Hui straightforwardly announced that the contest in the Dongqing College would end right now. Obviously, she was unhappy about the Qin dynasty's attitude. Qin stood there and was very quiet, as if he was thinking. After a while, he scanned everyone and said, "She's right. The Qin dynasty is indeed responsible that such a thing happened in Saga City. Hence, we will cooperate with the cottage to find the culprit. After 7 days, the contest will resume." After speaking, Qin turned around and left. The entire place was stirred up once again. Did Qin, the prince of the Qin dynasty, actually compromise? This was really crazy. Was Qin afraid of the second disciple of the cottage that just appeared? Although the second disciple of the cottage had come here for a just reason, the opposite party was the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan after all. Qin compromise was still very unexpected and puzzling. This did not seem like the Qin dynasty style at all. The two top forces allied and established the Dongqing College together in order to fight against the college and the cottage. Therefore, the compromise this time would make them look weaker in comparison. At the moment, Qin was walking towards the interior of the Dongqing College. The people from the Dongqing College were also staring at him. They were extremely unhappy, but since Qin had said so, the contest could only end. Everyone stepped out one after another and walked towards the Dongqing College. When Qin reached the gates of the Dongqing College, he suddenly stopped. The destroyed gates were particularly glaring. Looking at the scene in front of him, a mocking smile flashed across his face. Then he continued walking and stepped into the Dongqing College. Saga City was shocked by the words of Zhuge Hui. Countless people started discussing the second disciple of the cottage. For a while, Zhuge Hui became the spotlight of Saga City. Everyone was guessing how strong the second disciple of the cottage was. From her words, she should be no weaker than the third disciple, Gu Donglu. When the news spread to the inn, Shui Yi sighed with emotion. Even after leaving the mountain, the sister was still so fierce. However, it was the Qin dynasty who faced her this time. After hearing the news, mountain elder Zhu Qing was stunned for a long while and sighed uncontrollably. Later waves are stronger and higher than the former. At the moment, the world was already dominated by the younger generation. She thought that her actions were already sufficiently overbearing. However, when the second disciple of the cottage came from the mountain, her mere few words already made Zhu Qing speechless. In comparison, her response was indeed too mild. Saga City became tenser because of Zhuge Hui's words. The Qin dynasty also started to investigate the incident. They even started asking the various top forces where all their disciples had been and whom they had had contact with on the day of the assassination attempt. Of course, all the investigations were being carried out secretly and not openly. Otherwise, it would cause all the top forces to lose their faces. Moreover, everyone saw the entire event. Although the Qin dynasty was investigating and the top forces were unhappy about it, they could not blame the Qin dynasty. Everyone saw the domineering attitude of the cottage for themselves. Apart from the Qin dynasty, the college was also busy carrying out the investigation. An invisible pressure engulfed the entire Saga City, especially the region around the Dongqing College. Very soon, another 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the contest in the Dongqing College was cancelled, but the people from the top forces could not leave, and they were very unhappy. However, they also wanted to see what this incident would eventually evolve into. At the moment, in a famous restaurant, many people from the top forces were drinking. At the same time, they were paying close attention to the progress of the situation. Suddenly, someone said in a sarcastic tone, "The Qin dynasty is really working hard for this." The Qin dynasty is indeed responsible for this incident. If they don't find out the real culprit, they are highly suspicious themselves. From what the second disciple of the cottage said, if they don't find the culprit in 7 days, there will probably be a fight. Even the Qin dynasty is not ready for a real war. Therefore, they could only help in the investigation, someone said, smiling. The person who spoke was from the Futian sword clan. They had been unhappy with the cottage all along. "Does anyone know the progress of the investigation?" someone from the Ji family asked, appearing to be discussing only for fun. "I heard that the Qin dynasty has ordered the Yin family and other major families of Chaoga City to investigate and spread the order down the chain so that the major and minor forces could all help in the investigation. They are checking everyone's whereabouts on the day of the assassination attempt. I even heard that the Qin dynasty has listed all those who have gone out on that day as suspicious targets to investigate one by one. Now, they have probably already filtered out a few," someone said. Everyone's eyes sparkled. It seemed that the Qin dynasty was really using its strong influence over Chaoga City this time. Chaoga City was, after all, Qin dynasty's territory. Before one of the tables, Hishiro and Luo Junlin were sitting together. Some panic flashed across Hishiro's eyes. When she gave Hu Tong the order that time, she had of course gone out of the inn allocated to the Royal Xian Temple. Was the Qin dynasty trying to turn Chaoga City upside down? Luo Junlin stared at Hishiro. He had faintly felt threatened. In the inn where the cottage disciples were at, Zhuge Hui obtained a stack of paper, on which there were many names listed. Furthermore, the things they had done on the day of assassination were also clearly indicated. It was sent here by the Qin dynasty. "Little brother, take a look." Zhuge Hui gave the name list to Yi Futian. Yi Futian took it and then read through the contents carefully. After reading all the information, he took out one piece of paper and stared at one spot. There, a name was written, Hishiro. Hishiro was the daughter of the 5th Lord of the Royal Xian Temple. In the evening on the day of the assassination, she left the inn alone and went somewhere nearby, returning after a short while. Nobody knew where exactly she went and whom she met. Yi Futian clearly remembered Hishiro. She was Luo Junlin's girlfriend. The people in the name list were all from top forces. Hishiro was the only person he had enmity with. She had sufficient reasons and motivations to harm him. That day, everyone saw him defeat Qian Shanmu and Qin Meng, displaying his talents. Luo Junlin and Hishiro should understand that after a few years, he would be able to kill Luo Junlin. Thinking about this, Yi Futian extended his finger and pointed at Hishiro's name. Chapter 282. Arrival of the 5th Lord. Chapter 282. Arrival of the 5th Lord Royal Xian Temple, Hishiro. Zhuge Hui looked at where Yi Futian was pointing at and asked, "Little brother, you suspect her?" Yi Futian told Zhuge Hui about some of the things that had happened in the Kengi kingdom during that time. Then he said, "Second sister, I can't be sure either. Furthermore, this name list is provided by the Qin dynasty. I can only say that there is quite a high probability that she did this." Zhuge Hui nodded. Obviously, she also knew that if the assassination was really planned by the Qin dynasty, they would try to lead the cottage towards a wrong direction. "Since you think that she is highly suspicious, that's sufficient. If she really did it, she wouldn't be able to run away." A smile appeared on Zhuge Hui's face. She stood up and said, "Let's go." "Sister, where are we going?" Shui asked. "We'll go and constrain all the people from the Royal Xian Temple," Zhuge Hui said emotionlessly. Shui Yi felt somewhat speechless. The sister was indeed the sister. No evidence was needed. Since the little brother believed that Hishiro was highly suspicious, they would constrain all the people first and then investigate. They would investigate each person in the name list one by one. If they were all not guilty, then it had to be the Qin dynasty. At the moment, the disciples of the Royal Xian Temple were busy doing their own business. Some were cultivating in the inn, while others were outside inquiring news about the assassination. Just like the other top forces, they were curious as to who the culprit was. Would the incident eventually trigger a battle between the top forces? Outside of the inn, 2 disciples of the Royal Xian Temple were chatting casually. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked over from afar and went to different spots around the inn, as if they were trying to surround the inn. What happened? The disciples of the Royal Xian Temple were stunned. They're from the college. Their faces turned pale. Then they turned around and returned to the inn to report the observation. Soon, the people from the Royal Xian Temple inside the inn were all shocked by the news. What exactly is happening? Many cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple ran out of the inn, and they were led by an elder from the temple. He looked at the people in front of him and said, "What are you doing here?" Shui Yi walked forward and asked coldly, "Is Hishiro here?" Immediately, the looks of all the people from the Royal Xian Temple froze. With such a formation, it was obvious why the college was looking for Hishiro. Everyone knew what the college was investigating in Chaoga City recently. In this instant, the people from the Royal Xian Temple suddenly recalled the events that had happened in the Kengi Kingdom a year ago. The face of many people instantly darkened. Did Hishiro do this? At the moment, Hishiro and Luo Junlin were together. The inn was a mess, and there were people moving about all the time. Hishiro obviously knew what was happening. Her face turned extremely pale. Was she still exposed in the end? But how was this possible? The assassin was dead, and there were no witnesses. Even if the college had some clues, they had no reasons to arrest her. Suddenly, a palm grabbed her hand firmly. Beside her, Luo Junlin said gently, "Shiro, no matter what happens, I will be with you." Hishiro's eyes turned red instantly. She held Luo Junlin's hand tightly, and determination flashed across her eyes. Turning her head, she stared at Luo Junlin and said gently, "No. If something happens, I will take all the responsibility. Promise me that you will live." At this point, she was already preparing for the worst. She knew that if the cottage believed firmly that she did this, nobody would be able to keep her life. Even her father, the 5th Lord of the Royal Xian Temple, could not as well. No. A painful expression appeared on Luo Junlin's face. Hishiro smiled gently at him. Then she tiptoed and kissed Luo Junlin on his lips, after which she said softly, "You are not involved in this in the first place. I don't want anything to happen to you. Promise me, all right?" An extremely agonizing look appeared in Luo Junlin's eyes. He hugged Hishiro tightly. Suddenly they heard a whiz. Hishiro broke free from Luo Junlin's embrace, and her look turned firm again as she stared at the incoming person. "Hishiro, the elder wants to meet you," the person said. "All right." Hishiro nodded. Then she let go of Luo Junlin's hand and said gently, "Stay here." After she finished speaking, she followed the person and left. After a while, Hishiro came out of the inn. She looked at the people from the college. "Did you plan this alone, or was it the intention of the Royal Xian Temple?" Shui Yi asked, looking at Hishiro. "I don't understand what you are talking about." Hishiro looked at Shui Yi emotionlessly. She would not sit still and wait for death. The Royal Xian Temple was also a top force in the Eastern Barren Territory. Hu Tong was already dead. So even if the college had some clues, they had no solid evidence. How could they be so sure that it was her? "You don't want to admit it?" Shui Yi said coldly. "Does the college think that I plan to assassinate Yi Futian?" Hishiro looked at Shui Yi and sneered. "Why?" "It doesn't matter if you admit or not. The college will go to the Royal Xian City and investigate all the places you have been to and all the people you have met with this year. Do you think that you can run away?" Shui Yi continued, "You will never be able to find out something that I didn't do." Hishiro's voice sounded confident, as if she was trying to cover her guilty conscience. At the moment, she felt extremely cold. She knew that she might be totally done for. However, She was not resigned to her fate and still had a last sense of hope. She did not want to give up now. Since this is the case, I hope that the Royal Xian Temple can cooperate for a few days and not leave the inn, Shui said again. The eyes of the elder from the Royal Xian Temple sparkled, and he said coldly, "Before everything is investigated clearly, the college has already surrounded the inn. Now, you even want to ground us here. Isn't it too much? If we have really confirmed the culprit, do you think we will only ask you to simply stay here?" Shui Yi said coldly, "This better not be the intention of the Royal Xian Temple. Otherwise, it will involve more than just all of you." The faces of the people from the Royal Xian Temple were all gloomy. He was really too arrogant. The elder of the Royal Xian Temple flicked his sleeves and turned around, walking into the inn. He was extremely angry at the moment, not only at the college but also at Hishiro. Since the college was suspecting Hishiro, it was very likely to be true. If they really find out that Hishiro did this idiotic woman could die and nobody would pity her. After the news spread, Chaoga City was shocked. Was everything actually planned by the Royal Xian Temple? It was said that Luo Junlin, the man whom Hishiro liked, was a genius in the Royal Xian Temple. He cultivated under the 5th Lord of the Royal Xian Temple and was from the 100 Lands, a wild region, just like Yi Futian. There was a deep hatred between the two of them. Therefore, did Hishiro plan this because she was afraid that Yi Futian would threaten Luo Junlin's life after becoming stronger? If this was really the case, she was really a pathetic woman. She tried to assassinate a cottage disciple for a man. When the people from the college surrounded the inn the Royal Xian Temple was staying at, Luo Junlin did not even show up. Women were easily affected by emotions and carried away by love. However, Luo Junlin was not like her. Soon, there was news that the college had sent cultivators to the Royal Xian City at the southern part of the Eastern Barren Territory. They even brought the corpse of the assassin there. If the assassination was really planned by Hishiro, she would certainly not be able to escape the consequences. It seemed that the domineering words left by the second disciple of the cottage outside the Dongqing College that day were indeed effective. Clearly, the Qin dynasty had helped in the investigation. Otherwise, it would definitely not be so efficient. After all, it happened in Chaoga City. All the pressure fell on the people from the Royal Xian Temple. The people from the other forces all looked on the progress of the matter. Over these few days, the people from the Royal Xian Temple were grounded and could not leave the inn. Once again, the people from Chaoga City saw the overbearing attitude of the college and the cottage. Obviously, if the assassination was the intention of the Royal Xian Temple, all the cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple in Chaoga City would probably be killed. A few days later, in the inn where the Royal Xian Temple was at, a group of mighty cultivators arrived in the air. When they arrived, they glanced coldly at the crowd surrounding the inn. The eyes of their leader were filled with coldness as he said emotionlessly, "You surrounded the people of my Royal Xian Temple before even investigating the matter clearly. Very well." As he finished speaking, he stepped into the inn directly. Many people flashed forward and bowed to salute. "Greetings, 5th Lord." The 5th Lord of the Royal Xian Temple, Hiyulu, had arrived. His daughter, Hishiro, also appeared in front of him. "Follow me." Hiyulu stopped and brought Hishiro away. They came to the courtyard where Hishiro was staying at. With his back facing Hishiro, Hiyulu asked coldly, "Why did you do this?" "Dad." Hishiro raised her head and looked at her father. "A few months ago, something happened in the Royal Xian City. An Arcana Plane cultivator offended a powerful family, and his entire family was threatened. You helped him to solve the issue, right?" Hiyulu turned around and looked at Hishiro. Hishiro's face turned completely pale. "Since I could find out about this, do you think that the college cannot?" Some pain could be seen in Hiyulu's cold eyes. She was his daughter, his biological daughter. However, now she had made a fatal mistake. "Dad." Hishiro's eyes turned totally red. She knew that she could hide it no more. Hiyulu looked at his daughter and his heart also softened. He sighed. I have already settled Hutong's family, but it is very difficult to conceal the truth from the college. Shiro, why did you do this? Did he encourage you? Hishiro trembled. She obviously knew whom his father was referring to. Dad, I decided this myself. He did not know about it beforehand. Hishiro said, her eyes becoming red. At this point, I will take all the responsibilities. Dad, I am unfilial. If something happens and I cannot serve you in the future, please forgive me. Seeing Hishiro's tears flowing out, Hyulu felt somewhat sorrowful. In his heart, he hated the college and the cottage. If he was strong enough, the college and the cottage would not be able to bully them to this extent. If he was strong enough, the cottage would not be able to do anything to his daughter since Yi Futian was still alive. However, precisely because he was not strong enough, he knew well that once the cottage found out everything, they would definitely not let his daughter off. Dad, I don't really have any wishes. I only hope that if something happens to me, you can protect him, Hishiro begged her father. She knew that after everything was exposed, Yi Futian would surely not let Luo Junlin off, even though she was the one who planned the assassination. You are still thinking for him, Hyulu said angrily. If it were not for him, you wouldn't have ended up like this. I regret taking him as my disciple that time. Dad, I really beg you. This is my last wish. Hishiro's face was wet with tears. Hyulu's heart twitched and he clenched his fists. It was hard to keep a grown girl at home. Since the situation had already progressed to this extent, what else could he say? Could he blame Hishiro? Chapter 283, Shiro's Death? Chapter 283. Shiro's death. A group walked in the air above the inn that the college stayed at, then descended. Those who went to investigate the Royal Xian City had come back too. They brought the results with them. In the Royal Xian City, Shiro had come in contact with someone named Hutong. According to someone who knew him, Hutong was in the upper arcana plane with earth elemental power. Shiro had helped Hutong's family before. Then Hutong disappeared. People from the college quickly went to find Hutong's family, but found that they disappeared a few days before they went to Royal Xian City. As the controller of the city, the Royal Xian Temple could definitely make someone disappear without a trace. When the news was brought back, everything became clear. However, the person was dead and the family had disappeared. There was no proof. Over by the cottage group, Zhuge Hui and the others sat together. Hearing this, Zhuge Hui smirked. No proof? Junior, let's go, she said to Yi Futian with a smile. It was already so clear. Was there still a need for proof? It was up to judicial discretion. Whether the evidence was destroyed or not, it was unimportant. Okay. After hearing the news, Yi Futian understood as well. Shiro was definitely the culprit. That day, this woman had gone to Kangyi to pressure his friends and family for Luo Junlin, threatening Kangyi and taking away his relatives. Now, she killed someone for Luo Junlin. She was unforgivable. Back then, he hadn't entered the cottage yet and had just returned to Kangyi to wait for everyone's invitations. He didn't have the ability to touch the princess of the Royal Xian Temple. Now, the college and cottage would stand up for him. His second senior sister would personally go help him. He wasn't solving it himself, but this feeling was still heartwarming. The group strode towards where the Royal Xian Temple group was. People gathered wherever they went, creating a terrible flood that followed the college. This matter had caused a great commotion in Chaoga City these few days. The inn where the college stayed was always surrounded by people waiting to hear the results. Now the college's investigator had returned and they walked out. The people knew that the matter was about to be resolved. The powerful cultivators gathered at the Royal Xian Temple's inn. There were many people waiting there too, including people from the top forces. They all wanted to see the ending. An invisible pressure enveloped the inn. The strong cultivators of the Royal Xian Temple walked out and watched the college approach with cold expressions. The crowd cleared out a path. He Yulu, the fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple, walked out, looking at the college. What is the meaning of this? He asked, expression cold and indifferent. Zhuge Hui gazed at him and smiled. I'm sure the royal Xian temple is already clear on who orchestrated this. There's no need for me to explain who Hu Tong is. You hid his family to destroy everything, and I can ignore that. However, if anyone dares to stop me from taking the person, I will assume that this is not only Shiro's actions. Instead, it is the wish of the royal Xian temple in Chaoga City. Zhuge Hui's voice grew cold as she spoke. If that is the case, none of you will be able to leave. She didn't want to debate with the royal Xian temple. The cottage had their own rules. Family would be untouched. As of now, Shiro seemed to be the only one responsible, rather than the royal Xian temple. Then Shiro must take responsibility for it. However, if the royal Xian temple wanted to protect her, it would show that they approved of Shiro assassinating Yi Futian. In that case, they were also responsible. When Gu Donglu had gone down the mountain, he had only wanted to punish the culprit. However, the top forces tried to protect the man, leading to the disaster. Thinking of this, the people of the royal Xian temple grew uncomfortable. They were embarrassed by Zhuge Hui's threat and also furious for being involved because of Shiro's stupid actions. If not for the stupid woman, would this be happening? Now that the fifth lord was here, was he planning on protecting his daughter? If so, they believed the second disciple of the cottage would really do what she said. It wasn't as if the cottage had never done that before. Even the strong cultivators gazed at Hielu. Was he still not willing to turn his back on his family? Was he going to make everyone pay for Hishiro's stupidity? Everyone around them was shaken. They looked at the fairy-like woman. The second disciple of the cottage was so powerful. If anyone stopped her, no one from the royal Xian temple would be allowed to leave. She didn't even care if the fifth lord was before her. Hielu did not know what to do and didn't reply. He knew his daughter had made a grave mistake. She could be as stubborn as she wished, but she definitely should not try to assassinate a cottage disciple. But she was still his daughter. One could imagine how it must feel to give his own daughter up. Right now, he was full of fury and hatred towards the cottage. Just then, the royal Xian temple voluntarily moved aside. Two more figures walked over. At that moment, countless gazes fell on the one in front. It was Hishiro. Right now, she looked frail. However, her eyes were still cool and indignant as she looked coldly at the cottage. These people were here to force her to die. I sent the man, Shiro said, halting. She admitted it. With how things were, would the cottage give up if she denied it? Of course not. Shiro stared coldly at Zhuge Hui. So she's the second disciple of the cottage. She was so domineering in how she bullied Shiro. Months ago, I saved Hu Tong's family, making him owe his life to me. I already started having these thoughts. Later, Hu Tong followed me and worked for me until he failed the assassination, Shiro recounted calmly. I am the only one responsible for everything. What did I do to you? Yi Futian asked. Had she been planning his death since months ago? Just how much did she want to kill him? Because you're so talented. I'm sure that I'm not the only one. Many forces in the Eastern Barren Territory want you, and even the cottage, dead. They just didn't do anything. Shiro suddenly laughed. Everyone knew that she was speaking the truth. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Fuyun sword clan all wanted the cottage wiped from existence. The cottage disciples were too talented and skilled. Their only crime was that they were too successful. To many people, the talents of the cottage disciples were a sin. Of course, Yi Futian's talent wasn't Shiro's only reason. More importantly, his talent threatened Luo Junlin. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I confess, Shiro spoke again. She was prepared to die. Shut your mouth, Hielu ordered coldly. He looked at Zhuge Hui. My daughter made a mistake because I failed in teaching her. Thankfully, nothing came out of it. Yi Futian is still alive and well. I am willing to apologize and give whatever you request. Here, Hielu was still trying to save his daughter's life. Nothing came out of it. Zhuge Hui smiled sarcastically. The effect of an assassination attempt wasn't only the assassination. If she let it go just because Yi Futian didn't die or only wanted compensation, wouldn't the other forces try it too? Do it yourself. Zhuge Hui asked Shiro, ignoring Hielu. Hishiro lowered her head, fists clenching weakly. Though she was ready, she still didn't want to die. Is that how overbearing the cottage is? Hielu asked coldly. Yi Futian is alive, but you won't end this until she dies. Yes. Zhuge Hui only gave Hielu one word. Since you say I'm overbearing, then so be it. Crack. Hielu clenched his fists and his knuckles cracked. A wild aura spread from his body. Zhuge Hui looked at him. Her white dress fluttered, but not a bit of her aura flowed out. However, the calmer she was, the more scared the others became. If Hielu really dared to fight back, what would be the consequence? The people of the college walked forward. The assassination had failed, and now they called them overbearing? What a joke! The people of the Royal Xian Temple looked at Hielu nervously. If he really fought back, what would happen to them? Father, Shiro called. Hielu looked to his daughter and saw her shake her head. I did it, so I will bear it alone. Her eyes were red. She looked back at Luo Junlin, longing filling her eyes. Luo Junlin gazed at her with the same gentle and unwilling eyes. Father, I'm sorry. As soon as she finished, spiritual qi went wild around her and formed sharp daggers before her body. Then she closed her eyes. Shiro! Hiyulu's expression twisted in pain. He reached out to stop her. Father, don't forget what you promised me. When she spoke, she used her mind to guide the blades to her heart and relaxed her guard. There was a soft sound, and the blades pierced her, staining her clothing red. Shiro's body went limp and collapsed. Hiyulu caught her. Shiro opened her eyes and looked at her father. Tears rolled down her cheeks as her body struggled in pain. She didn't want to die, but she had to. Finally, she closed her eyes and her aura disappeared. Hiyulu scanned the people before him with red eyes. The cottage forced my daughter to die. I, Hiyulu, will remember this, he said in a frigid tone. The cottage didn't force your daughter to die. It's your disciple and daughter's evil stupidity that killed her, Yi Futian said coldly. The scene was very tragic and made people want to pity them. However, did they need pity? She had caused it and then turned to lash out at the cottage, making the cottage seem like they were bullies? Yi Futian couldn't allow it. However, this wasn't over. Chapter 284. Location, Nanda Nation. Chapter 284. Location, Nanda Nation. Hiyelu raised his head and stared coldly at Yi Futian. His daughter had died, but Yi Futian still spoke, so condescendingly. Don't look at me like that. Yi Futian stared coldly back at him. I know you want to kill me. If I wasn't from the cottage, I'd be dead long ago. I wouldn't even be standing before you. 1 year ago, your daughter, Hishiro, brought Luo Junlin and people from the Royal Xian Temple to the Kengi Kingdom. She threatened the kingdom to hand over my family. At that time, I didn't even know your daughter. Yi Futian stared at Hiyulu and said coldly, if I hadn't made a name for myself in the ancient barren world at that time, if strong cultivators from the Lu Kingdom hadn't gone with me, what would the result be? My family would die horribly because of your daughter's name. I would also die quietly because, in your daughter's eyes, I'm nothing. Where were you, the father? Yi Futian's voice was frigid. Pitiful? There was nothing pitiful about Shiro. Should people pity her just because she was dead? Since when did Shiro care about anyone else's lives? Seeing Hiyulu's cold eyes, Yi Futian continued. Perhaps you wouldn't care even if you knew. Someone so important like you won't care about the fates of those in the weak 100 lands. Their lives can't be compared to your daughter's life. At that time, have you ever thought of the term, bullying others with your power? No. For important people like you, it's natural to mistreat others. If the Royal Xian Temple can fight against the cottage, you won't even apologize. You will only think of bullying others with your power when you're powerless as you are now. Isn't that laughable? Hiyulu's expression was heavy. He couldn't refute it. Everyone else was very quiet as they listened to Yi Futian's interrogation. It was straightforward and realistic. This was the cultivation world. If Yi Futian wasn't from the cottage, he wouldn't be alive right now. The fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple wouldn't even know of his existence. Do you feel any guilt about Hu Tong's death? I heard that his entire family disappeared. You're the clearest about what you've done, Yi Futian said, sneering. You don't care about other people's lives, so what is pitiful about your daughter's death? It's karma. Even without this assassination attempt, Yi Futian would still have killed Shiro in the future. There was no reason except for what had happened in the Kengi kingdom back then. It was unforgivable. Junior, there's no need to say that to him. He won't understand, Zhuge Hui said. Their teacher had said that logic prevailed in this world. Hishiro had committed this crime, so she must bear responsibility for it. They wouldn't involve her relatives or family. It wasn't that they couldn't fight against the Royal Xian Temple. The assassin warranted a cleansing, but they didn't do it. Their teacher had told them that if they had weapons, the murderous aura would be created naturally. In the world of cultivation, it would be more dangerous for a stronger cultivator to go astray. If they didn't have principles, they would act as they wish and kill people, like cutting grass. It would be a great sin. Virtue wasn't only one's plane of cultivation. Zhuge Hui knew that Hiyulu would hate the cottage and may even hurt them in the future, but they still held to their principle. She couldn't reach their teacher's plane, but the cottage acted without feeling guilty. Senior sister, the cottage can't be tainted by him. Yi Futian glanced at Zhuge Hui. The cottage didn't need to give explanations, but he couldn't allow the cottage to be defamed. Right now, he viewed the cottage as his family. Zhuge Hui looked into Yi Futian's clear eyes and smiled brightly. Her junior brother was mischievous and great at flirting, but was very pure. Their teacher would definitely like him. She didn't say anything else. Yi Futian was clear about things, so he could take care of it. She stood behind him. The cottage would also stand behind him. Any disciple of the cottage could represent them all. Yi Futian continued looking at the Royal Xian Temple. No one is stupid here, he said. Shiro deserved to die, but it's sad because she fell for someone unreliable. All her evils were done for that person. Even now, he's still standing in the back watching everything. Luo Junlin, don't you feel ashamed? As soon as he spoke, many people looked to Luo Junlin, including people from the Royal Xian Temple and Hiyulu. Luo Junlin's eyes hardened. He stared coldly at Yi Futian. Of course I feel ashamed. Because I'm powerless to take revenge for Shiro, he said coldly. Yi Futian scoffed. You're still pretending? If you truly love Shiro, why would you, a man, tell her about your hatred and what happened in the 100 Lands? Why would you use her to borrow the Royal Xian Temple's power against me and Kengi? Yi Futian laughed coldly. If you didn't think of the consequences before, wouldn't you still know about Hu Tong and this assassination with your relationship with Shiro after I entered the cottage? Wouldn't you know the consequences then? Even if you didn't participate, and this was Shiro's own idea, had you ever done anything to stop her? You stood in the back, watching everything, letting her kill me and take all the blame. Even now, you're standing in the back to protect yourself. Do you take the Royal Xian Temple or me as idiots? Yi Futian stared coldly at Luo Junlin. Hishiro was dead, and that was over. But how did everything start? It was because of the one behind her, Luo Junlin. The man's eyes were frigid. Yi Futian's words all implied that Yi Futian wanted him dead. Now his teacher looked over. His gaze was cold. Teacher, I tried to stop Shiro, Luo Junlin said, voice pained as he clenched his fists. Really? Yi Futian laughed. Then why was Shiro the one who stood out instead of you? Everything she did was for you. Don't you think that it's more suitable for you to confess? If you gave yourself up, wouldn't my anger and the cottage's anger be extinguished? Wouldn't Shiro still be alive? Shut up. Luo Junlin's features turned menacing. You forced Shiro to kill herself and are now putting all the blame on me. Are you angry from the shame? Yi Futian sneered. Everyone can decide by themselves who is right or wrong. Luo Junlin, I always thought that our rivalries would be solved by ourselves. However, you keep pushing my bottom line. In that case, I won't play with you anymore. Luo Junlin had tried using the Royal Xian Temple and Shiro to kill him. All these tricks and the assassination had threatened his life. In that case, it should end now. Since you love Shiro, you must want to avenge her. Now, I will give you the chance, Yi Futian said. We will fight. Neither the cottage nor the Royal Xian Temple will interfere. Only one man may live. With that, he looked away from Luo Junlin to Heilü. Your disciple can avenge your daughter's death now. I'm sure the Royal Xian Temple won't refuse. As he said that, he knew that Luo Junlin couldn't refuse. Even if the cottage didn't pressure him, Heilü definitely would. As expected, Heilü looked over as soon as he finished. It was an arcana against a dharma. Luo Junlin had entered the arcana plane last year while Yi Futian was still a level. How could he let go of the chance for revenge? Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian. A fight to the death? He was so arrogant. Yi Futian was strong. Luo Junlin had witnessed his performance at the Dongqing College's battle platform. But did he really look down upon Luo Junlin? Right here, right now? Heilü asked. 1 month later at the Nanda Nation of the 100 Lands. Yi Futian looked at Luo Junlin. Back then, you wanted me to be your servant. Your father's one decree forced me into despair. How about we end it all today? If you lose this battle, you won't be the only one dying. Hearing his words, Luo Junlin's expression turned cold. He obviously understood what Yi Futian meant. The location was the Nanda Nation. If he won, Yi Futian would be dead and the rivalry would be over. If he lost, not only he would die, but the Nanda Nation would also be destroyed. Yi Futian wanted to use this to destroy Nandu. He clearly didn't want to wait anymore. He didn't want to keep playing with Luo Junlin. Chapter 285, Behind the Assassination. Chapter 285. Behind the assassination, Yi Futian indeed didn't want to keep playing with Luo Junlin. He wanted to solve it by himself, but Luo Junlin didn't think like that. If you use tricks, then I'll do it unashamedly. It began in Nandu and it will end in Nandu. Before, the Luo family had oppressed him. They thought they were kings and could be high up in the kingdom. Then Yi Futian would now return it to them. Okay, Luo Junlin said with a dark face. He accepted the challenge. He was clear that he had to accept. Yi Futian's every word went straight to his heart. Both the cottage and his teacher would force him to accept. Furthermore, he wasn't untalented. Since Yi Futian was so confident he would let him have his way. 1 month later, they would fight in Nanda Nation. He knew that he couldn't escape from this. Instead of waiting for Yi Futian to mature, he should end it when he still had the advantage of a higher plane. With the cottage's reputation in the Eastern Barren Territory, they wouldn't interfere no matter what the result was since Yi Futian had made this request. This was a great chance for Luo Junlin. Senior sister, let's go back. Yi Futian looked back and said to Zhuge Hui. After spending a year in the cottage, he was familiar with their customs. Not involving relatives was one of their principles. Only the perpetrator would be punished. But if they were protected, it was a different matter. He'd heard that third senior brother once killed an entire group because someone killed a man but was protected. A group like that allowed people to kill recklessly. Thus, Gudonglu had taken the role of God. All right. Zhuge Hui nodded and smiled. She looked to Heilü. If he doesn't appear at the Nanda Nation 1 month later, I will come to find you. With that, the people of the cottage and college turned to leave. Everyone looked at the receding backs of those people, many thoughts in their head. This was the cottage and their way of doing things. If someone tried to assassinate their disciple, they would dig the perpetrator up no matter what. Now Hishiro the organizer of the assassination, was dead. The one behind her, Luo Junlin, would soon have a fight to the death with Yi Futian. Everything seemed to be over for now. The depression shrouding Chaoga City seemed to lighten up as well. However, the royal Xian temple was even more depressed. Soon after, the people of the Qin dynasty arrived. Qin Li apologized to He Lu on behalf of the Qin dynasty. They had helped the cottage search for clues and couldn't keep it from the royal Xian temple. However, it was meaningful that they'd come to apologize. As for what they talked about, no one would know. Soon after, the royal Xian temple left Chaoga City. Only one disciple was left behind, Xiao Luo, the direct disciple of the First Lord. After that, the Qin dynasty announced that the battles would start again. At the inn, the college and cottage prepared to leave Chaoga. Lu Feiyang, Yi Wuchen, and the others were all waiting with Yi Futian. At a pavilion, Yi Futian tapped against the stone table. He gazed at Lu Feiyang and asked, "Feiyang, where did you get the news that Chu Yaoyao and you have issues?" Hearing this, Lu Feiyang's eyes flashed. He studied Yi Futian. There seemed to be an implied meaning, but he knew Yi Futian wasn't suspecting him. At a restaurant, some people were discussing it, Lu Feiyang said. After that, Wuchen and I went to find you. Yi Wuchen was silent. He continued, drumming the table. Did you think of something? Lu Chenyu asked. It's coincidental, Yi Futian murmured. How can the Moon Clan's private matters be spread, and that you two just happened to hear them discussing it? Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu exchanged glances, feeling shaken. Do you suspect someone else behind this? Lu Chenyu asked. It's definitely Hishiro, Yi Futian said. From the beginning to the end, everything pointed at Shiro, and she paid for it with her life. Other than Luo Junlin, no one deserved to be protected with her life. Thus it must be Shiro. She had kept Hu Tong beside her since long before with murder in mind. Despite this, Yi Futian still felt something was wrong. It was too coincidental. Lu Feiyang happened to get the news, and when Yi Futian left the inn, the attempt happened. If he didn't go out, the assassination would be much more difficult. Shiro definitely planned it, but did someone help her? If that was the case, then something else didn't make sense. Only the people close to Shiro would have known about this. The royal Xian temple wouldn't participate because they had no motive to kill him. Hopefully I'm just overthinking, Yi Futian said quietly. He didn't think too deeply. He knew that even if there really was someone behind the curtains, he wouldn't find any evidence. Hu Tong and Hishiro were all dead. How would he investigate? Yi Futian suddenly smiled and looked up. Wuchen, will you visit Kangyi in 1 month? I'll try to go back. Yi Wuchen nodded. The forces of the Eastern Barren Territory would be interested in Yi Futian and Luo Junlin's battle. He could go back to visit his family too. I'm sure, Lord, you would want to meet Chenyu, Yi Futian teased. Lu Chenyu rolled her eyes. We're leaving. Come to the Lu Kingdom when you have time, Lu Feiyang said to Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. Yes, I'll definitely go when Wuchen proposes, Yi Futian said, grinning. Yi Wuchen was speechless and left soon after. The college and cottage gradually left. They soared into the air, no longer wishing to take part in the Dongqing College's battles. Qin Li and Xiao Luo came to a courtyard in the Dongqing College of Chaoga City. A figure stood quietly before them, smiling at Xiao Luo. It was Qin Yu. Xiao Luo walked over and bowed. Qin Luo greets uncle. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Qin Luo, you've worked hard all these years. It's worth it if I can help revive the Qin dynasty. Qin Luo shook his head. His true surname was Qin. He was from the Qin dynasty. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Though you're a prince, you were sent out as a child. If the Qin dynasty can recover its glory, your efforts will not go to waste. Thank you, uncle. Qin Luo bowed. Since He Lu left someone behind for talks, it's clear he hates the cottage. Go back and plan well. You must succeed, Qinyu said. His daughter died. How can he, Yilu, not have hatred? He should be angrier that he's powerless. His daughter died before his eyes, but he couldn't protect her. This powerlessness will definitely transform into hatred for the cottage. I'm sure he won't refuse if there's any way to fight against the cottage. My teacher is a bit troublesome, but I will try my best. Qin Luo nodded as he spoke. He'd been behind this assassination all this time. Ever since he found out that Shiro and Luo Junlin hated Yi Futian, he started paying attention to Shiro. That was why that conversation had happened, leading Shiro to act. Of course, Shiro and Luo Junlin couldn't have guessed anything from that. It had just been a casual conversation. As for clues, the Qin dynasty didn't have to look for long. They knew who it was already. However, everything went according to plan. They only had to act as the guide. Everything else was up to the cottage themselves. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. That day, the second disciple of the cottage had arrived and destroyed the Dongqin College's gate. He had embarrassed the Qin dynasty, but they still cooperated with the cottage. Did they really think the Qin dynasty was easy to bully? Qin Li, you should quicken things with Chu Yaoyao, Qin Yu said. Yes, father. Qin Li nodded. Now that Chu Yaoyao was willing to date him, he was sure he could succeed soon. Of course, he knew that Chu Yaoyao was very smart and wouldn't be like Shiro. Chu Yaoyao had higher standards too. She wouldn't be satisfied with just being the wife of a crown prince. She knew that relying on men was not permanent and that Qin Li had ulterior motives. But what did it matter if they had the same goal? Chapter 286, Newcomer to the College. Chapter 286, Newcomer to the College. The battles of the Qin dynasty continued, but the large forces had all started leaving Chaoga City. Next, the Dongqin College would start enrolling students. Yi Futian's group returned to Book Mountain. Everything seemed to go back to normal. The college examinations for this year were about to start. Strong cultivators from all over the divine capital came. Perhaps pressured by the Dongqin College, the college would hold large-scale entrance exams this year and enroll more talented cultivators. It caused a splash in the divine capital. Countless youths would come to the college. What had happened at Chaoga had spread throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone knew about it. The divine capital was the college's territory and was one of the 3 main cities of the Eastern Barren Territory. Naturally, they paid more attention than other places. The Dongqin College would definitely become a superpower, but the cottage still had its legacy, especially with Gu Dongliu's victory over Lu Nantian and Zhuge Hui's appearance. Everyone witnessed the cottage's true face again. The first 3 disciples of the cottage could all represent the top of the Eastern Barren Territory alone. The powerful college was about to hold exams, and the divine capital was watching. People from the other mountains of the college paid attention too. Many talents appeared, attracting much attention. This all seemed unrelated to Yi Futian. He continued to cultivate quietly in the cottage, preparing to go back to Nandu. He was confident in himself, but he couldn't underestimate Luo Junlin either. There was a difference in playing after all. One day, Yi Shaoshi found Yi Futian and had a strange expression. 7th senior brother, why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian found his eyes strange. How many girlfriends do you have? Yi Shaoshi blurted. Yi Futian made a face. He glanced towards Zhuge Hui and Xinger. The 2 pretty girls looked over, and Yi Futian glared at Yi Shaoshi. 7th senior brother, you're ruining my image. What the heck? He asked how many girlfriends I have. Is he purposely ruining my perfect image before senior sister? Jealousy. He must be jealous of my status. Yi Shaoshi gave him a look. What image? The new students are choosing their mountains today. A really beautiful girl didn't choose any mountain, not even the first one. She said she wants to join the cottage to find you. Yi Shaoshi side-eyed Yi Futian. How many pure girls had this guy tainted? Yi Shaoshi had gone down the mountain to look. The girl's eyes were very clear, and she was beautiful. She was definitely an innocent one. Thinking of Yi Futian's character, she must have been lied to. So why was Yi Futian pretending to be innocent before senior sister? Yi Futian was awkward. Seventh senior brother, you're purposely doing this. How can someone other than Jiyu come to find me? Jiyu was part of the Moon Clan. She wouldn't take part in the college's exams. I'll give you a hint. She's a silver-haired beauty, cold as ice. Yi Xiaosher continued, giving him a look. Did he really want to deny it? Could the girl have found the wrong guy? Yi Futian blinked, deflating. He'd thought of someone. Silver hair, cold as ice. She was indeed unforgettable. Seeing Zhuge Hui and Xinger grinning at him, Yi Futian looked away. This was too awkward. How beautiful. Zhuge Hui smiled at Yi Xiaosher. Yi Xiaosher looked at her and replied, very beautiful, but definitely not as beautiful as you, second senior sister. He had chubby cheeks when he smiled and looked submissive. After being with Yi Futian for a year, he'd learned some things just by watching. He had to, his status was at risk. Xiaosher, your smile is so fake, Zhuge Hui said cheerily. Yi Xiaosher's smile froze awkwardly. Looking at Zhuge Hui, he didn't even know how to reply. Seventh senior brother, you spoke wrongly. Few women can be compared to senior sister. I do know that girl, but she can't even be compared to senior sister, Yi Futian said seriously. His tone was much more natural than Yi Xiaosher's. I always like what Junior says, Zhuge Hui said with a smile. Yi Xiaosher was about to cry. How come they were so different? Even being shameless required talent. He could only lament at his lack of skill. Beitang Xinger watched this all with a smile. Xiaosher wanted to copy the junior, but it wasn't the same. Yi Futian was attractive and looked even better when he smiled. This was his personality too. He was natural when complimenting girls, and it felt comfortable. Since she's here for Junior, bring her here for me to see, Zhuge Hui said with a smile. Yi Xiaosher blinked and looked at her in shock before nodding. Okay. With that he left, feeling sad at the bias. Zhuge Hui was too biased. Even girls who came for Yi Futian could enter the cottage. When Yi Xiaosher left, Zhuge Hui smiled at Yi Futian. Old lover? Senior sister, I'm not like that. Yi Futian gazed into her eyes and explained seriously, her name is Lulan Shui. She's a regular friend I made in the ancient barren world. Why would a regular come to find you at the cottage? Beitang Xinger asked. There was no trust in her eyes. Really? Yi Futian looked into the eyes of his pretty senior sisters and muttered sadly, If you don't trust me, you can ask her later. Okay, Zhuge Hui replied, smiling. The newcomer indeed was Lulan Shui. She'd participated in this year's grand exams and performed extraordinarily well. She was known as the most powerful of this year. Everyone paid attention to her, and even the top mountain wanted her. They believed she could be the direct disciple of the dean. At this time, there were many disciples at the square on Book Mountain. Lulan Shui stood primly in the middle. One would be attracted with a single glance, and everyone was like that. Every mountain wanted her, but Lulan Shui said she wanted to find Yi Futian at the cottage. This caused an uproar. Many people guessed that she was Yi Futian's old lover. Some knew Lulan Shui, such as Tang Yi. He'd seen Lulan Shui when she was with Yi Futian in the ancient barren world. But Yi Futian and the others all entered the eastern barren world last year, while Lulan Shui didn't. Many people forgot about her. The disciples from last year were also in the crowd, such as Nangong Jiao and Tuobi Yin. They were attracted by Lulan Shui's aura too. Many people said that not only was she the best of this year, the last year couldn't beat her either. At this time, someone walked over and stopped close to the crowd. People looked over. It was Yi Xiaosher from the cottage. Lulan Shui looked over too. Many people thought she would be disappointed. She was talented, but one didn't enter the cottage just by being talented. No one in the cottage was normal. The event at Saga had bolstered the cottage's reputation. "Second senior sister wants you to follow me up the mountain," Ishausher said. As soon as he spoke, everyone stared at him in shock. They knew clearly who the second senior sister was. It was the powerful girl who dared to shatter the Dongqing College's gate. She wanted Lulan Xue to go up the mountain. Was she going to accept Lulan Xue as a disciple? Oh. Lulan Xue started walking, following Ishausher towards the cottage. Everyone looked over, but they didn't argue. If the cottage really wanted her, what was there to argue about? No force in the Eastern Baron territory could compete with the cottage. They were sure that the cottage's one word was more impactful than a genuine invitation from any top force. Ishausher brought Lulan Xue to the cottage. After seeing Yi Futian, Lulan Xue kept looking. It had only been 1 year, but now everyone in the Eastern Baron territory knew his name. Her mother said that he was born this way. There would be chaos wherever he went. "Hello, Virgin." Yi Futian smiled at her. He didn't think they could meet again after the farewell at the ancient barren world. He definitely didn't expect her to come to find him. "Yes." Lulan Xue nodded. Her personality was cool, just like her aura. "How come you're here? Are you going to cultivate at the college?" Yi Futian asked. "I'm here to find you." Lulan Xue looked at him with her silver eyes. "Find me?" "Yes." Lulan Xue nodded. "Why do you want to find him?" Zhuge Hui asked, grinning. This silver-haired girl really was cold. Lulan Xue glanced at her and then back at Yi Futian. She bowed her head slightly and hesitated to speak. "Just speak," Yi Futian said after seeing that. Lulan Xue raised her head, staring at Yi Futian. "My mother wanted me to ask you if you plan on marrying me." Yi Futian was shocked. Zhuge Hui and Beitang Xinger were shocked too. They gaped at Lulan Xue. Did this cold girl really ask that? Good friends indeed. Beitang Xinger grinned at Yi Futian, smiling ambiguously. "Seems like we don't have to ask any more," Zhuge Hui asked, smiling. Ishausher felt emboldened. He gave Yi Futian a look. Was he still going to deny it? Was he still going to pretend? He'd lied to this innocent girl, and now she'd come to the cottage. Was Yi Futian going to take responsibility? Yi Futian's mind was in turmoil. He stared at Lulan Xue. "Virgin, even if the Empress acts recklessly, you shouldn't." He didn't know how to reply. Chapter 287, The Empress's Plan. Chapter 287. The Empress's Plan. Lulan Xue looked at Yi Futian. Her expression was cold, but her eyes had a strange look, as if even she thought it was a bit weird. After a moment, she shook her head and whispered, "It's not acting recklessly." Ishausher walked over and patted Yi Futian's shoulder. "Junior," he said, smiling devilishly, "just admit it. You wanted to pretend before senior sister, but you can't keep pretending, huh?" Seeing the annoying smile on Ishausher's face, Yi Futian really wanted to beat him up. Sadly, he wouldn't win. "Virgin, didn't I tell you in the palace that I have a lover? You saw her too." Yi Futian looked at Lulan Xue. She had been there when Hua Jiu went to the peak of Mirror Mountain. "I don't mind." Lulan Xue shook her head. Yi Futian was completely speechless as he stared at the silver-haired girl. What was she thinking? "How horrible," Ishausher commented happily. Zhuge Hui and Beitang Xinger watched all this while grinning. They didn't say anything. They watched Yi Futian quietly. "Virgin, don't joke." He was close to tears. What was Lulan Xue thinking? How long had they known each other for? Lulan Xue's silver eyes looked disappointed after Yi Futian's rejection. However, there was still some joy. Perhaps she would be more disappointed if Yi Futian accepted like this. It was simple why she did, as the Empress had said. She didn't really care about relationships. It was too hard to find someone she liked in ancient Lulan. The people she interacted with were all below her. The Virgin of ancient Lulan obviously had to leave descendants. This meant she had to choose a man sooner or later. Otherwise, she would be stuck in Lulan forever. Yi Futian was very suitable. He was handsome and talented. Lulan Xue could still remember his performance in the ancient barren world. She didn't like him that much, but he had left an impression at least. He was the best choice, so she didn't reject the Empress idea. Of course, she had another implication, also thought of by her mother. My mother told me to follow you, and I agreed, Lulan Xue said, gazing at Yi Futian. Didn't you take in a servant in the ancient barren world? I can serve you too. Yi Futian stared at her, wanting to cry. He knew what Lulan Xue was like. She was an ice beauty, the virgin of ancient Lulan. Even if she wanted to be a servant, did she know how to serve? Was this a joke? Virgin, did the Empress force you to do this? Yi Futian muttered, thinking of that beautiful old lady. That woman had tried to force him to marry Lulan Xue. It was possible she'd forced Lulan Xue to do this too. No, I'm doing this voluntarily, Lulan Xue said. If you think that I can't take care of someone, I can learn. I'm cultivating at the cottage. I don't deserve having a virgin to take care of me, Yi Futian said. The cottage won't allow it. He couldn't make Lulan Xue, so he could only have second senior sister take care of it. With that, Yi Futian looked pitifully at Zhuge Hui. Lulan Xue also gazed at her, seeming a bit scared. Zhuge Hui grinned at Yi Futian. Did he want her to be the bad guy? She gazed at Lulan Xue and smiled. If she wishes to be a servant, then I can make an exception and let her stay. She quite liked Lulan Xue's personality. She was interesting. Yi Futian gaped at Zhuge Hui. She'd actually made an exception. Thank you, senior. A faint smile appeared on Lulan Xue's cool features. She seemed happy. Zhuge Hui looked deep at her and said, You can live with Junior and take care of him. Okay. Lulan Xue nodded lightly. Then she said to Yi Futian, My mother is here too. She's not far from the Book Mountain and wishes to see you. Not going, Yi Futian refused resolutely. That woman was troublesome and difficult. Rest assured, she won't be hard on you, Lulan Xue continued. Yi Futian blinked. Did she plan all this? He asked, defeated. Lulan Xue just looked at him quietly without replying. Yi Futian couldn't have a temper faced with this cold beauty. What could he do? All right, I'll go with you, he could only say with Lulan Xue's eyes on him. Okay. Lulan Xue nodded. Then Yi Futian said to Zhuge Hui, Senior sister, I'm going out. Okay. Zhuge Hui smiled and nodded. Lulan Xue took Yi Futian down the mountain. After they left, Zhuge Hui was still smiling. Second senior sister, Beitang Xinger called. Why did you agree? Zhuge Hui gazed at the receding backside and chuckled. If someone else did that, I would think she just wants to stay in the cottage. But why do I find this girl so cute? Beitang Xinger's eyes glimmered, while Yi Shaoshe rolled his eyes. Having good looks meant everything. After leaving Book Mountain, the two went to an empty field. The black-winged eagle flapped its wings, and they climbed on. Yi Futian didn't speak, and Lulan Xue didn't either. They were both quiet. Do you find me shameless? Lulan Xue looked over, eyes falling on Yi Futian. No. Yi Futian shook his head. My mother said that I can't enter the cottage with my talent. If I want to cultivate there, I have to use you. I knew it was that old woman, Yi Futian thought. He didn't say it out loud, though. He couldn't insult Lulan Xue's mother in front of her. However, this wasn't all because of her. I also agreed to it. Lulan Xue looked forward, seeming to avoid his eyes. She was as cold as frost, but she would get shy about relationships too. Oh, Yi Futian nodded and didn't say anything else. Everyone wanted to join the cottage. The Empress of ancient Lulan had wanted Yi Futian to marry Lulan Xue to bring Lulan back to glory. Now that she'd come to study in the heart of the Eastern Barren Territory, She obviously wanted to go to the strongest force. Everyone knew about the cottage. The Empress definitely did as well. With Yi Futian cultivating at the cottage, she would naturally think of a trick like this. After some time, they arrived at a pavilion in the divine capital. Yi Futian stepped in and discovered many strong cultivators there. The Empress of ancient Lulan had come personally. People naturally flocked to her. Yi Futian saw her in a courtyard. He wasn't that respectful this time. He stared straight at her. "What, you dislike me that much?" The Empress saw Yi Futian look at her coldly. "No, I wouldn't dare," Yi Futian said. "You are now a disciple of the cottage. I can't do anything to you. No one in the Eastern Barren Territory can. You can dare to do anything." The Empress smiled coldly. Then she looked at Lulan Shui. He didn't agree? Lulan Shui shook her head and murmured, "But the senior at the cottage said that if I'm willing to be a servant, I can stay in there." The Empress nodded. She could accept this. However, she was even unhappier with Yi Futian. "I'm giving my talented daughter to you, but you bear to make her a servant." "Good job," she said sarcastically. "Is she not pretty enough?" "Empress, you're being a bit too illogical. I can't force feelings. How long have we known each other for? Plus, you and the Virgin know that I have a lover. What is the point of doing this?" Yi Futian asked. "Just as you said, your daughter is very talented. How can you make her do this? If only everyone in the world could be as talented as you. If we had the cottage to support us when something happens, we wouldn't care about that much." The Empress scoffed. "She will cultivate in the cottage from now on. From the surface. She is your servant, but I dare you to bully her." Yi Futian stared, speechless. "I won't treat you poorly either. I will now confer you the title of the Lulan Sun. Don't worry, this is only a title that hasn't ever existed before. You don't have to be responsible for anything, but you will have power. From now on, you will be second only to me in ancient Lulan. This token represents me." The Empress tossed a token at Yi Futian. Seeing that he wanted to speak, she continued, "Don't be so quick to refuse. I know you don't need ancient Lulan when you have the cottage. But don't you feel any danger from the assassination attempt earlier? You don't think your senior brothers will always protect you, right?" Yi Futian's expression changed. The Empress made sense. No one would dare after that last event, but what if the forces in the Eastern Barren Territory changed? His senior brothers had to cultivate too. They weren't his guards and wouldn't be by his side at all times. "Come in," the Empress called at this time. 9 strong cultivators walked into the courtyard. They wore silver armor and looked powerful. Their sharp eyes focused on Yi Futian with formless pressure. "Bow to the sun," the Empress said coolly. "Lulan Silver Snow Guard greets the sun," the 9 said while bowing. "The Lulan Silver Snow Guard is the guard of Lulan. They are the generals of the guards, and all are at the noble plane. They will be by your side at your beck and call. You don't need to doubt their loyalty," the Empress continued. Yi Futian blinked. This woman was so unfriendly, but her actions were completely opposite from her attitude. He was tempted to have 9 nobles listen to him. Seeing Yi Futian's expression, the Empress scoffed inwardly. "Want to fight with me? You can't escape from my hold." Chapter 288. Yi Futian's Decision. Chapter 288. Yi Futian's decision. The Empress of ancient Lulan was extremely powerful. She was the ruler and king. But Yi Futian gave her a headache. Back then, Yi Futian had received the sage's treasure from the Lulan relic. The sage told her to become closer to Yi Futian and make him part of Lulan, and also choose a husband for her daughter. But she failed. Later, Lulan Shui went back and told her that Yi Futian's girlfriend truly was extraordinary. She had also broken many records at the Mirror Mountain Peak. The Empress had been very frustrated. Now, Yi Futian's name was already known throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. Just as the sage had predicted, he would gradually display mind-blowing talent. He might even become the best of the Eastern Barren Territory. Under this circumstance, she naturally had to take him in earlier and also have Lulan Shue cultivate in the cottage. It wasn't her place to be the icing on the cake. She wasn't sending him direly needed help either, but she did her best. She put her daughter by his side and gave him the power of being above all except her. She believed he would accept it. Plus, her daughter was so beautiful and innocent. After some time, he would definitely soften. Having a lover was a bullshit excuse. She knew how men were. Empress, I hope you won't cause mischief about the Virgin anymore. It'll affect her reputation, Yi Futian said. As for being the Lulan son and the 9 nobles, he would grudgingly accept it. He didn't like to take advantage of people, but he could manage. This bastard, the Empress swore inside as she looked at the earnest Yi Futian. He wouldn't even thank her? Despite her thoughts, her expression warmed up. Looking at Yi Futian gently, she said, Okay, you two can take care of the feelings. I won't force you. You've seen my attitude. As for how you will develop will be up to you, and I won't interfere. But you have to help take care of Lulan Shue at the cottage. She isn't very sensitive about many matters. Ah, how can I not work to fulfill the Empress' wishes? Yi Futian said. He knew that the old woman just wanted to beat him up. They were both good at acting, and he wasn't scared. The Empress nodded. You can take care of the 9 silver snow guards. I won't disturb you any further, and will leave soon. You're in such a hurry, Yi Futian said. Why don't you stay in the divine capital for a few days? No, I have matters to take care of in Lulan. I will come to visit in the future, the Empress said. Inside, she cursed, You're so fake. You must wish I'd leave right this moment. I see. Yi Futian nodded. Then he said to the 9 guards, Since the Empress is in a hurry to leave, I won't keep you. As for you 9 seniors, let's change a place to live. I have relatives cultivating in the divine capital. You all can live there and take care of each other. The Empress gritted her teeth. Yi Futian said that he wanted her to stay, but now he was already ordering the silver snow guard. So conscious, huh? I've never seen someone so shameless. Yes, you all listen to the sun's command in the future. Seeing him is like seeing me, the Empress said to the 9. Yes, Empress. The 9 bowed and then said to Yi Futian, Please order us as pleased. Seniors, you are too kind, Yi Futian said. I will take you all there now. Second senior sister is still waiting for me, so I shouldn't delay. Empress, safe travels. Okay, go do what you must. The Empress smiled and nodded while she ground her teeth. Goodbye. Yi Futian put his hands together and then left straightforwardly. The 9 silver snow guards bowed to the Empress and followed him away. Lulan Shue gazed at the Empress, who nodded at her. Go and cultivate well. With our treasured book and the sage's guidance, I'm sure the cottage will truly approve of you one day. Okay, I'll go now. Lulan Shue nodded lightly and left with Yi Futian. When everyone left, a female guard in the pavilion walked over to the Empress. She looked in the direction Yi Futian went and said, Empress, that man is too shameless. I've realized. Her smile disappeared and she glared in that direction. She had ruled ancient Lulan for so many years as the female regent. She'd seen all types of people and controlled countless strong cultivators. Only Yi Futian was uncontrollable. She'd given Yi Futian her daughter and even nobles as his guards, as well as giving him the title of son. But that bastard accepted the guards happily, but didn't give her anything. He wasn't even grateful and wanted her to disappear. That bastard, Yi Futian, didn't care about what the Empress thought of him. That old woman tried to use him, so he couldn't be too nice with her. Since she gave him nobles, he would take them without feeling bad. As for Lulan Shue, they had traveled together in the ancient barren world. Hua Jiu knew that he saw Lulan Shue as a friend. Since Juga, Hui allowed her to cultivate at the cottage, he would take care of her as needed. In the sky, Yi Futian asked the guards, What do I call you all? Silver 1, Silver 2, Silver 3. The 9 said one by one. Yi Futian was shocked, but he nodded. Oh, I got it. They were quite special. Soon after, they arrived at the Guqin Gardens of the divine capital. Coincidentally, Hua Fenglu and the others were there. Seeing Yi Futian come, they all came out. They'd heard of what had happened at Saga. Nanda Wanine walked up and asked, Futian, were you hurt in Saga City? Some minor injuries. I'm all right, you don't have to worry. Yi Futian smiled innocently. His masteress was the best. That old empress couldn't compare. Be careful out there, Nanda Wanine said. On the other hand, Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan's gaze fell on Lulan Shui. She was so pretty and had a unique aura. Her silver hair was like snow, and her silver eyes were strangely beautiful. Was this guy getting with girls again? And he'd even taken her to see his father-in-law? Yi Xiong looked at the 9 guards. He could feel faint pressure from them. They were nobles, 9 powerful nobles. From what he knew, the cottage only had 8 disciples, so they couldn't be it. The cottage wouldn't wear silver armor either. Master, Masteress, this is my friend Lulan Shui, Yi Futian introduced. We met in the ancient barren world. She is the virgin of ancient Lulan and saved my life. She's going to cultivate in the cottage. Nanda Wanine nodded and said, Thank you, virgin. Lulan Shui looked at her with a strange expression. Yi Futian had called the master and masteress. She didn't know much about the world, but she wasn't stupid. She vaguely guessed their identities. She had seen Hua Jiu before. The girl had traces of these two. She'd inherited both of their attractiveness and had even surpassed them. Thinking of everything that had happened, why did it feel weird for Yi Futian to bring her here? These 9 seniors are noble cultivators from ancient Lulan. The Empress has helped me, and even made me the son of Lulan. These 9 are with me, Yi Futian continued. The listeners kept getting shocked. The Empress had helped him, made him son, and gave him nobles? That Empress is so nice. Yi Xiong shot him a look of disdain. Yi Futian was speaking nonsense. Yeah, I think so too. She's so kind and is a good woman. Yi Futian nodded seriously. The Empress wouldn't know how to think if she heard this. Huh. Hua Fenglu looked at him. Tang Lan also looked. Tang Wan and Yi Qingxian smiled ambiguously. Why would the Empress of Lulan do all this? Thinking of the relationship between Hua Fenglu, Yi Futian, and Hua Jiu, wasn't it obvious? Seeing everyone's eyes, Yi Futian lost some confidence. However, he still said naturally, Master, Masteress, it's not what you think. Then what is it? Hua Fenglu asked. The Empress idea was obvious. He knew that Yi Futian could tell too. As his teacher and father-in-law, he knew how this boy was. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. Why didn't they believe him? Was he a player? Master, Masteress, I want the 9 seniors to live in the Guqin Gardens. If anything happens, they can take care of it. If you and Senior Yi Xiong have any questions, you can ask them too, Yi Futian said. With the stone statue from the Mirror Mountain, they would definitely try for the noble plane. It would be easier if they had nobles to guide them. Also, I will have a final battle with Luo Junlin in the Nanda Nation to take care of everything. How about you and Masteress come back with me? You can take care of the problem with the Nanda family too, Yi Futian continued. I will go to the Moon Clan to get Jiu. Then we can go back together. What do you think? Hearing this, Hua Fenglu glanced at him. At least he remembered Jiu. Nanda Wanine looked at him gently. Futian, you've worked hard. These things would require him to take care of. She'd always had her mind on the Nanda family. It was the place that filled her with disappointment and sadness. Her brother was still there. Going back. Yi Xiong looked up into the air. Even though he always insulted Yi Futian, he'd seen the boy's growth this year. He wasn't even 20 years old, but he had already shaken the Eastern Barren territory. Still in the Dharma Plain, he was known by all. He didn't say it, but he knew that Yi Futian valued relationships greatly. It was time to resolve the matter with the Nanda nation. Up to now, they'd only escaped. Chapter 289, Chulian. Chapter 289, Chulian. There was a door on the top of the hill behind Book Mountain. A Dharma matrix was carved on that door like a black vortex. This was the entrance to the ancient barren world. Every top force of the Eastern Barren Territory owned a place for entering the ancient barren world. So did the college. After returning from the Guqin Gardens and helping Lulan Xue settle down, Yi Futian came here, ready to enter the ancient barren world, not for cultivation, but for the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan was in the north of the Eastern Barren Territory. It would take even strong cultivators much time to go there. The passage to ancient barren world was no doubt the fastest way. The black-winged eagle flew fast into the ancient barren world. The stronger Yi Futian became, the more the black-winged eagle grew. At this moment, it had reached the peak of the Dharma plane. Before getting into the Arcana plane, it could still enter the ancient barren world. The two crossed the passage and landed on a mountain. There were some buildings among the mountains where many disciples of the college lived. Those disciples came to the ancient barren world for cultivating. Therefore, they lived temporarily here in the mountain instead of going back and forth. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, many disciples were confused. "Who is he?" a new guy asked. "Yi Futian." Someone recognized him. Many people looked over here, including Nangong Jiao. Her beautiful eyes fell on Yi Futian. Though they were enrolled in the college together last year, Yi Futian had already become a legend. In the Battle of Chaoga City, Yi Futian defeated Qian Shanmu with rhythmic sorcery, which was enough for him to be known to all in Eastern Barren Territory. The black-winged eagle flapped its wings and brought Yi Futian away. The Moon Clan was in the central area of the ancient barren world, north of the barren city. The ancient barren world was like a smaller version of the Eastern Barren Territory, sharing the same terrain. The base of the Moon Clan was more beautiful than the college's. With ancient green hills surrounded by rivers and mist, the scene here was very relaxing. When one or two beauties walked down from the hill, people would feel that this must be heaven. Arriving here, Yi Futian saw two young beauties walking down. They were very young and full of energy. The left one was tall with a pair of beautiful, slender legs. She looked slightly proud and became vigilant when seeing Yi Futian here. The one on the right was petite and slim. She looked at Yi Futian with her innocent eyes, full of curiosity, thinking that this guy was really handsome. The two beauties were both disciples of the Moon Clan. The left was Lu Qiu, the right was Ning Qiao Qiao. "Who are you?" Lu Qiu looked at the Futian arrogantly but full of vigilance. There shouldn't be males in the base of Moon Clan. The arrival of Yi Futian confused her. "I'm Yi Futian. I want to visit the Moon Clan. Would you two fairies please lead the way for me?" Yi Futian smiled. "Yi Futian," Ning Qiao Qiao murmured. Suddenly, something occurred to her. "Are you Yi Futian from the cottage?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded lightly, smiling at Ning Qiao Qiao. She blushed a little and immediately nodded. "All right, just follow us." "Thank you, fairy." Yi Futian's smile grew bigger. This beauty was really kind. But Lu Qiu was still observing Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She knew this guy was very famous even in Moon Clan. He was indeed talented, but part of his fame also came from the fabulous disciple of the Moon Clan who was as good-looking as Chu Yaoyao, one of the 3 top beauties in Eastern Barren Territory. "Are you here for Huajiu?" Ning Qiao Qiao asked and took a quick glance at him. This was her first time meeting Yi Futian. Though she knew of his name, Ning Qiao Qiao didn't expect that he could be so good-looking. He and Hua Jiu were well matched to each other. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded with a smile. "She must be very happy to know you are here." Ning Qiao Qiao laughed. "Last time, Hua Jiu wanted to go to Chaoga City too. Yi Futian must be the reason. I heard that you defeated Qian Shanmu on the battle platform of Dongqing College. Can you defeat him without the help of the ritual implement? Lu Qiu asked Yi Futian. There were many rumors about Yi Futian, even in Moon Clan. She was very curious about his strength. I would fail, Yi Futian responded very frankly. He could fight across levels but not across planes. And since Qian Shanmu was master in rhythmic sorcery, he would be too arrogant to say that he could win. What if it was not for rhythmic sorcery and you are in the same plane as him? Lu Qiu kept asking. Yi Futian smiled and looked at her. I wouldn't know unless I try. So you mean the outcome is unknown. Perhaps you are not as strong as in the rumors. Lu Qiu doubted his strength. The disciples of the cottage were indeed strong, but every top force had top talents. If a disciple of the cottage could be so powerful, would the Moon Clan even have the right to be compared to them? Maybe. Yi Futian didn't want to argue. He just nodded, smiling. Sister Lu, you are too curious. Ning Qiao glanced at Lu Qiu. Soon, they arrived at the top of the ancient mountain. There were many communities here. The peak was the exit of ancient barren world, directly leading to the Moon Clan. Seeing Lu Qiu and Ning Qiao come back with a man, many disciples here all gathered to see them. When learning that the guy was Yi Futian, they all looked at him curiously. Being observed by so many girls, Yi Futian felt a little embarrassed. This was the trouble of being attractive. He was contemplating that maybe he could ask Hua Jiu if he could cultivate here for a while. It must be paradise to live in the Moon Clan. At this time, a line of beauties came. The leading woman was extremely beautiful. Her graceful posture and perfect proportion of figure made her no worse than the three beauties of Eastern Barren Territory. You are Yi Futian? The woman went to Yi Futian and asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Why are you here instead of cultivating at the cottage? The woman asked with a cool tone. I'm here for Hua Jiu. I also want to visit the seniors of the Moon Clan. Yi Futian smiled gently. Hua Jiu is cultivating. Our seniors might not want you to disturb her. Frivolous love will affect her cultivation, the woman continued. Moreover, Moon Clan doesn't welcome any man. This is just our base in the ancient barren world. Our seniors are not here. We don't have the right to let you in. Ning Qiao looked at the speaking woman, a little stunned. Indeed, the Moon Clan didn't welcome any man since this was an all-female clan. However, with Yi Futian's reputation as a disciple of the cottage and his relationship with Hua Jiu, he should be allowed in. Knowing the status of the speaking woman, Ning Qiao guessed that she was still entangled with that trivial matter from before. Sister Chu, how about we go in to ask the senior's opinion? Ning Qiao looked at that woman. Sister Ning, don't you remember what they had taught us before? Cultivation comes first. You are new here. How can you be so relaxed? Don't you remember the teacher's words? The woman looked at Ning Qiao. Her tone was a little harsh. Ning Qiao was stunned and felt hurt. It was really embarrassing for her to be reprimanded in public like this. Yi Futian looked at that woman. Her surname was Chu? He seemed to figure out something when looking at that beautiful face. Fairy, you are right. Cultivation is the most important. Yi Futian smiled and said, however, secular things are inevitable too. I have seen a disciple of the moon, clan dating too. That should be common. But according to you, should that fairy be reprimanded too? Is that so? The woman said coldly, if it's true, tell me who this rule breaker is. I will tell our seniors about her. She is Chu Yaoyao of the Moon Clan. Yi Futian revealed the name with a smile. After he finished, all the girls around him froze. That woman was also stunned. She looked at Yi Futian coldly. Yi Futian, as a disciple of the cottage, how dare you insult our disciple? Are you looking down upon the Moon Clan? The woman responded coldly. Her name was Chu Lian, Chu Yaoyao's sister. The two looked alike each other. Yi Futian inferred that from her surname. Oh no, I just said something that should be well known. Yi Futian pretended to be surprised. It is said that Qin Li, the grandson of the Qin emperor, has been here. He and the fairy of the Moon clan got along very well. When I was in Saga City, I saw them together. Are you saying that what they did is an insult to the Moon clan? You. Chu Lian was speechless. She fell into the trap that Yi Futian had prepared for her. Yi Futian said that Qin Li had a date with her sister. She believed that, and it was no secret. Therefore, it was impossible for her to say that Yi Futian was slandering. Jeyu is my girlfriend. There's nothing wrong with me coming to see her. The grandson of the Qin emperor was allowed in to meet the fairy Chu Yaoyao. Nobody stopped them. Now, why do you repeatedly stop me in this way? Yi Futian looked at Chu Lian and asked, Are you unsatisfied with the cottage? Yi Futian sneered secretly. He was unhappy about Chu Yaoyao because she didn't allow Hua Jiu to go out. But that was the rule of Moon Clan, and he wouldn't complain about that. This time, Chu Lian stopped him without even asking the senior's opinions. She even berated Ning Xiao, who was on his side. Obviously, she did this on purpose. In that case, he didn't need to be polite anymore. If it is so, I would like to have a fight as the disciple of the cottage. Yi Futian said coldly, and his smile disappeared. Since you use the Moon Clan as an excuse, then I'll have to use the cottage. Chapter 290, Within the Moon Clan. Chapter 290. Within the Moon Clan, as a top power of the Eastern Barren Territory, there wasn't just one group within the Moon Clan. The college had the 9 mountains, and the Futian Sword Clan had the 7 summits. There were 4 major groups within the Moon Clan. The clan leader belonged to the Moon Tower. This tower was the holy land of cultivation in the Moon Clan. They didn't teach disciples directly. Only the most elite members were qualified to cultivate at the Moon Tower. It was the pillar of the Moon Clan. Other than that, the clan also had the Qianyue Pavilion, the Xiaoya House, and the Hanyue Temple. Each of these 3 groups had their own specialties. Hua Jiu cultivated at the Xiaoya House. The Virgin Chu Yaoyao was a disciple of the Qianyue Pavilion. Presently, the Virgin Chu Yaoyao was located in some building of the Qianyue Pavilion. In front of her, a beautiful woman was seated, looking at a page in her hand. It was a list of some sort, and a lot was written on. This beautiful woman was the leader of the Qianyue Pavilion, Yan Feihong. She taught Chu Yaoyao personally and was her favorite disciple. But they weren't the only ones there. There was one other, the grandson of the Qin emperor, Qin Li. The Dongqing College was still holding their competitions, but the royal grandson wasn't even in Saga City. He was here at the Moon Clan. He had provided the list in Yan Feihong's hand. Every line of the list was filled out with the names of treasures that would sway any top-level noble. However, Yan Feihong looked unmoved. Her expression remained calm. A while later, she folded the page and looked up at Qin Li. Yaoyao has been cultivating under my care for quite some years now. I see her as my own flesh and blood. Furthermore, I am prepared to have her take over my spot in the future. Thus, I do not wish for her to head to the Qin dynasty and become the crown princess. Qin Yu was the crown prince now, and when he became the emperor, Qin Li would be on a short list to becoming the new crown prince of the Qin dynasty. Then, Qin Li's wife would naturally be the crown princess. Of course, I understand, senior. Qin Li nodded at Yan Feihong. Extremely modestly, he bowed. I have been attracted by her and have fallen deeply in love. I would never dare allow this goddess to be treated as inferior to me. If I marry Yaoyao, I would not force her to do anything. She can continue to cultivate at the Moon Clan and inherit your seat. I will only stand behind her and support her. The sparkle reached the eyes of Yan Feihong. Qin Li continued, The list you have right now is just a fraction of the bride price. If Senior is willing to agree to this marriage, it would be my greatest honor and make me the luckiest man. At that time, my father is willing to multiply whatever is on that list now and send it here to the Qianyue Pavilion. Seeing the modest royal grandson in front of her right now, Yan Feihong was swayed. Nothing on the list was fit for Chu Yaoyao's use. Instead, it was for the use of someone at the level of Yan Feihong. It was obvious that these gifts weren't meant for Chu Yaoyao, but for her. She was the leader of the Qianyue Pavilion, and they were going to send these gifts to the pavilion. Was there more that needed to be said? The Qin dynasty was being seriously generous. However, she was also clear of the Qin dynasty's goal. It wasn't as simple as Qin Li's infatuation with Chu Yaoyao. If the two of them really got together, it would be obvious. It was going to be a marriage alliance. Naturally, the royal grandson represented the Qin dynasty, and Chu Yaoyao was the virgin of the Moon Clan. There was no explanation needed for their relationship. Yaoyao, what do you think? Yan Feihong turned to question Chu Yaoyao. It is only natural that you decide on the matters on marriage, teacher, Chu Yaoyao said softly. Yan Feihong nodded lightly. She already knew in her heart that Chu Yaoyao also liked Qin Li and had agreed to his courtship. With Qin Li's gifts and his status, he was definitely a fitting candidate. Furthermore, he was not going to interfere with Chu Yaoyao's cultivation at the Moon Clan. This way, Chu Yaoyao wouldn't need to worry about her future. I don't dare to be rash when it comes to your marriage. I will discuss this with your uncle masters. Go bring Qin Li for a look around, said Yan Feihong. Chu Yaoyao nodded and led Qin Li away. At the same time in the ancient barren world, on top of the Moon Clan's ancient peak, Yi Futian was having a standoff with Chu Lian. Hearing his words, her expression darkened. Yi Futian of the cottage. There wasn't anyone who didn't know of this name. Although she had not gone to Chaoga City, she had heard the stories of his glorious victories. Forget about his battle with Qian Shanmu. The mere fact that he defeated Qin Meng of the Qin dynasty was the greatest proof that he would be undefeatable by anyone in the same plane as him. And since Chu Lian was still in the lower ancient barren world, it was obvious that she was also still in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian wanted to pay a visit to the Moon Clan and was blocked by her. He had the audacity to challenge her. Thinking of this, Chu Lian said coldly, "This is the entrance to the Moon Clan. Pass this door behind me. You will be in the Moon Clan territory. You aren't a member of our clan, so I will not let you enter, and this is how you're going to act? Is this how all the disciples of the cottage take care of things? Are you trying to bully us?" What she said had just placed Yi Futian against the Moon Clan. If Yi Futian really dared to make a move on Chu Lian, he would actually be bullying the Moon Clan. Yi Futian didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, giving off a feeling of dominance. His handsome features seemed to have been carved from stone, very defined. Chu Lian felt pressured with every step he took. The Moon Clan disciples all around were at a loss upon witnessing this scene. It reminded them of the conflict between Chu Yaoyao and Huajiu. Such a small ordeal could be exacerbated because of different standpoints. And now Yi Futian had come for a visit. Chu Lian shouldn't have stopped him, but she did. Yi Futian wasn't exactly known for his good temper, so he challenged her. Multiple figures flashed by and appeared beside Chu Lian. They were her senior and junior sisters from the Hanyue Temple. So, of course, her enemies were their enemies. "Are you qualified to represent the Moon Clan?" Yi Futian asked her coldly. "There are many of your fellow clan members here right now. It should be pretty easy for them to tell whether or not you're targeting me on purpose. You also know the truth. If you have the guts to do so, then don't go hiding behind the name of the Moon Clan. What an embarrassment." A chilling gust washed over Chu Lian. Spiritual qi gathered as an ice spell was released. But just then, Yi Futian stepped forward at an unbelievable speed. A crisp sound was heard, and the ice spiritual qi formed a spell, and crystals of ice began to cover Yi Futian. The chilling air permeated his body and tried to frost him over. Boom! Yi Futian's body was tough. The ice crystals burst, and with one step he had arrived in front of Chu Lian. His terrifying aura crushed down on her. Following that, Yi Futian lifted his hand, and with one palm forward he sent Chu Lian flying back. Even when her feet finally met the ground again, she had to take steps back to stable herself. She let out a soft groan. They were on completely different levels. Chu Lian. Multiple figures ran to her side and stared coldly at Yi Futian. However, they knew that if he was able to send Chu Lian flying simply by the wave of his hand, there was no way they could go up against him. Yi Futian's cutting gaze turned to look at them. He then walked right past them. The black-winged eagle flapped its wings and gave the girls a look of disdain. Walking over to the ancient barren world's exit, Yi Futian turned back to look at Ning Qiao. "Can you be my guide?" Ning Qiao was surprised but quickly nodded with a smile. "All right." She walked forward to Yi Futian's side and led him through a gate, leaving the ancient barren world. All the other people saw this and gradually started to follow, preparing to head back as well. Chu Lian's expression was dark. Yi Futian had humiliated her simply with the wave of his hand. As soon as Yi Futian exited the ancient barren world, he had arrived at the Moon Clan's ancient peak. The jaded mountain peak looked divine. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Heaven on earth. Hua Jiu cultivates at the Saga house. I am also a disciple there, but as soon as Hu Jiu entered the clan, she was taken in by the leader to be taught personally. I'm not as gifted, said Ning Qiao. She led Yi Futian and the others in one direction. What about Chu Yaoyao? Asked Yi Futian. Chu Yaoyao cultivates at the Qianyue Pavilion. That was her younger sister before, Chu Lian. She cultivates at the Hanyue Temple, explained Ning Qiao. Other than that, there is also the Moon Tower where the clan leader cultivates. Got it, nodded Yi Futian. It seemed like every top power had complicated relations within. Hua Jiu and Chu Yaoyao were obviously from different groups. Ning Qiao continued to lead Ning Qiao forward. Along the way, many people asked questions, but when they found out he was Yi Futian, all they did was smile. This seemed like a normal thing to them. Yi Futian of the cottage was here to visit his girlfriend. It was nothing out of the ordinary, and no questions needed to be asked. Stepping into the Saga house territory, Yi Futian could see many beautiful girls. After finding out about his identity, they all gathered around in curiosity. He was a serious big shot nowadays. He had actually come to the Moon Clan to see his girlfriend. Just then, Yi Futian stopped moving and smiled at a girl in front of him. So, we meet again. The female returned a smile. It was the Hua Jiu's messenger, Yunro. Senior Sister Yun greeted Ning Qiao. Yunro nodded in acknowledgement. Looking at Yi Futian with a smile, she asked, Here to see Jiu? Yeah. He smiled. I'll take you there, she said. Thank you. Yi Futian nodded, and the two of them headed off in some direction. However, on the road there, a group of people approached from ahead. A group of women. A picturesque sight. The laughter was music to the ears. Yi Futian's eyes fell on the figure at the center of the group. It seemed that in the year that Hua Jiu had cultivated at the Moon Clan, she had become even more beautiful. Yi Futian thought to himself, Good thing I made my move quick. Hua Jiu's eyes locked on Yi Futian. Her clear eyes filled with hints of bitterness, longing, and joy. Her slender fingers reached up to brush away the hairs obstructing her vision, and she looked at Yi Futian shyly. Just one look was enough to make Yi Futian feel like she had taken his soul. This fox, how is she still so captivating? Chapter 291. Not modest at all. Chapter 291. Not modest at all. Yi Futian let out a bright smile and watched the girl across from him in silence, carefully taking in her beauty. And Hua Jiu did the same to him. The two of them looked at each other with smiles that met their eyes. The shyness in her eyes became more evident, but the gentle smile never left her face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Her voice was soft. In Yi Futian's ears, her words were flirtatious. She turned her head away from him, slightly, but was still captivating as ever. "My wife has gotten even more beautiful." Yi Futian smiled. As soon as he spoke, all the girls around began to giggle. "Who's your wife?" Hua Jiu lowered her head at his words. A timid expression was on her face. Many of her senior sisters were watching. How could this guy be so brazen? Yi Futian smiled brightly and walked up to her. He put his hands on her hand and ruffled her soft hair. Hua Jiu's face grew even redder. Lifting her head slightly, her beautiful, timid eyes stared at Yi Futian. "You," Yi Futian said softly. Another wave of giggles and laughter ensued. They were all teasing Hua Jiu, feeling the countless eyes on her. Hua Jiu's face burned. "I haven't agreed yet." Hua Jiu stared at Yi Futian with a pouting face. She then turned around and jogged off. She was too embarrassed with so many people looking on. This jerk really knew how to pick the worst settings. Smiling big, Yi Futian began to follow her. "Is it really necessary for you guys to show off just how in love you guys are?" Yunro chuckled from the sidelines. "Exactly. We're all single here," said another member of the Moon Clan. They were being too shameless. The Moon Clan was a place for females to cultivate, and a majority of them were single. It was too hateful for the two of them to show off like this. "Thanks, everyone." Yi Futian left the crowd with a smile. The black winged eagle waddled behind him, wings flapping and then moving up to cover its eyes. Even it couldn't bear to watch the couple. Seeing the black winged eagle like this, the crowd was first surprised but recovered quickly and started laughing hysterically. This demon beast was something else. The couple arrived in the courtyard where Hua Jiu lived. She slowed her pace, and Yi Futian asked her with a smile, "So, are you going to agree to be my wife?" Hua Jiu stopped walking and turned around to stare at him. With small steps, she was now standing directly in front of him. She lifted her head to him. Her beautiful eyes were bright and clear, her gaze gentle. She stared at the handsome face in front of her. Getting on her tiptoes, Hua Jiu placed her hands on Yi Futian's shoulders and said softly, "I agree." With these words, her enchanting red lips met his for a soft peck. Yi Futian felt like his heart had melted. His gaze was still on her when he said, "Fox, you're so captivating. I just want to eat you up." "You wouldn't dare," Hua Jiu answered with a flushed face. "Why wouldn't I?" Yi Futian said this while his arms wrapped around her slim waist and held her tightly. He then kissed her fiercely. Hua Jiu's small hands curled into a fist and hit him lightly. Shortly after, she stopped fighting it and let Yi Futian continue. A while later, Yi Futian finally let her go. Seeing how flushed and shy she looked made him smile. "Can we take care of this here and now?" "Go to hell." Hua Jiu lifted her long leg and kicked Yi Futian lightly. This guy kept pushing his luck. What went on in that head of his? The sight of Hua Jiu acting like a teenage girl made Yi Futian feel as if they were back in the past. The days of beautiful youth. "Jiu, I'm prepared to take a trip back to the Nanda Nation. Are you coming with me?" Yi Futian asked softly. "Yeah." She nodded. Naturally. She knew of what happened in Chaoga City. The battle between Yi Futian and Luo Junlin in the Nanda Nation would be the end of his rivalry with the country. Of course, she had to go with him. Plus, she had wanted to head back for a visit herself. "Let's go see my teacher." Hua Jiu took Yi Futian by the hand and led him away. Not long after, they arrived at a building in a serene area. Hua Jiu's teacher, also the leader of the Xiaoya house, lived here. She looked very young and was beautiful. She was a tranquil beauty, elegant and refined. It was very comfortable to look at her. "Teacher," Hua Jiu called out. Yi Futian bowed and greeted her as well. "Greetings, senior." Goddess Xiaoya gave him a once-over. This was the man that her disciple was in love with. He was indeed exceptional. She had heard all about his gifts and abilities early on. His looks and aura were the best of the best. He was very well matched for Hua Jiue. Jiue is always talking about you. She can't even focus on cultivating by my side. Tell me, what should I do about that? Goddess Xiaoya smiled. It was evident from her tone that she was joking. Hua Jiu glanced at her teacher. When had she talked about Yi Futian? Her teacher was doing this on purpose. If so, then if senior doesn't mind, I am willing to stay and cultivate in the Moon Clan. If I'm always with her, then she won't miss me. Yi Futian smiled in response. Goddess Xiaoya blinked a couple of times, then turned to smile at Hua Jiu. Her little boyfriend was quite dreamy. Hua Jiu glared at Yi Futian. This guy definitely does not have pure intentions. Forget about it. You even took the demon clans, which, as your servant, I don't want more of your servants to show up in the Xiaoya house. Hua Jiu chuckled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian gave her an awkward look. Hua Jiu smirked and said, I heard the witch even took care of you in Saga City. Yi Futian was speechless. Someone had tattled. It was a misunderstanding. That was only a joke. You should know me by now, Jiu. Don't you know how I feel about you? Am I that type of guy? Yi Futian asked straightforwardly. Yes. Hua Jiu nodded with a smile on her face. From his expression, it was obvious that he felt wronged. Stop being all lovey-dovey in front of me, you too, smiled Goddess Xiaoya. Hua Jiu blushed immediately. Returning a glance, she said, What are you talking about, teacher? Goddess Xiaoya stared at her for a moment and smiled. Do you want to leave the mountain? Yes. Hua Jiu nodded. Of course. Her teacher knew about the happenings in Saga City. Your heart hasn't been here for a while, right? Joked Goddess Xiaoya. Remember to come back. Don't get carried away by a certain someone. Yi Futian could feel the sweat running down his face. It seemed like Goddess Xiaoya had a deep misunderstanding of him. Just then, footsteps from the outside were heard. Yunro and others had come. She looked at Goddess Xiaoya and said, Teacher, the people of the Qianyue Pavilion and Hanyue Temple claim that Yi Futian trespassed into the Moon Clan. They're asking if he's here. Goddess Xiaoya frowned. She turned to Yi Futian. What happened? Please forgive me, senior. Yi Futian bowed and then proceeded to explain the situation. Yunro nodded in agreement. One of our fellow Xiaoya house disciple, Ning Qiao, witnessed the entire thing. That's what she said as well. If so, then Chu Lian was purposely giving Yi Futian a hard time. Goddess Xiaoya sounded a bit upset. They didn't say anything after what happened last time, but it seemed that the opposing party still held a grudge. But even so, Chu Lian is a disciple of the Moon Clan, and Yi Futian is an outsider. Yi Futian fought them and entered the Moon Clan by force. Using this as an excuse, there isn't much we can do to fight back, said Yunro. Qin Li should be at the Qianyue Pavilion, correct? Goddess Xiaoya asked suddenly. Correct, nodded Yunro. If so, then you go tell her if they want to start something with Yi Futian, they are welcome to. If they're gutsy enough to pick a fight with a disciple of the cottage, then I'm obviously not going to stop them. If they try to bring up the Moon Clan's reputation, ask them if Chu Lian is allowed to block Yi Futian from coming into the Moon Clan to look for a disciple of my Xiaoya house. Did they ask for our permission before Qin Li entered? Yunro nodded at every word Goddess Xiaoya said. I understand. I will go tell them now. I should go with her, Yi Futian said. Okay. Yunro, on your way. Guide Yi Futian and Jiu off the mountain, said Goddess Xiaoya. Yes, teacher, nodded Yunro. Thank you, senior. Yi Futian lifted his hands and bowed to her before they left. At the entrance to the Saga house, there were many people waiting. Powerful cultivators of the Qianyue Pavilion and the Hanyue Temple were present. Chu Yaoyao and Qin Li were also among the crowd. When Yi Futian's group approached them, everyone's attention turned to him. Chu Yaoyao took one look at Yi Futian and Hua Jiu, who were standing side by side, and then thought of Qin Li beside her. Yun Ro stepped forward and said to the crowd, "The situation has been made clear. Yi Futian came to see my junior sister, and the Saga house had agreed to it. He did not trespass into the Moon Clan. As for the accusation that he hurt junior sister Chulian, Yi Futian has stated that she was deliberately trying to give him a hard time and not allowing him to enter clan territory. This was why he made a move, and that was personal between the two of them. If Chulian or anyone else has something to say about that, they can go directly to Yi Futian. The Saga house is part of the Moon Clan, so obviously we won't be interfering in their personal business." Those from the Hanyue Temple and the Qianyue Pavilion frowned. Based on her attitude, it was obvious that Yun Ro was not happy about this. Take things on directly with Yi Futian? What about the cottage? Yun Ro took the Moon Clan out of the equation and claimed that it was personal business. This was pushing everything onto Chulian. Chulian is a disciple of the Moon Clan. What's the problem with her stopping an outsider from entering? Someone from the Hanyue Temple asked coldly. If Yi Futian was here for someone in the Hanyue Temple, then it wouldn't have been a problem. But he came for someone at our Saga house. Since when did we need permission from the Hanyue Temple? Yun Ro's tone was still soft and gentle. The Qin's royal grandson is also present. Did anyone come to ask the Saga house for permission when he entered clan territory? Qin Li's eyes widened. Yun Ro had put him on the spot. I was simply making an example. I don't have anything against you. Please forgive me if I have caused you any inconvenience. It's fine, Qin Li answered nonchalantly with a smile. I have witnessed the ways of the cottage's disciples back in Chaoga City. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knows. You are right, though. This isn't a big deal. If Yi Futian is willing to apologize to Chulian, then we can all put this behind us. We shouldn't let it hurt the relationship between anyone here. Yi Futian looked over at Qin Li. This guy is becoming more and more of an eyesore. Since when did you have a say in my business? Yi Futian spoke in a cold demeanor. He was not modest at all. Chapter 292. A storm of change is about to hit. Chapter 292. A storm of change is about to hit, of course. Yi Futian knew that Qin Li's utterance was meant to instigate more problems for him. He knew that it was impossible that Yi Futian would apologize. Qin Li's ultimate goal was to put Yi Futian in a bad light with the members of the Moon Clan. Otherwise, what qualifications did Qin Li have to tell Yi Futian what to do? Qin Li was not a member of the Moon Clan. The royal Qin grandson was definitely not an ordinary identity. But with the cottage's status in the Eastern Barren Territory, a disciple of the cottage wouldn't care about a royal grandson. Qin Li stared at Yi Futian and chuckled. It didn't seem like he was bothered. I was simply concerned. I only want the best for the Moon Clan. Looks like I have overspoken. Yi Futian stared right back. He's a sly one. He always tried to turn people against Yi Futian, but never confronted him directly. On top of the ancient peak in the ancient barren world, many other Moon Clan members heard what Chulian said and saw what she did. Do I need her permission to come and see Jiu? And to use an excuse like dating can affect cultivation? If so, then what is the royal grandson doing here in the Moon Clan? Don't tell me you came to play. Yi Futian's cold eyes swept over everyone in front of him. When his gaze fell on Chulian, he said, It looks to me like you guys have a pretty good relationship. So, why is it a distraction to cultivation when it comes to me? In your heart, you know well whether or not you were purposely being difficult with me. Do you think that everyone is an idiot? If this was the way Chulian and the others wanted to do things, then Yi Futian was going to let them. Didn't she feel like a despicable person? Yi Futian didn't care about his relations with these people. So, what if some people in the Moon Clan didn't like him? Was he supposed to simply let Chu Lien stop him from entering and just go back to the college? Simply because of what they thought? Or was he supposed to apologize and admit that he was in the wrong? Chu Lien and the others didn't look too good. Yi Futian continued. What Yunro said is right. You are welcome to pick a fight with me, but don't claim that I disrespected the Moon Clan as an excuse. Who does Chu Lien think she is? Can she represent the entire Moon Clan? I will take my leave now. Yi Futian said his goodbyes and stepped forward with Hua Jiu by his side. The crowd in front of them very naturally parted to make way for them and watched Yi Futian and the others leave. The black-winged eagle followed behind them, flapping its wings. Its sharp eyes swept over everyone. One could feel its disdain with just one look. This dumb creature. Chu Lien was pissed. How dare it look down on them? The disciples of the cottage are domineering as usual. Qin Li chuckled. Everyone around him did not seem like they were in the best of moods. Let's go. Naturally, they were going to have to report this incident to the elders. Chu Yaoyao watched Yi Futian's departing figure and felt a mix of emotions. Even though Yi Futian didn't know her, every time she saw him, her impression of him deepened. Yi Futian obviously didn't care about what Chu Yaoyao and her friends thought of him. Sometimes, when someone came from a different standpoint right from the beginning, it wasn't worth the hassle because it wouldn't change anything. Yun Ro sent them off the Moon Clan territory, and the couple mounted the black-winged eagle to return to the college. In the skies of the ancient barren world, the black-winged eagle soared with Yi Futian and Hua Jiu on its back. It's nice when it's just the two of us. Yi Futian looked to the beauty beside him, standing there, her long hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fallen angel, her beauty incomparable to any worldly things. There's also a demon beast. Hua Jiu smiled lightly. Should we roast it for dinner? Yi Futian said jokingly. The black-winged eagle jolted in shock. Please don't joke like that. It would scare an eagle to death. Hua Jiu rolled her eyes at him. Yi Futian walked forward until he was standing behind her and wrapped his arms around her slim waist. Holding the beauty tightly in his arms, he placed his head on her shoulder, tilting his head downward. His nose was in her hair, inches away from her neck. Her sweet scent was an attack on his senses. Hua Jiu's face flushed red immediately. His actions were so flirtatious. Jiu, I missed you so much, Yi Futian said softly. I missed you too, she replied. The black-winged eagle blinked a couple of times. Oh gosh, this was too much, even for an eagle. Jiu, do you know what my greatest wish is every day? Yi Futian asked. His soft voice was warm and affectionate. Hua Jiu shook her head. My greatest wish is for you to be the first person I see when I open my eyes in the morning, he said gently. Hua Jiu blinked, and when she registered what he had said, she blushed even harder. The color reached her eyes, and she stomped down on Yi Futian's foot. In what sounded like a whining tone, she said, How shameless! Fox, when do you plan on fulfilling my wish? Yi Futian teased her with a smile on his face. In your dreams, she said. I do often see you in my dreams. He sighed. I'm not talking to you anymore. Hua Jiu couldn't stand him anymore. She wanted to move forward, but could not escape the tight embrace of Yi Futian. Her body relaxed and leaned into him. It was a scene right out of a storybook. When they got back to the college, Yi Futian explained why Lulan Shua had come. This made Hua Jiu question whether all his words on the way here were paving the way for this. Arriving at the cottage, Yi Futian brought Hua Jiu to the second senior sister. The first thing the second senior sister and Beitang Xing'er thought when they saw Hua Jiu was that she was beautiful. The second thing that came to mind was still that she was beautiful. So beautiful, Zhu Gahui complimented. Smiling at Yi Futian, she said, Little brother, How come I feel like everything you told me before was a lie? This rascal complimented her every day. He told her she looked like a goddess and that there was no one who could compare to her beauty. It turned out he was hiding such a beautiful girlfriend. It was suspicious indeed. How could that be? In my heart, the second senior sister and Jiu are equally beautiful, Yi Futian stated matter-of-factly. Obviously, Jiu wasn't going to call him out in front of Zhuge Hui. Is that so? Zhuge Hui chuckled at his response. You're such a sweet talker. It's no wonder you tricked the best-looking girl to be your girlfriend. You're indeed my junior brother. Yi Futian scratched his head and muttered. Senior sister, there was no trickery going on. It's mutual attraction. Yeah, mutual attraction. The second senior sister was amused by Yi Futian's actions and started laughing. Passing by, Yi Shaoshi and Luo Fan witnessed the scene and sighed deeply. They then lowered their heads and went on with their own business. What a monster! Jiu stayed for a meal at the cottage and then headed back to the Guqin Gardens with Yi Futian. He was going to head out first, going back to the Kangyi Kingdom for a visit before meeting her in the Nanda Nation. The 100 lands at the entrance to the ancient barren world ever since the entrance opened over a year ago. This area began to thrive compared to its previously barren state. A city was built from scratch. Emperors of countries all over the 100 lands had set up quarters in this area. There was no way the area wouldn't flourish. Now, powerful cultivators in all different planes roamed the streets of this city. Whether they were in the Arcana plane or the Dharma plane, they all wanted to test their luck in the ancient barren world. Even though it was possible that they would lose their lives there or might come back with nothing, people continued to go. This was a great opportunity in the eyes of those in the 100 lands. Just then, a commotion was heard from the ancient barren world's entrance. A group of people could be seen exiting and stepping into this space. Leading them was a middle-aged individual. His aura was outstanding and domineering. He reached out both hands, and an energy was released. A force of noble will erupted from him. He looked up at the sky and laughed maniacally. The heavens have not forsaken me. Noble. He had finally reached the plane of his dreams, a plane that only emperors could reach. Although he could already feel the power in the ancient barren world, he could not hide his excitement once he stepped out onto this land. Noble. From here on out, he stood at the top of the 100 lands. He had finally reached the level of his ancestors and had the qualifications to become the emperor of a country. The cultivators behind him smiled. This trip to the ancient barren world had been a dangerous one. Life-threatening situations at every turn. Some of their fellow Arcana Plane cultivators were never going to come back, but it was all worth it. This was the chance they had been waiting for. The clan leader was now in the noble plane. After being oppressed for so many years, he was finally now a noble. This middle-aged individual was the leader of the Nanda clan, Nanda Tai. After his outcry, everything fell silent again. His eyes swept over everyone in his surroundings. He said, "Let's go." Then he moved to leave the area. Although he was now in the noble plane, he still couldn't be rash when it came to Yi Futian and Luo Junlin, who were disciples of top powers in the eastern barren territory. It was unfortunate that he wasn't a noble all those years ago, though it wasn't too late. At least now, he was qualified enough to deal with many things. Emperor Luo probably wouldn't dare to mess with the Nanda clan again. "Who is that?" someone asked. "Don't know," replied an emperor in the area. They were all confused by the departing figure. "How many cultivators have made it into the noble plane so far?" an observer questioned. Since the ancient barren world opened, more and more nobles in the 100 lands were born. A little while after Nanda Tai left, another group exited the ancient barren world. These people had terrifying auras. Just one look was enough to have people trembling in fear. "Are we there yet?" someone among the newcomer group asked. "We've arrived at the entrance to the ancient barren world in the 100 lands. We'll head to Nanda now," a young man answered. In a flash, they were all on the move. traveling in a certain direction as a pack. Their energy filled the area. There was absolute silence at this moment. Many people looked to the large group in the sky. That was the energy of nobles. Other than the young man, everyone else was a noble. It was impossible that the 100 Lands had such a powerful force. That looked like the crown prince of Nandu, Luo Junlin, said an emperor. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. The Nanda nation's Luo Junlin was back? He had joined the Royal Xian Temple, a great power of the Eastern Barren Territory, and now he was back with many nobles in tow. What did this mean? A year ago, Yi Futian joined a top power, and many emperors gave in to him and were still in the Kengi kingdom. Lots of people went to pay their respects back then. They felt that Kengi was on an unstoppable rise. But what now? Luo Junlin had returned with nobles. This news spread like wildfire throughout the city. People from all countries in the 100 Lands got a hold of this news, and they realized a storm of change was about to hit the 100 Lands. Chapter 293. Everyone's Attitudes. Chapter 293. Everyone's Attitudes, the Nanda Nation Imperial Palace. In the past year, there seemed to be a force of pressure in the skies above the palace, causing the entire area to feel suppressed. There were many emperors in the Kengi kingdom, and also all emperors were willing to ally with them. Yi Futian was also fought over by top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. All of this combined caused everyone in the Nanda Palace to feel heavy-hearted. Emperor Luo felt extremely pressured, and thus, he spent the past year almost entirely on cultivation. He was waiting for an opportunity. When happenings of this past year faded into the past, and when he became more powerful, Emperor Luo was going to head to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. There, he was going to get rid of Yi Futian once and for all. He was willing to wait for the perfect time. He was not going to give Yi Futian a chance to grow. Just then, a group of powerful cultivators appeared in the sky above the palace. This got the attention of many in the palace, causing them to lift their heads. When the sight of the youth leading the group became clear, everyone grew excited. The crown prince is back. Junlin had returned leading nobles. More people looked up. This was the moment they felt the heavy burden being lifted off. Crown Prince Luo Junlin had returned, and he was leading a group of nobles. What did this mean? Immediately, people came running from all directions of the palace. The entire place began crowded and lively, contrary to the pin-dropping silence it was in before. A figure stepped into midair. It was Emperor Luo. He looked to Luo Junlin and the nobles. "Junlin, you're back." "Father," Luo Junlin called out. "This is my teacher, and these are elders from the Royal Xian Temple." The Royal Xian Temple's fifth lord, Yulu. He had come in person to see Luo Junlin kill Yi Futian. If Luo Junlin couldn't kill Yi Futian, then he would watch Luo Junlin be killed. Emperor Luo's heart pounded. He had heard from Luo Junlin last year that his teacher was the fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple, a big shot in the Eastern Barren Territory. And now he was here in person. "Greetings, fifth lord." Emperor Luo was very polite. He placed himself below the other party. Even though he was an emperor, he was nothing when in front of a person of high status from the Eastern Barren Territory. Yulu simply glanced at him. "Let's go down." "Yes, teacher," nodded Luo Junlin. He was not in the best mood right now. He had been watched for days now. There was no way he could escape this battle. There was a light in Emperor Luo's eyes. Luo Junlin's teacher didn't seem too happy. "Where is Miss Shiro?" Emperor Luo asked his son. He knew that Shiro was the fifth lord's daughter and Luo Junlin's girlfriend. She was very polite to him when they had met. He quite liked this future daughter-in-law. "Father," called Luo Junlin. He watched as Yulu stopped in his track and glared coldly at Emperor Luo. This caused the father-son duo to shiver. They had a bad feeling. Could it be that Luo Junlin came back because something happened? Yulu descended and walked into the palace with the Luos following behind him. There was tension in the atmosphere. Luo Junlin saddled up beside his father. "Father, Yi Futian challenged me to a battle here in Nandu." Emperor Luo's eyes sharpened immediately. Yi Futian challenged Luo Junlin to a battle? It had only been a year. Was Yi Futian able to fight against Luo Junlin now? On top of that, he had been the one to initiate the challenge. Did this mean Luo Junlin was the passive party? Where's Shiro? Emperor Luo used spiritual energy to project his message. He could feel something was amiss. "Shiro." Luo Junlin was muttering. "Shiro went up against Yi Futian for me. She has died because of Yi Futian's clan. I will avenge her." Emperor Luo halted abruptly, heart pounding loudly. All the color left his face. Shiro was dead, and her father, a big shot in the Royal Xian Temple, had come here with Luo Junlin, who was the passive party in a challenge with Yi Futian. Of course, he knew what this meant. Was Yi Futian now capable of causing the death of the daughter of a Royal Xian Temple lord? What's more, Yi Futian set the battle in the Nanda nation. Why? Emperor Luo thought of a lot of things at that moment. He thought back to when both Luo Junlin and Minister Hua reported to him about Yi Futian. He had then nonchalantly written up the imperial order and sent it directly to Donghai City. He had said that everything under the heavens belonged to him. In Nandu, his will was the will of the heavens. He wanted Yi Futian to be a study attendant, essentially a servant, and Hua Jiu to be the crown princess. Now, in merely 2 years, he felt shivers hearing Yi Futian's name again. Others in the palace did not know why Luo Junlin had come back. They were still in heated discussions regarding this topic. Everyone seemed so excited. The news of this continued to make its way out of the palace. Not long after, Minister Hua stepped into the imperial palace. He moved rapidly and had a commanding presence. His eyes were sharp and a smile was spread across his face. Was the crown prince back with a group of nobles? This was exciting news. At the same time, there was a remote courtyard located at the border of the deep palace. It was a rundown location that looked like it hasn't been cleaned in a long while. It was hard to imagine that such a place existed in such an extravagant palace. Just then, an extremely beautiful female walked into the courtyard. The guards outside bowed and greeted, "Princess." The female was the princess of Nandu. She was no longer the little girl she was before. She had blossomed into a captivating beauty with a hint of indifference and grace. Inside the rundown courtyard, a figure sat quietly on an old rocking chair. He seemed so relaxed and dazed as he looked up at the sky. It didn't seem like he noticed the princess' arrival. "Teacher, I'm here to see you," she called out. The figure seated in front of her was the Nanda nation's minister, so he was placed on house arrest in the palace. "Child, I told you not to come as often anymore." "Wouldn't want His Majesty to get upset," said Minister Zhua. "My older brother came back from the Royal Xian Temple with a bunch of nobles," she said. "I saw." His tone was still so calm. He did not seem fazed. "Teacher, do you still believe in your prophecy?" she asked. "If you apologize to my father, I can put in a good word to get him to forgive you too." Ministers would chuckled and shook his head. "Silly girl, this isn't a good sign for Nandu. Just look at the sky." Saying this, he reached his arm to point at the sky. So red, blood red. She took a look and sighed inwardly. "Take care, teacher." Then she turned to leave. The princess had been trying her best, but never managed to persuade anyone. Minister Zhuo was still smiling up at the sky. The evils we bring ourselves are the hardest to bear. The news quickly spread all over the 100 lands. On the second day of Luo Junlin's return, many emperors from surrounding countries came to pay the Nanda nation a visit. Even when Shiro had come, many of them arrived to see her. Now nobles from the Royal Xian Temple were here, and the rumors even said one of them was a lord of the temple. In the past year, many emperors became close with the Kengi kingdom. They were afraid that Emperor Luo might hold a grudge against them for that. There was no way these emperors from the 100 Lands knew what was going on at the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. They also didn't know why Luo Junlin came back with the nobles. Ever since Luo Junlin entered the royal Xian temple and the door to the ancient barren world opened, the 100 Lands have been in a state of unrest. Nobody wanted to get sucked into the storm and potentially lose their lives. Everyone wanted to move up in life. In a situation like this, how could they not visit when a big shot from the royal Xian temple was here? Thus, the entire Nanda palace, the entire imperial city, was filled with a celebratory atmosphere. It was as if the Nanda nation was welcoming the peak period of their country. Nandu had its reputation ruined during the Tingfeng banquet over a year ago. Now the crown prince was back. Was he finally able to make the country proud? Emperor Luo welcomed the visiting emperors like nothing was wrong. They drank and chatted. Through Luo Junlin, he got an understanding of the whole situation. However, he did not announce it to anyone. There weren't even that many people in the palace that knew. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Kengi kingdom was the complete opposite of that in Nandu. After getting the news, everything became tense. This was especially true in the Kengi palace. Many people felt just a bit worried. Luo Junlin was back with nobles. It was obvious that he came prepared. They were definitely not here in the 100 Lands for an innocent visit. So why were they here? To destroy Kengi? Had something happened to Yi Futian in the Eastern Barren Territory? Some people thought so. Others thought it might be possible that Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and the others who left for the Eastern Barren Territory weren't favored by elders of their clans. So, perhaps they didn't have any say, unlike Luo Junlin. Therefore, he was able to get nobles on his side and get them to return with him. This was very possible. After all, Yi Futian and the others were still at lower levels of cultivation. Luo Junlin was levels above them and even got the daughter of a high authority figure to be his girlfriend. Presently, in the Kengi palace, Emperor Yi frowned at the news he received. Father, after a thorough investigation, the big shot is a lord of the royal Xian temple. It's the father of Luo Junlin's girlfriend. He is also his teacher, said Yi Danchin. Is Luo Junlin already able to mobilize power like that? Emperor Yi was worried. If these people made a move on Kengi, they wouldn't be able to fight it. Father, should we send people immediately to investigate the situation at the center of the Eastern Barren Territory? Asked Yulingxi softly. If they really wanted to make a move, then it's already too late. I hope Futian and the others are fine. Emperor Yi thought of Yi Futian and the others. They're outstanding cultivators, so they should be fine. Brother Yi. A voice rang out suddenly. A group of people flooded in. They were the emperors of Yunchu, Yan, and various other countries. They had promised Yi Futian that they would stay in Kengi and listen to Emperor Ye's orders. Emperor Yi frowned at the sight of them. How dare they barge in? They weren't usually like this. Brother Yi, I heard that Luo Junlin came back leading a group of nobles from the royal Xian temple, said Emperor Chu. And Emperor Yi lifted an eyebrow at him. Brother Yi, under these circumstances, we would like to leave Kengi temporarily. You wouldn't mind, would you? Asked Emperor Chu. In a situation like this, if the royal Xian temple made a move on Kengi, they would most likely go down with the country. Emperor Ye's gaze sharpened immediately and said coldly, when Yi Futian made you guys stay, it wasn't so you could vacation here. It was to prepare for any danger. Now that it has come, you want to leave?